All right, we should be live here on all platforms. Make sure over here. We are live at Coletco. First time I've been here without Jake to get all this rolling. Hopefully Jake hops on and sees that everything's going swell. Looks like it is. Okay, welcome everybody. Let me check all of our other channels. Should be streaming to 5 right now if everything went as planned. Hopefully everything went as planned. Happy Monday and happy Memorial Day. Thank you to all that gave the ultimate sacrifice to defend our great land that we call home, that gives us the freedom to live stream every night and sell collectibles without fear or interference. Except maybe, no, there's not much interference here. Every once in a while, Ed likes to interfere. Hatchet Ed will bring down the wrath. Okay, let's see. Should be good to go there. Let me pull up main chat here. Man, it seems like it's forever since I was doing a sale because I didn't do one Sunday, and then I was here all morning, sort of. So it's been kind of weird. It's also a weird day because there's no mail deliveries and etc. etc. I feel like I've been here 3 times in one day already. All right. Let me change this category to music. Okay. Well, we started something new this week where we're streaming. We're basically we're live on Instagram and TikTok just so people can see it. Of course, everybody's watching over on YouTube and Facebook right now. Friday night we had at one point over 300 viewers, and I think that was mostly because a lot of people were starting to find us and hopping over here, and we found a couple new customers, and one mentioned that they didn't even know we did this every night. They've been following our Instagram, and I was like, how in the world? But that's why we do it. So we're on 5 platforms right now, and I am sharing links. I'm also getting woke up. I've already endured a lot of caffeine. But guess what? I'll be here for the next 6 nights, at least 5 to 5:30 till 1 or 1:30 a.m. the next 6 nights in a row, bringing you nonstop record coverage. You wanted the best and you got it the best. The hottest record sale in the land. Da, 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 da. We need some good intro music. We need Ed to come over here and give his best Paul Stanley yell. Paul Stanley's woohoo. Alright, I'm over here sharing links, so I'm kind of looking at the chat, but I'm really over here just sharing links and getting everything posted. I feel like I can breathe over here. I've cleaned up a lot of stuff. We'll probably get into some miscellaneous tonight, since I've unearthed hundreds of items since I've cleaned up. I probably threw away a small truckload of boxes and empty crates. Most of that is still piled up by the front door. which I'm sure no one appreciates. But we'll get it outside in the dump trailer. Dump trailer leaves tomorrow, I think. So I'm taking full advantage, but it does look a lot more open back here. I'm still not done. Of course, y'all, I'm talking about something that y'all never get to see, all the area behind me, but it's looking a lot better. As soon as you're on, make sure you hit the like button. And as y'all see, we've been buying some insane collections. We've been buying some insane collections. Amazing collections. We bought another one that hadn't really been advertised yet. Yesterday, we had somebody else bring some stuff to the store. We've been having people bring stuff to us, which is great. You might even get a slightly better price if you do that. Saves us time and money, which we can put back into your collection. So please bring us your records. Although some people don't like loading up. Some people don't like loading up 5,000 records and having to haul them. And that's when Paul and Tyler come in. I've done it many times. It's probably the hardest part of the business. It's the part that will literally make you sweat. All right. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some new names on, because there are ads. There are ads running, advertising these most recent buys that just started. I think they officially just hit, so. And I think I've just got one more link to share, and we're ready to start. Now, it's going to be a little bit weird. I'm going to be off. We're missing like 3 key elements to tonight. The first key element is there's no mail delivery, so I'm like, okay, where's the new vinyl at? Oh, I forgot, it's Memorial Day. The second key element is there's no flip video to get the show started. And I guess that's it. So the 2 things I usually do in the first hour, we have neither. So we'll have to do something a little bit different. We'll probably go through the oldest new vinyl we have. Probably the oldest new vinyl that we have in this store that I can find. That way it seems new. And then we'll do discount bins, and then we'll probably get started with all their new arrivals a lot earlier than normal. We'll probably be into new vintage and pre-owned an hour earlier than we normally are, which I'm sure some of y'all will greatly enjoy. Right, Paul? I don't even know where Paul is. I just said right, Paul, though. All right, let me clean up. So here was where I left off. I've put some stray. I got some good CDs to do tonight. I have found some here and there. I found Mike Massey's air horns and gavels and everything else. I guess we got 10 Fred Goodwin bundles left. Let me put these signed Sierra Farrell. Actually, I'll show them one more time. Now, I'll guarantee them to be good. I want to get them JSA stickered. If I do that, they're going to be more, obviously, later. Probably 2 or 3 times as more. But Bob just asked. So I've got signed Sierra Farrell CDs. We just found them in a box. I'll guarantee them to be good. She signed these as like an exclusive. $49.99. We sold one late. One of the last things we sold Saturday night was one of these. $49.99. Now, I'm going to put them over here in my pile of stuff that we're going to have JSA authenticated. If that happens, they could be 2 or 3 times as much. So I would say if you want one now, I would grab it at $49. Now, it's not JSA'd. I'll guarantee it to be good. $49.99. $49.99. There's that. Look at all the... Thank you, Jake, for the instructions. We got a whole page of instructions on how to start the live stream now, because we're streaming to 5 platforms instead of 3. But yeah, Sierra Farrell autographed CDs, $49.99. Now I'm going to put them over here in the stuff to get JSA authenticated. And by the way, that pile's growing over here. Looks like we found a lot of autographed albums. A lot of autographed albums. And John, I found a bunch of 45s I dropped off in your way back there.
I did. Those are pretty good.
Yeah, we got more. We got more coming. I think I found just a couple handfuls. Yeah. But Mr. Riger, totally up to you. Totally up to you. All right. Oh man. It says Saturday on the thumbnail. Where do you see that at? Where does it say Saturday? Okay, let's put this right here. And this up here. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, da-da. Okay. And these. Now, welcome. I think what we're going to do, I'm going to try to knock this stuff out over here. I think these are all Fred Goodwin records. I'm just trying to figure out how they're organized. There's 2 boxes. They're really not sorted. I don't know if I want to lot these or just have them resort them later. Not much I can do with them like this. So let me just wait on those. Let me bring these singles over. Okay. And then sealed LPs. Laura brought some sealed. Nice. Yeah, we'll definitely start some of this stuff. Great sealed records. Great sealed records. Yeah. Let's start with a couple of these. All right, so we got a Rod Stewart's Greatest Hits. And let's see what's up with this Elvis sealed. Nice. So first 2 auctions of the night, and I guess technically the week is this right here. We got Rod Stewart's Greatest Hits, and this is a sealed copy. And it looks like it's a sealed retail copy with no saw marks, no cut holes, nothing. That's going to go up for a $15 start. And then we have Elvis, and this is World Award Hits Parts 1 and 2, which is a 2-record mono compilation of Elvis's, some of his best works like Heartbreak Hotel, Don't Be Cruel, Hound Dog, etc., etc. That's going to go up for a $15 start. It says Saturday on YouTube. Ah, okay. So we did all the, somebody set up all the instructions except one thing, the date. Now, where can I change that at? I think it's here in OBS. Oh no. Where's it at? Restream. Saturday. Oh, okay. I see what y'all are talking about. Saturday. So, what is today? Monday the 28th. Okay, it should be good now. It should be good now. Thank you for catching that. Move these signed records over here. Empty grape. Oh my gosh, I've done it again. I usually pay no attention to what day of the week it is or the date. They all bleed in one after another for me. Plus, I'm up just half days or I'm just up. It's like a half day for each day for me. Does that make sense? Okay. So Rod's at 15 and Elvis at 15. Both auctions have bids. First record in here is Soundgarden, and this is wait one second. Did I change it to 26? This is Soundgarden. Yeah, 26. It's good to go now. Except I missed one thing. One second. Gotta figure out how to. Okay. Golly, how many times have I changed that? Whew. All right, I better stop touching it. It's good to go now. Soundgarden, $46.99. That is a 2 LP, new and sealed. It is available. Also, Japan Quiet Life, $33.99. I've learned one thing. If I don't have the date right, it will get noticed immediately. I have to fix it. Otherwise, the entire sale completely shuts down and we can't do anything. If I didn't have a way to change it, we wouldn't be able to live stream if I couldn't put the date up here. We'd have to completely shut down the entire operation. Japan Quiet Life, half-speed master red vinyl. Japan is $33.99. Surely somebody needs Soundgarden. Japan's on red vinyl, half-speed master. Steve Earle's Copperhead Road. We sold a original last week. That's new and sealed, $33.99. And then Kiss Asylum. This is $36.99. Excuse me, $33.99. That's a 2014 remaster. So we got 2 sealed auctions here. These are original retail copies with no punch holes, saw marks, or cut holes. It's sealed Rod Stewart. It has 1 bid for $15. And then essentially an Elvis Greatest Hits, which is a 2 LP mono RCA, and that's also sealed. No saw marks, punch holes, or cut holes on that. That is a $15 bid. They both have $15 bids. Next is Lightning Hopkins, California Mudslide. Lightning Hopkins is on yellow vinyl. That is $29.99. Now Andy Reid has a Rod Stewart for $17. We have George Harrison's Dark Horse. That is a gatefold, part of his new remastered. He's put out about 3, or I should say, they've put out about 3 LPs of his catalog as kind of a remaster series. That's $38.99. We also have Extra Texture and 33 1/3. The other is Kiss Animalize. That's $33.99, another 2014. Now, MG Sanchez, Elvis already had a bid for $15. So the first bid was Robin. She'd been on Rod Stewart. Tom Moran had Elvis first. And now Chuck Haley has it for $20. There we have it. Now, we have 3 Days Grace. This is $28.99. 3 Days Grace 1X. That's $28.99. And then Kiss Revenge, $36.99. Chad, did you pull the new vinyl video posted yesterday, Sunday morning? Yes, Tanner has pulled all those. If you got something, it would have been on your invoice that Ed sent out earlier today. Kiss Crazy Nights, $36.99. When is Acid Bath going on auction? Probably Thursday night. Red Clay Strays, Made by These Moments, $33.99. Everything posted in the metal collection. You will not see any of that until Thursday night at the earliest, at the latest, whichever way you want to say it. Journey's Greatest Hits, $44.99. Nasty Savage, Metallica box sets, Acid Bath, anything you've seen, all that will be at auction Thursday night, and it will be an absolute insane show. There will be people literally riding in the streets. Def Leppard is $44.99. Talking Heads, True Stories, that's on red vinyl, $33.99. And Suicidal Tendencies, Lights, Camera, Revolution. Music on Vinyl Press, $39.99. Now, Rod Stewart's at $22, and so is Elvis. Now both of those are at $22. Now they're both at $22. The next auction I have here is a very interesting one. 1988 Robert Plant single, Ship of Fools. Robert Plant, Ship of Fools, and it is actually a promo. I've never seen that before. 1988 Robert Plant, Ship of Fools, and Billy's Revenge from Now and Zen. And that is a double-sided. So it's actually just Ship of Fools. It's a double-sided promo. Rod Stewart's going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start on that. And then over here, I have 3 singles. to put up from the hardcore collection. Let me start trying to figure out what do we have here. This is, I don't know, Scare Tactics and 7 Days of Samsara. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. There's another Suicidal Tendencies, also Coyote Ugly. That is $33.99. Coyote Ugly soundtrack. Oingo Boingo, Dead Man's Party. Oingo Boingo's on red vinyl. That's $34.99. Oingo Boingo. Now Elvis is at $25 with Chuck Haley. MG Sanchez, You've Tied 'Em. Robin's out on Rod. That's because Rod Stewart has hit $25. And now Robert Plant is at 10. Robert Plant's at 10 with John Durden. Stone Sour's a music on vinyl press. That's $44.99. Alice in Chains, Jar of Flies. Stay Away, No Excuses. And of course, Nutshell. That's $29.99. Slaughter's $54.99. I think I'm down to a handful. I bought a lot of these at once almost about a year ago. And I think I'm down to about 5. I've sold them for more and less. And I've got them stickered though for $54.99. And this is on red and white vinyl, $54.99. I think since I've had these, we had one come through pre-owned that was opened. I think everybody saw the colored vinyl, and I showed them how nice it was. And I think we sold one at auction for more than $55. But I have them in stock for $54.99. Stereo Lab, Emperor Tomato Ketchup. Stereo Lab is $28.99. And then Duran Duran, self-titled, is $33.99. That's Duran Duran remastered, $33.99. You can park them back here behind me somewhere. And now, so first thing we're going to do is say Robert Plant's a final call to John Durden for $10. Elvis is at 26. MG Sanchez is out. And we're going to sell our first record of the night, which is the sealed Rod Stewart, for $25. Charlie Marks gets the first claim out of the crate with Alice in Chains, Jar of Flies. That is sold to Charlie Marks. And if anybody wants these first 3 singles, they're a buy it now for $10. Those first 3 singles are a buy it now for $10. I think I've actually put those up before. They were laying on top of this new crate of new stuff. Let's keep going. It looks like Tom Moran, you are going to be getting the Elvis. MG Sanchez says he's out. And now I'm going to take a drink of purple juice. No, I'm not. Well, I did, but I didn't mute my mic. It's not working. Oh well, y'all going to have to hear me slurp on a drink all night. I apologize in advance. So if anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. Soundgarden was $46.99. Japan, Quiet Life, $33. Steve Earle, $33. Kiss Asylum was $33.99. Lightning Hopkins, $29. George Harrison, Dark Horse, $38. John Durden, you get Robert Plant for $10. Let's go ahead and sell the Elvis. Well, actually, let's make sure Chuck Haley, I was about to say, and boom, there it is. About to say, that's too early. Chuck was also bidding. We got to give him a second, and he's in at $28. Chuck Haley has that at $28. Chuck Haley has that at $28. I almost pulled the trigger a little bit too fast there. Oh, man, we got some cool singles tonight. Hope everybody's watching early. Van Halen, Pretty Woman, Walking Down the Street. Look how nice the sleeve is. Very nice. And Van Halen's going to go up for a $7 start. Thank you for the water. I greatly appreciate that. Have you done any other Kiss? Just these in here. Just these in here. But I do have some Kiss singles, but I don't know where Cheryl Barnes is. I've double checked and everything. She's good to go. She just fell off the map. Okay. We have Kiss Animalize. Also 3 Days Grace. We have Kiss Revenge. Kiss Crazy Nights, Red Clay Strays, Journey's Greatest Hits, essentially Def Leppard's Greatest Hits, Talking Heads True Stories, Suicidal Tendencies, Coyote Ugly, Oingo Boingo, Stone Sour, Slaughter, Stereo Lab, and Duran Duran. All right, so Van Halen 7, Van Halen 7, Van Halen 8. Now Elvis is at 30. I have some other sealed records over here. A lot of sealed records. Also, Laura's already delivered a crate, and like I said, we'll probably get into some new pre-owned stuff a lot earlier tonight than normal. No new vinyl deliveries tonight, so I'm going to try to go through as much as I can of older stuff and other crates that I compiled. Here's another sealed record. It's a cutout bin record. It looks like it's been resealed. It's Thompson Twins. Here's the Future Days. And as you can see, it was resealed and then put on sale. So it has a markdown sticker to 49 cents at one time. That was in a discount bin somewhere in a store, down to 49 cents. That is a sealed Original Thompson Twins, Here's the Future Days, a $15 start. It's now up for bid. It's got a little bit of a corner issue here. Like I said, it looks like it was a cutout and then they had to reseal it. So it's got a pretty bad corner, but it's never been opened. Or I should say it's a new record. It's sealed. Van Halen, and also in here was Bob Riger on Animalize. Thank you, Bob Riger on Animalize. And if anybody else wants any of the Kiss remasters, let me know. Welcome to Coletco Monday night. We're going to get started, I think probably, let me figure out where all of my I have pushed so much stuff together over here. It's time to get into some discount bins. I just got to figure out which one to do first. Might read through one more crate of new vinyl over here that was, yeah, let's do another one that was part of that video, because it's kind of like we've already pulled all the claims Sunday, but I really hadn't got to show these live. Thompson Twins 15, Van Halen's at 15, and Chuck's out on Elvis, and we'll go ahead and sell that to Tom Moran for 30. Thank you, Tom Moran. That's so to you. I've also got some auctions here that's tagged, not the advertised auctions, which we're going to start in just a second. I have some other auctions, like some jazz, like some Miles Davis, and I have plenty of miscellaneous kind of things to slip in. I'm going to show you some of those Everly Brothers items right now. But this is a U.S. reissue. It's a vintage U.S. reissue, a 70s pressing of Miles Davis Sketches of Spain. It's VG Plus or better, and Miles Davis is a $15 start. Final call on Thompson Twins for 15, and final call on Van Halen for 15. Morgan Wallen, One Thing at a Time. That's a triple LP, $54.99. Also, Motley Crue, Girls, $33.99. Motley Crue remaster. More Kiss, Carnival of Souls, which is a tougher one to get because there's no OGs. One of the few Kiss albums that never was really an OG pressing of, back when it came out on vinyl, $36.99. Also, Saxon, Denim and Leather. Saxon's a limited edition 40th anniversary splatter. That's $33.99. And Clutch, Slow Hold to China. Clutch is on orange vinyl. Clutch is $33.99. And we have another Kiss, Lick It Up. Kiss is $33.99. All right, John Durden, you get Van Halen for $15. The Thompson Twins is sold for $15 to Charlie Marks. And final call on Miles Davis. Land Before Time. I can do that. First, let's put 3 more random singles up from the Hardcore collection. We got The Jars. The Jars start right now. Psycho, Electric Third Rail. Ryan Adams, Willow Jane, and Aggression Pact. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. Mark Morris wants a Saxon. That's so to Mark Morris. And Charlie Marks on Motley Crue. Final call to get a bid in on Miles Davis. Now I'm going to grab another sealed record over here. And that next sealed record is going to be Night Ranger. This is a sealed copy of Night Ranger. Does have a saw mark right here. It was in a cutout bin. Sealed Night Ranger, 7 Wishes, a $15 start. $15 start. And then one of the other singles I have over here is, let's see what's going on with Vixen. Vixen, always one of those very popular bands if we have metal, 80s metal in. This is an original single from Vixen, Cruisin', and the A-side is Edge of a Broken Heart. And that's also going to go up. That's a $7 start. I've got 3 copies. There's those other George Harrison remasters I was talking about. There's Extra Texture, very cool. They even replicated the die-cut cover. That's $38.99, and then George Harrison's 33 1/3. That is also $38.99. G.G. Allen, we have 2 left. That's called Always Was and Always Should Be. G.G. is $33.99. And Lucero, and Lucero is a self-titled album, $33.99 for Lucero, and 2 copies of Red Clay Strays, Moment of Truth. Excuse me, 1 copy of Red Clay Strays on Translucent Sea Glass, and 1 copy of Psycho Circus. That is $33.99. And then we have the Beatles White Album, $49.99. So no bid on Miles Davis. I'm going to go ahead and make him a buy now. That Sketches of Spain. That's a 70s press. No exact year given on Discogs. We just know it's a 70s press. And final call on those 3 singles for 10, including The Jars, which was originally marked $16, Vixen 7, and Night Ranger 15. That's the starting bids on those as of right now. I've got one copy left of Creator, and this is $34.99. This is the 2LP double vinyl gatefold. Original album remastered bonus tracks on colored vinyl. That's what the hop sticker reads. It's $34.99. Charlie Marks wants a G.G. Allen. I have one remaining if anybody wants that. Brad Waits is in on Vixen at 7, and Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. Iron Maiden is $39.99. That's a 2LP. And then the last thing in this bin are the seam split Mr. Bigs, which are discounted at $29.99. They are seam split. Some are better than most. Some are worse. Some are better. And then I do have a waiting list going for me to reorder if anybody wants one that doesn't have a seam split. And I can do that as well. Just saying, if you decide you want one that doesn't have a seam split. I had two the other night. We sold them immediately. And there was a waiting list, and I ordered some more this morning. All right, these singles are a buy now for $10. Vixen's actually tied. Brad bid came in first, and if anybody wants a sealed Night Ranger, that's also just a $15 buy now. Some good deals over here. Miles Davis, sealed Night Ranger, some of the singles. Anybody else on anything in this crate? Mr. Big, Iron Maiden, Creator, Beatles, Kiss, Red Clay Strays, Lucero, G.G. Allen, George Harrison, Kiss, Clutch, Kiss, and Morgan Wallen. I think I'm going to do one, maybe buy it now, quote, buy it now best offer bin, and I'm going to go ahead and get in the new arrivals. Here's why. Laura's already dropped off a crate. John's got 6 crates. I still got 6 leftover John crates from previous sales. So there's actually a total of 12 John crates up here right now, if you count stuff from the previous sales, especially when we were putting out a lot of Fred Goodwin stuff, and we had so much of it at once. There's like a back stock of 4 Fred Goodwin crates and then 2 other kind of crates over here. So, AKA, there's a lot of stuff. Night Ranger is sold to Bob Reiger for $15. Thank you, Bob. That's so to you. Mark Riley wants the 45s. Buy it now. That was the last 3. There's another stack if you want those. I'll go ahead and for sure give you the last 3 for $10. Joe Delgado's out on Vixen. So, Brad Waits, you get Vixen for $7. And then Bob McKinney wants a Mr. Big. Bob, I will give you the best looking seam split, okay, which there's one right here that's very faint. I mean, it's very faint. And Bob, if you want us to open this, it's in a resealable bag, and it looks like some of it's already kind of popped open. If you want us to open this up so that seam split, but this one's just very minor. It's barely even split. And I have more if anybody else wants one. Make sure that goes in for $29. Bob, let me know if you want me to remove the jacket. If you want me to remove the disc from the jacket, that way no more seam splits and curves on that. All right. I have stacked up so many crates. I'm trying to figure out what's going to be the best buy it now, best offer. What is this crate here? Is this stuff Paul's marked for today? Paul, is this stuff you marked today? May 1st? What is this? Mike and the Mechanics, May 1st? What is this stuff here? I'm not for sure where this stuff. No, this isn't. It looks like stuff Paul marked, but I don't know where it came from. Oh, this is that crate that was around the corner. I know where this came from. Yeah, that was a crate that was around the corner. There's me in the corner. All right, let's figure out which crate. I'm kind of in the mood to go ahead and get right into new stuff. Wouldn't you agree, Ed? Just go ahead and go right into the new stuff. Ed's like, sure. Go ahead, right into new stuff. We are going to go through one buy it now best offer bin because I think there's really good titles in here. And then, yeah, we'll go right into new stuff. It's me in the corner. All right. So, Mr. Big, can I just joined. Can I get the Creator? You sure can. I can get you anything you want at any time. Some people say I can work miracles. I don't know about that, but I will give you a Creator. What is the Miles Davis? What's the 45s and Judgment? And here we go. All right, so Miles Davis is a 70s pressing, exact year unknown. It's not barcoded, but it's not bad whatsoever. It's pretty much EX, $15 buy it now, and the 3 unsold singles are 7 Days of Samsara, Scare Tactics, and Sex Did, I think. It looks like SEXDID. All right, and then where's that Everly Brothers stuff? This is from a random envelope I found from Fred Goodwin. And these are Everly Brothers picture sleeves. There's no records in them. It's probably stuff Fred was going to have framed or possibly get signed at some point. He would keep all this stuff together, and if he ever had a chance to meet somebody, he'd get a lot of it signed or etc. But there's 5 empty picture sleeves, and then sheet music to Bye Bye Love, and then a songbook, and then just an empty jacket. So an empty jacket, 2 songbooks, and then some empty sleeves. The Everly Brothers lot, a $7 start. $7 start on that with some empty picture sleeves and sheet music. Everly Brothers. And now let's go ahead and put up another auction over here. And this is a lot of, I got another sealed record somewhere. Hold on a second. Oh, I got, we got a Japanese pressing here of Born in the USA. Yeah, I do have a Japanese pressing here of Born in the USA, Bruce Springsteen. This is near mint minus and pristine with shrink and obi, and Bruce is going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start. Nice hip pocket records. Thank you, John. These are always cool. Look at these. Van Morrison, The Rascals, Neil Diamond, Aretha. I've never seen the Sonny and Cher. There's Sam the Sham, Fallen Angels. Very cool. Those will be going up for auction very soon. I got some children's records over here too. Every record in this bin is going to be buy it now or best offer. We have Olay ELO. This is VG condition. $9.99. So everything in here is buy it now or best offer. ELO is $9.99. We have The Beatles 20 Greatest Hits. VG Plus, this is $17.99. The Beatles 20 Greatest Hits. There is some cover damage. $17.99. So everything in here can be bought, or you can go ahead and make an offer. It doesn't matter to me. BB King LA Midnight, not bad whatsoever. EX, $22.99. And The Doors LA Woman. Now this is not OG, but it's not a new copy either. It's more of a later 70s press. VG, just $14.99 for The Doors. Let's go ahead and put another single up. The next single I have is DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince. Brand New Funk. Girls Ain't Nothing But Trouble. DJ Jazzy and Fresh Prince. Girls Ain't Nothing But Trouble. And these are going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start on DJ Jazzy Jeff. Over here we have Everly Brothers lot is at $10. Bruce Springsteen's a $25 start. As of right now, it doesn't have a bid. Toby McGowan, make sure you do put a numerical next to your bid. Miles Davis is a buy it now to Gabe for just $15. And now the Beatles is at 12 of Karen. We're going to go ahead and sell that to Karen Robbins for $12. The Doors is going to be sold to Charlie Marks for $10. And that's how this crate works. It's buy it now or best offer. So you can still make an offer on ELO, and you can still make an offer on BB King. I was going to wave goodbye to John, but it looks like he's forgot something. And then we have Pure Prairie League firing up. Pure Prairie League is in VG Plus condition, $9.99. And People, I Love You. People is VG Plus $29.99. And we also have Danny O'Keefe, and this is VG Plus $14.99. Wow, another lineup. That does look funny, doesn't it? Y'all have good eyes there. Y'all have great eyes there on the Everly Brothers. There's that. Okay, so continuing this crate, the Ozark Mountain Daredevils, that's VG Plus $14.99. And 96 Tears, question mark in the Mysterians. Too Many Teardrops for One Heart. That's VG Plus $24.99. And then the Eagles' Greatest Hits is VG $14.99. Ooh, Which a Woman, as featured in Seinfeld. Desperado. That guy was obsessed with Desperado. Thank you, John. And then over here, so Toby has Bruce for $25, final call. Denise has the Everly Brothers at $13, so Chuck, you're back out. And Charlie says he's in on the Fresh Prince +1. Well, there's actually not a bid yet, so I'll say you have it for, I guess technically $8. So let me know if you want any higher than that. Now, Denise said out on the Everly Brothers, but Denise, I don't see another bid. I don't think anything's popped up yet. And then Dwayne wants to know the condition of People. This people is in VG Plus. There is some writing on the cover, so we'll immediately have to call it VG plus some wear and tear. So VG cover and VG Plus, that is $29.99. And then the Eagles is sold at Stuck 73 for 10. Mason, you're second. Now Chuck's Everly Brothers came in. I must have not seen that. And then we have the Almond Brothers, brothers and sisters. We have VG Plus $24.99. And then Prism Armageddon. Prism is VG Plus $9.99. And then the Moody Blues, the Seventh Sojourn, EX $12.99. Let me check on something right over here. Okay, so Dwayne passes on people, no problem. Let's go ahead and sell Toby McGowan, the Bruce, for $25. I'm going to say the Everly Brothers items, Chuck, for $15. I'm going to go ahead and pop those in a new sleeve. These were all from Fred's collection. I think I can put them all in one sleeve here to make their life a lot easier in the shipping department. Yeah, I'm going to put it all down in there like that. And thank you, Chuck and Denise, for bidding. There's that. There's that. And then also here is this. DJ, I guess Charlie has it for $7. It's a final call. Now we have Gone with the Wind soundtrack, VG Plus, $14.99. First time buyer, who do we have here? Mark Overton. Mark, welcome to CollectCo. Very easy. While I'm pulling the next auctions, I'll give you some updated instructions, because let me give you a record that a lot of people's about to bid on. This right here. So in the back, we got 4 auction slots, and you bid in the comments for the auctions. You don't have to be pre-registered. So we do $8 in limited shipping. That starts tonight, and I'll be here Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And at Saturday night, when I say good night, that'll be it for unlimited shipping. Now, you bid on these items, and these are straight priced, first come, first serve. Right now, we're in a crate that you can make an offer on if you don't want to pay the sticker price. I prefer if you pay sticker price, obviously, but you're welcome to make offers. And here's our next auction. Really cool. Cinderella, The Last Mile. Cinderella, beautiful in the picture sleeve. That's going to go up for a $7 start. 1988 original. But after you make a purchase, one or two things. You can go register right now so you're not hindered later, or you can wait till you make a purchase. But if you're on Facebook, we essentially just need your email address and mailing address. Email address, mailing address. You can send that in the form of a message to CollectCo, or you can fill out our first-time buyer form that the link is in the description of the video. So if you're on any other platform right now, that being Facebook, or YouTube, TikTok, or anywhere else. Also trying to figure out that I just closed out TikTok. There was way too much opened over here. I accidentally clicked the wrong thing. Let me see if we're still streaming over there. There was somehow the restream chat. My phone is mirrored to the screen. There's a lot going on. I'm making sure I'm still streaming over here. But yeah, welcome, and make sure you fill out those forms is what I'm trying to say. I think I just accidentally closed out of TikTok, which is okay, but I wish I hadn't have. Now it says we're live. I just don't know how to see it anymore. I think. Hold on one second. Oh man, Jake, we gotta figure out how all this like auto-generated stuff doesn't pop up every time. Pretty annoying, honestly. Jake says, all right. Yeah, Jake, I just closed out a TikTok. Oh, I guess I know what I can do. We wasn't using that to stream it though. We were just using that to view it. We were just using that to view it, wasn't we? Yeah. Okay, I got it pulled back up. Thank you, Jake. Yeah, I closed out of TikTok accidentally. I pulled up Restream and had the chat on the monitor, which was annoying because it was messing with me, but I'm good to go now. Okay, so sorry, and welcome anybody. We should have a lot of new people on. We already have 287 people watching, so it's only 14:15. The word's got out about these new collections. The word has got out about the new collections. Charlie Marks, you get DJ Jazzy and the Fresh Prince for $8. That's so do you. Chad, you have the Elvis 31 #1 hits. I think we sold the last copy, but if you give me a second, I'll check, John Smetzer. And then I introduced Cinderella. We introduced Cinderella for 7, 10, 10, 8, 7, 10, 9, 7, 10, 12, 13, 11, 15, 15, 20, 20, out, out, out. $20 is the bid on Cinderella with Bob McKinney. We're in a buy it now best offer bin. Also, we have Jackson Brown Holdout, VG Plus $9.99. Rod Stewart Footloose and Fancy Free. Rod Stewart is VG Plus condition, $14.99 with the book. And then Stevie Wonder Intervisions. Stevie Wonder is VG Plus $14.99. Stevie Wonder is VG Plus $14.99. Let me move this over here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and we also have Black Oak, Arkansas, Ranch and Roll Live. That's VG condition $9.99. These are buy it now or best offer titles. And then Black Oak, Arkansas, Street Party, VG Plus $14.99. Fred in on the Cinderella there at 21. So that's a new bid. Let's go ahead and introduce another new auction. And I have 3 novelty records here. I have 3 golf-related records. I think they had set these aside for me, but I actually already have these. This one's really cool. Easy Golf with your pro, Arnold Palmer. A sealed original 1958 Arnold Palmer record. It is an instructional record with the book, and it's never been opened from 1958. And then we have a golf humor album, Golfomania, an album of hilarious 19th hole golf humor. And then On the Ball, Goofy Golf Gags by Ronnie Profit. So 3 sealed golf-related records, and the one on top is killer. A 1958 Arnold Palmer golf instructional record sealed with the book. 3 golf records. That's going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start out there. Now, we have Cinderella at 21, now 22. Melanie Jennings wants the Rod Stewart. And make sure that goes in for $14.99, please. And then Guy Shard wants Jackson Brown. That's so to Guy Shard. Welcome. I see we have a lot of new people, and I see we have all of our hardcore Stone Cold regulars on. Welcome, everybody. A new week has began. A fresh invoice. Everybody's like, whew, a fresh invoice. I can start over. We have Share, VG Plus $14.99. I think near the end of the week, everybody's like, I have no idea what I've bought. I hope I don't get an email saying I owe Chad $10,000. Spirit, a 12 Dreams of Dr. Sardonicus, VG Plus $14.99. And James Taylor is EX $12.99. Golf was a $10 start. We already have a bid for $12. And now the Cinderella's at $25. And now we're going to put up another Japanese pressing. One of the last things last week from the Hatchet Ed crate that did not get resold, so I'm going to slash the price. It's a beautiful Japanese pressing of Paul McCartney's Tug of War, just a $15 start. Just a $15 start on that. All right, and then we had Golf at 12, Cinderella 25, and then JH on Stevie Wonder for 12. Now, I was told by the I can't do that on Stevie Wonder. Stevie Wonder would be $20 if you wanted JH. Also, I was told by the logistics team that a few of these abbreviations didn't register, or your handle was to the ambiguity of the handle. We're still waiting to, I think, hear back from a couple. Let me see if I can get a hold of Tanner and see if we still need that information. But there's a couple new buyers that was under just like initials. And I'm not for sure. I'm sure y'all registered, but maybe your handle, just because it was initials, was too unclear what your actual name was. It didn't match, maybe. But I had a memo. Okay, I had a memo from the logistics team, and they said some of these initials are getting kind of confusing. Golf 13, Golf 17, and we have Elvis for everyone. Elvis Presley is VG Plus $14.99. I mean, as our customer base grows, I guess I can only have so many Robert W's and so many JK's, JH's, JB's, JLs. I think we got a JB, a JK, a JL, a JH, and a JA all over on YouTube. So Stevie was VG Plus $24.99. Stevie was VG Plus $24.99. That was the sticker price on Stevie Wonder. Also, we have Pro Call Harem Broken Barricades, VG Plus $14.99. Pro Call Harem Broken Barricades, and Pure Prairie League, If the Shoe Fits. That's VG Plus $9.99. So let's do a quick update. I've been putting out some credible picture sleeves tonight. Here is the next one, Cinderella. Fred Cardinale has that at $25. The golf lot got a bid for $15. Bob went out. So Cinderella's a final call for $25. Golf is at $17 with Charlie Marks. And then golf's at $18, golf's at $20. And now we have Paul McCartney, a final call, a Japanese pressing for $15. We are going through a buy it now best offer bin. Here is Botman Turner Overdrive, VG Plus $9.99. And we have the very best of Poco, VG Plus $9.99. So Fred has Cinderella for $25. That's going once, going twice. Let's try 3 from the hardcore basket. Not going to pause there. Let's go ahead, and we have 3 more here to put up. And those are ICU, Intensive Care Unit, Play Dead. And then we have this B-side here, or this artist here is maybe Justice. And then American Dream, I Attack. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. Golf is at $25, and Poco is at $8 of Jeff Coleman. Poco's at $8 of Jeff Coleman. So thank you, Jeff. That's so due. Wet Willie Dixie Rock, VG Plus $14.99. What songs are on BTO? This is VG Plus $9.99. Hold Back the Water, Give Me Your Money Please, Blue Collar, Litter Gandy Dancer, Stayed Away All Night, Down and Out, Don't You Get Yourself in Trouble, and Thank You for the Feeling. VG Plus $9.99. Now Paul McCartney has a bid for $16. Now the golf lot's at $28. These 3 singles at $10, and Fred Cardinale, you get Cinderella for $25. Thank you. We have Traffic When the Eagle Flies. That's VG $9.99. Now here's a cool record. John just handed me these before they're left. They're really, truly a novelty, but a really cool item here. This is Van Morrison's Brown Eyed Girl. It's called a hip pocket record. And I keep one right here next to me to show you in case they're sealed. Here's what they look like. They're a little flexi disc that looks like this. And this is actually sealed. It's Van Morrison's. You can put this on your turntable. It will play at a 45 RPM. Brown Eyed Girl and Midnight Special. Van Morrison is going to go up for a $10 start. Very cool hip pocket record there. Van Morrison's a $10 start. Really cool item. Little flexi disc there. All right, let's go back up the top. And Fred wants to see ICU, please. This is ICU, Intensive Care Unit, Play Dead, and Ludacris. JH is saying the first time I showed Stevie Wonder, I said $15. I'm pretty sure I said VG Plus $24.99, which is what the sticker says on the back. But if you want it, I'll actually, what did I tell you, 20? I'll do it for $18. It's nice and shrink wrap. It's marked VG Plus $24.99. I may have misspoke, but it's stickered $24.99. Paul McCartney has final call for $16. The golf lot's at $35, and that's with Charlie Marks. And these 3 singles just has 1 bid for $10, and that's a final call to Joe Delgado. Spiral Staircase, More Today Than Yesterday. That's a classic from the 60s there. More Today Than Yesterday. It's on the original label. That is VG condition, $9.99. And another Rod Stewart, Never a Dull Moment, VG $12.99. Thanks everybody for tuning in early tonight. It seems early to me. Make sure you've hit the like button. I'm starting to wake up. Always keep in mind when I'm starting these shows, it's still kind of morning hours for me. So it takes me about the first hour to get my brain working, and pretty much woke up. So I'm always over here drinking the caffeine. If you're relatively new, I basically work at nights, and it's hard for me to sleep during the day. It's just weird, even though I've been doing it for a long time. The sun's out. And so when I show up, it's just like, okay, gotta get woke up. Area code 615, EX $24.99. JH said he will take the Stevie Wonder for $18. That is so to JH for $18. Sorry if I misspoke there. I promise I'm never trying to do a switcheroo on anybody. That's impossible. all eyes are on me, but if I do misquote a price, I'll correct it the second time. And if I do misquote something, I'll try to work out something with you. We have Exposade. How about Exposed 2? VG for $12.99. And Steve Miller Band, Fly Like an Eagle. There is a name strip on the top. VG, $9.99. All right, Joe Delgado, you get those 3 singles for $10. The last bid that came in on Van Morrison was Stacy Metternich at $25. Welcome, Stacy. Thank you as always. Stacy loves little novelty stuff like that. Her house is full of Coletco merchandise. Thank you, Stacy. Longtime customer. Stacy has one of the most incredible streaks ever. I always fail to mention this. She's had an invoice from Coletco every week for what? Probably 300 weeks straight. She's been buying for 3 or 4 years, 52 weeks in a year, and she's had an invoice every week with Coletco. Absolutely incredible. Thank you, Stacy. And then Amanda Davis on Steve Miller. And some of y'all are also building incredible streaks. Some of y'all are building, some of y'all have been on here now buying for week after week as well, especially if you pre-order stuff and have waiting list. It is amazing, some of y'all's buying streaks. Trust me, I keep up with them. If somebody doesn't watch in a week, I'm like, what the heck happened to so-and-so? Where's so-and-so at? Brett Thies gets Exposed 2. Thank you. Extreme Mid-South 80 wants the Men at Work. I have not got to that yet. I know it's been flashed, but I hadn't shown it yet. So to hold the horses there for a second. First is area code 615. And that is sold to Rick Haney. Thank you, Rick. That's sold to you. EX24.99. And then Robin Glenn on Steve for 7. Have I shown Steve? Steve Miller. Amanda already bought that. The golf lot. Charlie Marks went out. These 3 golf records are a final call to John Durden. So one is like a golf instructional record, 1958, Arnold Palmer, sealed with the book. And then you got 2 kind of humorous golf. You got a Ronnie Profit, Golf Gags and Gaggles, and a Golfomania. And those are a final call for 36. Unbelievably, Paul McCartney just one bid 16, Michael Peveler. Michael Peveler, thank you. That's sold to you for $16. That is sold. Sold. Never done a well check on you. Usually you're here every week, Sean. I know some of y'all, it's like, I know some people, they'll watch for about 3 weeks straight, and then I'll miss them for about a week. But then when you're back, it's when some of y'all go off the radar for a long time. I'm like, wait a minute, where is Sean Fairweather? Do I need to send him a Led Zeppelin record and perk his spirits up? Do I need to perk his spirits up with a Led Zeppelin record? And then Stacy got Van Morrison for $25. Let's do another one. This is the Young Rascals, A Girl Like You. That's a great song. And I've Been Lonely Too Long. Wow, that's 2 of their best. I've Been Lonely Too Long. This one's also sealed. The Young Rascals, Hip Pocket record, a $10 start. $10 start up that. Most of the metal stuff will be sold on Thursday night. That will be a major event. Thursday is reserved for metal. Thursday metal is Thursday night. All right, here's another sealed original record. Sister Christian. And this is Night Ranger, Midnight Madness with hype sticker. And this is an original sealed copy. It does have a saw mark up here, but how cool. Never been opened with the Sister Christian hype sticker. That is a $15 start. All right, the 3 golf records are sold to John Darden for $36. Now, I encourage everybody to watch because you never know what kind of slip-ins I'm going to do. Like I've had a few, quote, metal singles tonight. Like, well, you've already seen some of, and then I found this. Mushroom Head. Mushroom Head is a picture disc, and this is Mushroom Head 1200 and Save Us. That's going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start. Amanda's in on Sister Christian at 15, and now 17 and now 20, and the Young Rascals is a $10 start. Next thing we have is Robin Kenyatta, Until, a 1968 Avant-Garde EX 2999. And we have B.B. King, To Know You Is to Love You, VG Plus $14.99. Mushroom Head is a $7 start. And Nancy Sinatra and Lee Hazelwood. That's VG for $12.99. And we also have Isaac Hayes, Hot Buttered Soul, VG Plus $17.99. And yes, there are quite a bit of incredible auctions tonight. I'm going to get the crate a little bit closer to me. Shout out to Paul, John, and Laura. If you're relatively new here, we got about 3 people. We do have 3 people, not about, that's a precise number, that helps me price all this stuff every single night. So if you're seeing something in a bin that's been priced or an auction, all that research, cleaning, sleeving has either been done by Paul, John, or Laura. Occasionally, Seth will drop off a few auctions. He takes stuff home and works on some stuff, I think, in his time with, I think here lately with his kid, because little Bo is still in the intensive care unit, or whatever the baby version that's called, the NICU. So Seth's had he's been stuck at the hospital some, and then when he goes home, he's been working on some auctions. So he delivered a whole nother crate of auctions over here. So yeah, that's where the Miles Davis came from. And I have some other stuff like that. And one of the first auctions I'm going to pull over here is this. And then if I do rarely have time, I'll work on a few auctions as well. But I rarely have time to price stuff. So shout out to them. And then our shipping and logistics team have had their hands full. All the miscellaneous stuff we've been selling, we probably sold, what, 1,000 CDs this week. They're going to be shipping those this week. All the stuff from that Sunday sale. That's Jack, Jill, Steve, Ed, Caden, everybody else. They've really had their handfuls. So we have Talking Heads, more songs about buildings and food, and original 78 US Jacksonville. This is OG Talking Heads, original on her sleeve, EX edition, and that is a $25 start. $25 start there. $25 start on Talking Heads. All right. Now, there's a lot that's went on. Guy Shard says, Chad, you missed my request. I probably did. I'm still getting in the groove of everything. And Guy Shard says, I missed something. Rod Stewart, oh, I see what's happening, Guy. For some reason, you're putting at Coletco, and I'm missing your request. I don't know if you're typing that out or if it's doing it automatically. But for some reason, I'm missing your claims because they're saying at Coletco. So, Guy Shard, you get Rod Stewart. If that's the one you wanted, thank you. And now, let's see where I left off. So, Night Ranger got bids for $15. If I stay awake for a while, will you be up a Pearl Jam record? If I stay awake, oh, I thought you said stay awake. Maybe. I noticed, Paul, you're always on here, though. Paul Bill's always on here. Night Ranger 15, Night Ranger 17, Night Ranger 20, Night Ranger 20, Night Ranger 15, Night Ranger 19, Mushroom Head 877, and then Young Rascals 10, Mushroom Head 10, Mushroom Head 20, Sean Fairweather on BB King for $9.99. Sell that to Sean Fairweather for $9.99. Young Rascals, another $10 bid. Sister Christian, $25. Nancy Sinatra sold to ST. And then Guy, got your request. JH on Isaac Hayes for $12. Let's sell that to JH for $12. And then West Montgomery auction on deck. Mushroom Head 25. Night Ranger 20. Rod's already sold unless there's another one in here. And then Night Ranger 23. And then Night Ranger 24, and then we're good to go. Okay, so a lot to update. Let me go ahead and show a few more records. Ringo by Ringo Starr, VG $19.99. Elton John, Too Low for Zero, I'm Still Standing, VG Plus $14.99. And hey, we just sold a sealed copy. Here is another, the Worldwide Gold Hits of Elvis, Mono, VG Plus $19.99. So quick update. First of our oldest auction, which I believe is the Young Rascals. And Chuck Haley, I believe you're tied with Stacy. Stacy opened this at 10 and you tied her. So this sealed Young Rascals Ford Philco Hip Pocket record sealed. It is sealed and it's at $10. And that is with Stacy Metternich. Now, the Mushroom Head just got a bid for $30, which is $1,200 and save us. And that is just got a bid for $30. It looks like the sealed Night Ranger also just hit $30. And the Talking Heads does not have a bid. Almost said it does not have a song. What if I said it does not have a bad song on here? This has got the original on her sleeve. Talking Heads is OG. It's not bad whatsoever. EX or better. And it is available for a starting bid of $25. One more time, an original 78 Jacksonville. An original 78 Jacksonville. That is available and it's up for bid. All right, so there's that. And Chuck's in on the Young Rascals at 12. So, I have Elvis, MG Sanchez, it's yours, but if you want it, it will be sticker price, because coming right after you is Amanda at sticker price. And then Night Ranger 30, Night Ranger 32. Elvis has another offer for 15, and now the Young Rascals 12. Waylon Jennings, old Waylon. Waylon's VG Plus $17.99. We have Pink Floyd, the final cut. An OG copy of Pink Floyd, VG Plus $29.99. Too Low for 0. Andy Wade is still standing. He gets that for $10. Talking Heads does have a bid for $25. Mushroom Heads at $30. And that's with Michael Wood. Also, we have Rod Stewart again. Blondes Have More Fun. It has a Columbia House sticker on the back. Somebody probably got that for a penny and never did, or was supposed to pay a penny for that and never did. Also, we have Queen, the game. EX condition $29.99, and then Dire Straits Sultans of Swing VG Plus $24.99. Sultans of Swing, you get a shiver in the dark. It's raining in the park, but meantime, run dun dun dun. And then we have Sean on Pink Floyd for $24.99. You got it. Now the Young Rascals is at 14. There hadn't been another bid on Mushroom Head. Hammers up. Final call. Night Rangers at 35, now 36. And there's Men at Work, VG Plus, $17.99. Now, somebody's already asked for that. However, you got to wait till it's shown, okay? Hopefully, you're first. I'm pulling for you because I think you're a first-time buyer. Now, MG Sanchez, let me know if you want this for sticker. And just so you know, so if I show a buy it now best offer and you make an offer, but then somebody after you has bid higher, essentially, or offered higher, then it goes back to you, but you got to pay the higher price because it's basically money on the table. It's like it's turned into a little mini auction all of a sudden, not surpassing, of course, the original sticker price. So MG, that's yours if you want it. If not, then it's going to go obviously to Amanda Davis. Now, Night Ranger 36 was so final cut. Chuck's out on the Young Rascals. So, Stacy, that's a final call to you for 14. And then Mushroom got a new bid for 40. Wow, Mushroom did get a new bid for 40. We're not done. The hammer was up, and now it's back down. And it didn't slap the gavel, or it didn't slap the whatever. It's now back up for bid. And then we have Guy Shard does get the Rod Stewart. Thank you on that. And then we have, I believe, a new buyer with a Men at Work. And he, fortunately, was first again. Extreme Mid-South 80. Now, thank you. If you're a first-time buyer, just say, yes, first-time buyer. And then we need to get you registered. And then here's the Elvis. This is sold to MG Sanchez. Thank you on that. And now Mushroom Heads at $40. Talking Heads is moving to a final call. It did not have a bid. Michael McCullen threw 25 out there, which was the starting bid. And now guess what? That is a final call. As soon as Chad drinks some purple juice. All right. Amazing. What a great warm-up crate for Buy It Now Best Offer. I feel like there's some stuff left behind. Who had the other bid at Mushroom Head for the longest? It was 30 with the hammer up, James Cauldron. And then James is back in at 40. And that's after he got outbid. So now it's a final call to James again. $40. James, who outbid you? Are you sure you got outbid, James? Let me make sure you got outbid. I don't want to take a ghost bid or you bid against yourself. 30. Did something pop up that didn't hit restream? Because there's no other Mushroom Head bid between your 30 and your 40. So I don't want to bump that $10 if no one bid against you. Let's read through these one more time quickly. Olay ELO, Evil Woman, Strange Magic, Showdown, VG $9.99. We have BB King, LA Midnight, EX Edition $22.99. Pure Prairie League Firing Up, that's VG Plus $9.99. Danny O'Keefe, VG Plus $14.99. And the Ozark Mountain Daredevils is VG Plus $14.99. Stacy, you do get the Young Rascals Hip Pocket Record. That's sold to you for $14. How about we run another one? And here's another sealed one that's never been opened before. And that is Solitary Man by Neil Diamond and You Got Me. Really cool one here. Very great condition too. Never been open. Sealed flexi disc, Hip Pocket Records. Neil Diamond's a $10 start. $10 start on that. James Collins, you said someone else bid. I did. I don't think they did. Mushroom 40. I'll give it one more chance because you had it for 30, then you bid 40. So I'm not for sure. Mike, you're first on ELO, but let me know if you want it for 8 because Karen offered 8. And then we have 96 tiers, VG $24.99. Also, we have People, that's VG plus $29.99. And then the Almond Brothers, just $24.99. Now, are we done on Night Ranger? This has been at war for quite some time. It is a final call to Michael Wood for $36. We're about to sell that. Neil Diamond already has bids for 10, 10, and 15. ELO's pending for 8 to Mike Bartlett. Prism is VG plus $9.99. And then the Moody Blues is EX $12.99. Mike said he will take ELO for 8. So, James, I'm going to go ahead and sell this to you for 30. I think if I did say somebody bid, they didn't, and no one's willing to spick up again. So instead of 40, I think you bid against yourself. I'm going to sell that to you for 30. I may have said something I didn't mean to. And then somebody did ask what the Talking Heads was. It is an original 78 US Jacksonville with the original under sleeve. We started it at 25. It has one bid for 25. Michael McCullen has it for 25, and he's about to get it. And now the Neil Diamond's at 15. And now we have Gone with the Wind soundtrack, VG plus $14.99. Black Oak, Arkansas was VG $9.99. Black Oak, Arkansas was VG plus $14.99. And Cher's Golden Greats was VG plus $14.99. Here is another single, Fastway. I think Fastway is supposed to go in an album, maybe. I think it goes in that Fastway album. Why is Seth here? My mood just suddenly changed. I heard Seth's voice, and then I'm just all of a sudden in a really bad mood all of a sudden. Fastway's a 7-inch promo. Demonstration not for sale. Far, far from home. Fastway's a $7 start. Talking Heads does have a bid for 26. And then we have Neil Diamond out, and then Michael Peveler on BOA. Okay, then Michael Peveler right after you. Brian wanted to get both for 20. So they are VG plus $14.99 and VG $9.99. Michael, do you want both? If not, Brian's interested in the pair. Now Talking Heads 30, and now we have another offer and another offer on Black Oak, Arkansas. Wow. Spirit is VG plus $14.99. And James Taylor, that's EX $12.99. And Elvis for everyone, VG plus $14.99. Pro Call Harem, VG plus $14.99. And Pure Prairie League, VG plus $9.99. All right, so that Neil Diamond Hip Pocket record is sold to Michael Ruttman for $15. Here's one I don't think I've ever had before. RESPCT. Find out what it means to me. And now Paul's going to come over here and sing the rest. I've never seen the Aretha Franklin one. Hip Pocket record sealed on the flexi disc. That's going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start on that. Can I smell the Rod Stewart? Michael Peveler said he does want both, so he does take both at sticker price. Those are sold to Michael Peveler, that is. Now Fastway has got bids for 7 and 7. Great sale coming up tonight. Lots of cool stuff, as y'all can see. Lots of surprises. Michael McCullen gets out at 30. Seth is leaving with a King Diamond mask, a box of sleeves, and a gallon of sweet tea. He's taking a bunch of the metal stuff home to research for Thursday night sale. I hope that some of it just suddenly doesn't come up missing. You got to watch that dude, man. I can't believe they allow him to run a pharmacy. How he ever got a pharmaceutical license, that will be beyond me. All right, here's our next auction. Duran Duran MoFi. Wow. Never seen this MoFi before. Take a look at this. Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab. 7 in the Ragged Tiger. Duran Duran is a 1983 MoFi. Some of these have sold for as much as $322. I've been selling records for a long time. I didn't know MoFi even did Duran Duran 7 in the Ragged Tiger. I've never even seen this before. Duran Duran 7 in the Ragged Tiger, $125 start. Aretha has bids for 7, Fastway 8, and now we got Talking Heads sold for $30, and this time to Michael McCullen. Thank you, Michael McCullen. So one of our first big auctions of the night, Duran Duran is a $125. Amanda might have misheard me. A $125 start. A $125 start. A 1983 Mo5 VG Plus, $125 start. 125. That's a pricier one there. There's Aretha and there's Fastway. Let's finish up this crate. We've done 2 thorough read-throughs. Wet Willie's VG Plus $14.99. BTO's VG Plus $9.99. Traffic was VG $9.99. The Spiral Staircase VG $9.99. James Taylor was VG Plus $9.99. And Robin Kenyatta Until, that was EX $29.99. And Ringo Starr is VG $19.99. Last few was Waylon Jennings VG Plus $17.99. Queen was EX $29.99, and then Dire Straits VG Plus $24.99. Amy is not on Pure Prairie League. So final call on the sealed Aretha Franklin Hip Pocket record. Just one bid with Amanda Davis for 7. Fastway's at 10. And Duran Duran's $125 start. Let's see what else I have over here. I'm going to sell 2 somewhat country records together in one lot. I've got Lee Greenwood's Greatest Hits with God Bless the USA, and I got Alabama, The Closer You Get, with Dixieland Delight. 2 records here, Lee Greenwood and Alabama, and these are going to go up for a $10 start. The Closer You Get, Alabama, and Lee Greenwood's Greatest Hits, which is a sealed original that's never been opened, okay? And then Pass and Traffic at 7 with Joe Delgado. It's time for a new arrivals bin. How about we go ahead and get started with this lore crate right over here? Wow. Early with a lore crate, but I told y'all probably after we went through this discount bin. A weird night. There was no flip video posted, vintage or new. And then there's no mail deliveries on Memorial Day. And speaking of Memorial Day, let's not forget those who gave the ultimate sacrifice. That's why we have Memorial Day. I said it when I went live. I'll repeat it again. Without them, we would not be here in the freedom of Collectco in America, freely selling records tonight. Thank you for those. And for those still serving and all the veterans that's watching. If you're a veteran, I'd like you to share when you served and what branch of the military. That's always really cool to see. If you don't mind, very cool. Or if you know somebody, shout out to a family member, might have a son serving, a son that served, a father who perhaps gave the ultimate sacrifice, whichever it may be. I love to see all the active and retired that's always watching the sales. Major respect here. Major. Big respect. Okay, let's bring this crate over. All righty. There's that, and there's that. Wow, what a lore crate sticker. Take a look at this. Yes, our very own Paul. Very own Paul, for sure. I had a cousin that was in a submarine, which I always thought was wild, a submarine. Wow. That'd be crazy. Underwater. All right. Here we are, folks. One of the most, probably one of the most solemn things I ever went to was Arlington National Cemetery. Big JFK guy, so I had to go to the Eternal Flame. And then me and Seth went to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Goosebumps. Oh man, what a just insane. If you've never experienced the changing of the guard at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. I said, we got to go find the Eternal Flame. I said, I want to see JFK's burial site. And I was like, then we got to time it where we can go up there and watch one of the changing of the guards. Wow. All right. So, up here at the top, we have the following. We left off of a question about Pure Prairie League, and then Fastway got a bid for 10, and then Howie Hisner offered $20 for Dire Straits. Howie, I hadn't forgot about you. I'm working my way back down now. So Howie Hisner on Dire Straits for 20, Thank you. And then we had Joe Delgado on traffic for 7. I took care of that. And then Fastway 11. And then Country at 10 with Amanda Davis. Also, we have Alabama. Just walked 27 holes of golf. Gosh, I bet you're exhausted. Alabama 10. And then Alabama 12. And then Fastway 12. And then we have the United States Marine Corps, the Air Force, Navy, Air Force, Army, Navy, the Air Force. We have Navy and the Army. Alabama out and Lee Greenwood out. United States Navy, United States Naval Reserve. And then we have Army in the late 80s. United States Air Force, 69 to 73. And we have Country Lot at 13, Country Lot at 14. Awesome. All right, so our first bite now, it's a big one. Probably someone's going to hop on later and say did the Duran Duran sell? And it's either going to sell right now for $125, a MoFi Duran Duran, $125, or someone's going to buy it later. This is a buy it now for $125. It's a 1983 MoFi, conservatively graded VG+. The median on this is 150, just kind of give you an idea what they sell for. Amanda Davis was the only bidder on the Aretha Franklin for 7. And that sold to her. And now the Fastway single, which is a promotional that goes inside of their self-titled album, I'm pretty sure. And the last bid on this was Michael Ruttman at $12. And then we're selling 2 kind of country albums together here. Lee Greenwood in Alabama, and John Griffin has both of those for $15. And then there's Fastway, and it's a final call. Let's go ahead and get another auction up and rolling. I now have everything kind of condensed over here where I can get to it all. And we're about to go through a lower crate, and I think y'all know how that works. First come, first serve. I'll give you more details in just a second. But here's a sealed Neil Young. Now, the shrink is completely busted over here on the spine, but we believe it's never been opened. It's a sealed OG Neil Young comes to time. It just experienced some wear and tear, and unfortunately, the shrink got busted. Right there? Okay. Thank you, Paul. This is a $10 start on Neil Young. Thank you, Paul, for all kinds of stuff. Neil Young's a $10 start. So I have to say it's sealed, but it's pretty busted open. And I don't think, I mean, technically it could be taken out of the shrink and put right back on. So if you do open it and there's something wrong, let me know. But I think it's never been opened, okay? There we have it. So there's the lower crate sticker. I'm going to show 5 records in succession. First person to get the first record gets the lower crate sticker. Rules are simple. Ryan Adams, live at Carnegie Hall, a sealed box set, 2015, $119.99, $120. Starting off big. White Stripes Greatest Hits, sealed, just $29.99, 7 Nation Army. We have First Impressions of Earth, The Strokes, sealed, 2000, Killer Indie, 2000's Killer Indie is the note from Laura, $29.99 on The Strokes. Also, we have Dave Matthews Band, Before These Crowded Streets. Dave Matthews Band is $34.99. And 21 Pilots, Trench. 21 Pilots, $24.99. All right, so let's go ahead and put up new auctions. Amanda Davis, do you want back in on the 2 country records? John Griffin has Lee Greenwood and Alabama at 15. Let me know if you want back in. The Fastway promo is officially sold. Fastway, let me find that. It's a Michael Ruttman bid for $12. Thank you, Michael Ruttman, $12 on that. Now, before I tag the first lower record, I'm going to put up actually the first Hip Pocket record that's actually opened. And it's Sonny and Cher, I Got You, Babe, and the beat goes on. And once again, that's what these look like. They are a playable little flexi disc. This is the first one we've had that's actually opened. So you kind of have to rip them open at the bottom, by the way. They could have done a little bit better job with this one, but somebody just wanted to open it up and listen to it. They didn't think 50 years later it would be a collectible worth, what did these originally cost, 69 cents? So Sonny and Cher, I haven't had that one either before. $7 start on that. Now the first claim in here was Brandy Klein on the White Stripes. Brandy Klein on the White Stripes. Then Brian Call. A close second. You get the lower crate sticker the now iconic, highly desirable, extremely valuable. That's sold to Brandy Klein. Brian was second. Dr. Zebo third. Toby McGowan fourth. Now, Toby, everything in here is sticker price, by the way. For anybody, everything in here is sticker price. Amanda Davis is first on 21 Pilots. Melanie Jennings, 6 on White Stripe. Ryan Mustaine on Dave Matthews Band. MG Sanchez next on 21 Pilots. Amanda back in on the country lot at 17. John Griffin's out, and Son and Cher 7 and 7. So Neil Young, the sealed, what I think is sealed. Bill Stewart has it for 12, final call. The country lot is now at 17, and Son and Cher has 2 $7 bids. Let's show 2 more records, and I'm going to put up another single. Imagine Dragons, Evolve. Imagine Dragons is $22.99, and the Brian Jonestown Massacre, Space Girl, and other favorites, that is on green vinyl. Not sealed. I almost said sealed. It's on green vinyl for $24.99. Okay, now let's go over here. Boom, 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 do, 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 do. And somebody's requested Wes Montgomery. I still got some killer singles to put up early tonight here, like this one. Great White, Rock Me. Great White, Rock Me. Very nice in the picture sleeve. Great White's a $7 start. So I asked, we've kind of been cleaning the last 24 hours. Paul cleaned up around his area, and I cleaned up over here behind me, and we've unearthed some pretty cool stuff, as you can see. And then I went over there, and there's a rack between Laura and Paul. And Laura and Paul, I kind of went through that rack. I'm going to try to get more off of it, because I think everything that's been sitting on that rack has been sitting there for like months. And on the very bottom, I found a stack of really good 45s. And I think Laura will probably later tonight, if I go through more stuff on that rack, there's probably more great 45s on there. So I've been trying to help them clean up that corner of the store. Every little corner of this store has great, like, little stashes of stuff. You know, you can open one platter pack and it can be full of just great records. So it's pretty amazing. Or you can pick up a box and underneath that was another stack. So all kinds of stuff. All kinds of stuff. Country Lot has a new bid for 20. Son and Cher 8. Kelly Vlodarchek first on Imagine Dragons. Amanda Davis was second. Ivan R. on Brian Jonestown Massacre. Scott Oman second on Imagine Dragons. JK next on Jonestown Massacre. Craig Thomas next on Jonestown Massacre. Son and Cher is at 10 with Chuck Haley. The last bid was Joe at 8. Fred next on Imagine Dragons. Great White 7, 8, 7. Son and Cher 11. Son and Cher 12. Great White 11. Great White 15. I Am the Blues, Willie Dixon. That is $34.99. That is a music on vinyl press. It's the numbered. Is this one numbered? Yeah, it's a numbered music on vinyl press. I remember when those came out. Willie Dixon, $34.99. And we have Seal, 30th anniversary, and has Kiss from a Rose on it. Thank you for the note, Laura. Kiss from a Rose here is on sealed, $29.99. Every once in a while, I'll go raid different corners of the store. John's got stuff in the very back corner, and it's just where we keep pushing stuff back, or we got these shelves, and these shelves are everywhere, and we'll clean them off, and I'm like, wow, look at all this stuff. So that's how some of this great stuff unearths. It's just all kinds of just crazy stuff buried every once in a while. Neil Young is sold for $12. It's like a treasure hunt. Steve that works here calls it the Willy Wonka of records. $12. I guess I'm Willy Wonka. Donna Turner on Seal. Thank you on that. And now Great White. So Mark, our new buyer, Mark, make sure you're bidding. This is an auction. So if you want to bid, make sure you put in the bid in the comments, okay? Moving right along. Nico, as in Velvet Underground and Nico, a Record Store Day exclusive. That is sealed for $24.99. And Tom Petty, this is his self-titled album. It's a new reissue, lightly used, nice for $27.99. And we have the Flaming Lips Concert for Peace. That's a 2017, $22.99. So the last bid on the Son and Cher was with Stacy Metternich at $12. The Great White is now at $20. The Great White is now at $20, and these two country albums are sold together, and that was for $20. and that was the Brad Waits on Lee Greenwood and The Closer You Get. Make sure those go in together. All right, and then let's see what we got here. Black Rebel Motorcycle Club, Gary Moore, Iggy Pop, Concrete Blonde, Scott Weiland, Space Hog, Concrete Blonde, Tears for Fears. We have Blind Melon, Fiona Apple, Madonna, Aerosmith, Battlestar Galactica, Tesla. Who was this? The Boy Who Cried Wolf, maybe? Or is that the name of the album? Who is this? Highly Suspect. Not familiar with that one. Dinosaur Jr., The Who, Mo-Fi Grateful Dead, Sun Ra, Mo-Fi Pat Benatar, Yellow Magic, Andrew Hill, Cyndi Lauper, Bruce Half-Speed Master, Nina Simone, The Land Before Time, Pink Floyd, Beatles Mo-Fi, Marcy Playground, Belly King, Tesla, Conan, Rush, Beatles Mo-Fi, Marvin Gaye, Graham Parsons, Bruce Springsteen, Montgomery Brothers, Montgomery Land, and then The Secrets of Kingdom, Talking Heads. So one of these Wes Montgomerys was requested. Let me figure out which one. I'm assuming Montgomery Land. So we have an original 1960 US Deep Groove Mono. Vinyl's a strong VG Plus. Cover has wear. Paul says this is very scarce. It's Wes Montgomery, Montgomery Land. With Monk Montgomery, Wes Montgomery, Buddy Montgomery, Harold Land, Pony Poindexter, Tony Baisley. This is on Pacific Jazz. It's a scarce jazz record, and there's no condition notes. Wow. Yeah, no condition notes on... No, excuse me. Yes, there is. Vinyl's, as I say, vinyl's a strong VG Plus. Vinyl's a strong VG Plus. Wes Montgomery, $35 start. Now, the last bid on Great White that came through, the last bid on Great White was George Jones at $22. George Jones at $22, and he still leads it. He still leads that at $22. I'm going to go ahead and put it back in its sleeve. Original single from the album Twice Shy or Once Bitten, whichever one. And then Sonny and Cher. A lot of bidding, and I've made sure I hadn't lost it. Stacy still has it for 12. Stacy's about to get it. Now, the next thing is Brian Call got Flaming Lips. Jeff Malwitz was second. Fred wants to know what Nico. Nico is called Live at Hacienda 1983. It's a sealed record store day, $24.99. Chadwick Smith, third on Lips. And then Patty's out on Great White. And then JK on Dinosaur Jr. These are all requests. Junior Playground, out, Tesla, West 35. And the next thing we have is Velvet Underground live at Max's Kansas City. That's a 2 LP sealed on orchid and magenta colored vinyl, $34.99, and Muddy Waters, Hard Again. Another limited numbered music on vinyl pressing for $34.99. Sonny and Cher, Is So to Stacy for $12. The Great White's on the clock. I'm going to go ahead and be grabbing the next one over here. And the next one is Your Mama Don't Dance. Y'all know the rest of it. Poison, Beautiful in the Picture Sleeve. Oh boy, Poison, $7 star. Your Mama Don't Dance. John Smetzer on the Tom Petty. Thank you on that one. And now Montgomery. Donna bid 35. Jared, you bid 35. Jared's in at 40. And do you have Concrete Blonde? We have not put those up yet. West 42. Chadwick Smith on Velvet Underground. George Jones, you get Great White for $22. And let's go ahead and put up another Hip Pocket record, another one sealed. Wooly Bully, Juju Hand and Wooly Bully. And this one's never been open. Another Hip Pocket record. That's going to go up for a $7 start. What a great lure crate to start off tonight with. Not surprised. We have Joe Satriani. This is $19.99. What is this one called? Shapeshifting. Joe Satriani, $19.99 on that. And Middle Class Rut, $17.99. Pick Up Your Head, $17.99 on that. Looks like we're ready for another LP. Looks like some people's ready to bid on some Dinosaur Juniors. It's awfully early, but I'll go ahead and slip at least one of those in. Let me see if I can find it here. Tears for Fears, Nico, Blind Melon, Teslas. Wow, look at all this stuff. Just absolutely incredible. So this is a 2014 remaster. 2014 remaster with the original under sleeve, EX, a $45 start on Dinosaur Jr. without a sound. That's now up for bid. Dinosaur Jr. without a sound. Chad needs some purple juice. I think I can click the mute button over here so y'all don't have to hear that. Hold on a second. Okay, it just won't mute on Instagram or TikTok, which is okay. All right, so let's figure out where we left off. I introduced Wooly Bully. Wes Montgomery was at 42. We sold Velvet Underground. Fred Cardinale also wanted Nico. Fred Cardinale got Nico. And then Poison 7, Poison 7, Poison 11, Poison 10, Poison 12. Brandon Lack on Joe Satriani. Poison 12, Mike Osbaugh next on Joe Satriani. Bob Riger on middle. Poison 15, Hip Pockets at 7, Fred next on JS. Brandon said never mind on Joe Satriani, so let's give this to Mike Ospaw instead. Mike Ospaw instead. Wes Montgomery 44, Dinosaur Jr. 45, Dinosaur Jr. 50, Wes Montgomery 45, and we have Poison out. Okay. So let's show 2 more records and I need to update everything. Hey, Dinosaur Jr. in the Bend. Green Mind, 180 gram, $34.99. In the Bend, $34.99. And ZZ Top Tres Hombres, sealed, 180 gram, $29.99 on ZZ Top. All right, so auction. The oldest auction on the table, I believe, is West Montgomery Land, which, one more time, is an original 60 US Deep Groove Mono, a strong VG+. The cover does have a little bit of wear and some writing, but it's scarce. A strong VG+. And the last bid was Donna Turner at 45. Then we got Dinosaur Jr., 2014 remaster. Paul Beal has bid $50. And then first on the Dinosaur Jr. in the crate was Sean Fairweather. That goes to Sean Fairweather. Robert Barnett was second. Chadwick Smith was third. Fred Cardinale fourth. Now Dinosaur Jr. 52. Now the singles. Poison, Your Mama Don't Dance, beautiful condition. The last bid on this was Robin Glenn at 15. And then 2 people have bid on Wooly Bully. Joe Delgado bid 7 and Andy Wade bid 7. And those are final calls. Andy, let me know if you want back in. Next is Neil Young at the cellar door. This is $24.99. Neil Young at the cellar door. And then Darren Chrisman. The only 3 no bids over here are Sex Did, Nessus, 7 Days of Samsara, and Scared Tactics. Those are the only 3 no bid singles tonight. And that's $10. Those 3 are $10. Also, we have Smashing Pumpkins, Adore. That is sealed, never been opened, $34.99. Jerry Ferguson on Neil Young, cellar door. Dinosaur Jr. 55. Wooly Bully's now at 8. Still getting bids. And Poison's at 16. So Wes Montgomery's on the clock. How about one more record? I'll go ahead and pull the next auction. Wilco, The Whole Love. Wilco has the CD, $27.99. You're not done for the week. That's blasphemy. It's just Monday at 7 o'clock. There's over 90 hours of streaming left to watch this week. Y'all are going to be watching over 9,000 hours of streaming this week. Amanda Davis on Smashing Pumpkins. You can go ahead and cancel your Netflix. You're not going to need Netflix this week or this month. You can cancel it. As many great records we got coming, you can cancel your Disney Plus, your Netflix, your HBO Max, your everything. Peacock, Coletco's free to watch every night. This is sold, and it is sold to Donna Turner for $45. Thank you, Donna. That is sold to you. All right, now, Dinosaur Jr. still getting bids. We sold Smashing Pumpkins, and now Fred Cardinale wants Wilco, and guess what? Our first crate is full. Now, Laura will probably agree. We have a crate shortage. Okay, good. I already got an empty one. I was about to say, boy, I hope I can find some crates, because you would think in this store, y'all have seen our videos and me walking through, we would have crates, but not here. Nope. So, I got a new crate. Let's keep rolling. the Eagles, Hotel California, $24.99. And we have Death from Above, The Physical World, 1979, Garage Rock, $24.99. It's billed as Death from Above, 1979, The Physical World, $24.99. Okay, so over here we have the following. Our next auction is going to be, let's see what's going on with this. Let's see what's going on with Marvin. He is sealed. Still a little early. So let's do a 1982 U.S. sealed original pressing of Marvin Gaye, Midnight Love. And it has the Sexual Healing hype sticker. This has never been open. Marvin Gaye's a $25 start. $25 start on that. Also, we have Fred Carnell got Wilco, Hip Pocket record out, and we're done. All right, so Wooly Bully then is sold to Andy Wade for $8. And then the last bit on Poison, Brandon Lack had it for $16. Now, he outbid Robin Glenn. And he had it for $16. Robin went out. So, Brandon Lack, you got that for $16, okay? You got that for $16. The last bid on Dinosaur Jr. that came in, was JK at $57. And now we have Paul Bill at $59. Amanda, you're in at Marvin, but you're late on Poison. I've already sold that. Brandon had it. You probably heard the bid, and I called it sold before I got down to the bottom. I thought everybody was done. The Rolling Stones, I Can't Get No Satisfaction. 50th anniversary, limited edition, numbered, sealed, $19.99. And we have Richard Thompson Steel. Richard Thompson is sealed for $19.99. Richard Thompson Steel, $19.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Boy, I forgot about all this other stuff over here. Holy moly. Okay, let's do this Cheech and Chong. This is Earache My Eye. And turn that thing down. This is Cheech and Chong, Earache My Eye. That's going to go up for a $7 start in the picture sleeve. And I've got 3 Hip Pocket records left. This may be the most bizarre one. Some Psych, The Fallen Angels, Room at the Top, and Most Children Do. $7 start. That's her net, and it's sealed. Somebody even put a little sticker on the back, sealed, which is true. Hopefully that peels off easy. Those typically do, but that's a $7 start, The Fallen Angels. Okay, now back up at the top, we left off with Marvin Gaye 25, Marvin Gaye 26, and Dinosaur Jr. was at 59 with Paul Beal. Marvin Gaye 26, Marvin Gaye 30, now Dinosaur Jr. 61. Brian Call first on the Rolling Stones, then Kristen Barnett, and then James Caldron, then Guy Shard, then Fred Carnell, and then Marvin Gaye 31, Cheech and Chong 7, then Dinosaur Jr. 65, then Cheech and Chong 11, then Cheech and Chong 10, Hip Pocket record 8, Cheech and Chong 13, Cheech and Chong 14, Cheech and Chong 15, and this is Naked on the Vague, sealed for $9.99. Naked on the Vague, The Blood Pressure Sessions, $9.99. That is sealed. Also, Tim Buck 3, Eden Alley. Tim Buck 3 is a sealed original from 1988. That's $9.99. And Tomorrow's Heroes Today, sealed, $29.99. The Brian Jonestown Massacre. Boy, I need to see what they have in print. They have been hot this week and last week. I should say they were hot last week. So there's that. Let's see what's going on over here. Somebody's trying to message. Okay, so Miles Davis Bitches Brew, that is $29.99, and let me pause there. So, wow, Hip Pocket record 8, Cheech 13, Cheech 14, 15, Fallen Angel 7, Denise bid $8 first, Fred, Cheech and Chong 20, Dinosaur Jr. out with JK, Paul Beal has it for 65, Cheech 16, Hip Pocket Night, Marvin Gaye 35, Fred and I wanted Death from Above. Who was first? Death from Above. Y'all's comment probably didn't come through. Yeah, you got to be careful with certain keywords on Facebook. The question is who was first, Bob? Are you willing to claim it, or do you want to give it to Fred? And then Cheech and Chong Gal. And then Gay 38. ST on Miles Davis. And then Hip Pocket 10. And there's a box set. Let me go ahead and show it. Killers, Hot Fuss. Wow. 2009 U.S. translucent blue vinyl. LP only, no t-shirt. It's supposed to come with a t-shirt, but no t-shirt. The Killers is $29.99. The Killers is $29.99. So it's just in a bigger box, essentially, and it's on blue vinyl. Of course, that's a classic album. You got to have that one. Got to have that one. All right. Sorry. All right. Here we go. Dinosaur Jr. Paul Beal, $65. I'm about to get to the bottom and sell it. Cheech and Chong got to $20. Marvin Gaye got up to $35. That's a sealed original. And then he got up to $38. ST got Miles Davis. We have not done Highly Suspect. Out, and then Tank Prime on Killers. Okay? That's so to Tate Prime. That's on Killers. And the last two records in here is The War on Drugs. I Don't Live Here Anymore. That is sealed for $24.99. And Ringo Starr, What's My Name? Ringo is sealed, $19.99. Looks like it when it was new, it was $29.99. Just $19.99 on that. So first is Cheech and Chong. That is officially sold to Jerry Ferguson for $20. The Fallen Angels is a final call. Joe Delgado went out. Denise had it for $10. They were pretty much the only couple bidders. Maybe Fred is still in the mix. The Marvin Gaye is a sealed 1980 original with hop sticker. It's at $38. And Paul Beal, I've read through everything and nobody else bid on Dinosaur Jr. So this is sold to you, Mr. Paul Beal, for $65. That's sold to Paul Beal for $65. And then Clay Moore got the Ringo Starr. All right, time to put up some new auctions. Great stuff. Let's go ahead and run a quick hardcore lot right quick. I'm going to pull 3 random right out of the middle here, if I can get a hold of them. Here we go. 3 right out of the middle. There's 1, there's 2, and there's 3. And these are going to go up for a $10 start. What are they? Young Governor, and this one's numbered to 500. Let's Wrestle and Young Governor. Don't know them, but those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. Now Marvin Gaye 40, now 45. What a great first crate there. Let's read through those one more time. We might go ahead and see what Paul's brought us next. And let's go ahead and introduce our next LP auction, shall we? Let's go ahead and do that as well. All right. And we have Battlestar Galactica, an original 1978 US EX edition. Battlestar Galactica is going to go up for a $15 start. Original soundtrack, Battlestar Galactica, OG, $15 start. Let's go ahead and show this Ryan Adams box again, live at Carnegie Hall. 6 LP, sealed, $119.99. Ryan Adams, sealed, Carnegie Hall. I don't think that's in print anymore. The Strokes, First Impressions of Earth, that is sealed for $29.99. And I Am the Blues, Willie Dixon, that's on blue vinyl, $34.99. So the Fallen Angels Hip Pocket record, that means that's officially sold for $10 to Denise Offendahl. Thank you on that. And then Battlestar Galactica has bids for $15, $15, $15, $15. And I think Jeremiah put bundle 15. I don't know if he meant to put battle or bundle. Jeremiah, were you bidding on these 3 singles or were you bidding on battle? If so, 5 $15 bids all came in at the same time. And then Marvin Gaye, Matthew Cabot, you're out. Toby McGowan has that for $45. Next in here was Muddy Waters, Hard Again. Another numbered blue vinyl. So these are both music on vinyl pressings, and they're numbered on colored vinyl. Willie Dixon and Muddy Waters, $34.99 each. We have ZZ Top, Tres Hombres. That is sealed for $29.99. The Eagles, Hotel California, is $24.99. Richard Thompson, Steel. That was sealed for $19.99. Also, we have Naked on the Vague. That was sealed for $9.99. Timbuk 3 was sealed for $9.99. And then Tomorrow's Heroes Today, Brian's Jonestown Massacre. That is still available for $29.99. These are all sticker price. No one has claimed that. And then did we figure out if this needs to go to Fred or Bob Reiger? I need to see what they replied. I got blocked. Let Fred have it. There'll be more. All right, so this goes to Fred Cardinale. This record here goes to Fred Cardinale. And then we have the War on Drugs. That was sealed for $24.99. All right, so Battlestar Galactica is an original, and that's a 1978 US in EX condition. There it is. All right, now Jeremiah Stasich, you're going to get these 3 singles for $10. Thank you, Jeremiah. Those were sold to you. And now that means Marvin Gaye. Have I heard back from Matthew Cabot? Matthew's out. He's done. So Toby McGowan, that's sold to you for $45. And now Battlestar Galactica is at $32. And then what's the Richard Thompson? The Richard Thompson was called Steel. S-T-I-L-L. It's sealed, a 2LP, $19.99, produced by Jeff Tweedy. It says there on the hop sticker. Jeremiah Lewis. Yes, Jeremiah Lewis. Sorry, Jeremiah Lewis. Jeremiah Lewis. Jeremiah Lewis. Sorry, Jeremiah Lewis. Jeremiah Lewis. Yes, thank you on that. Battlestar Galactica, 31 and then 35. And now we're ready for a new crate. I have not put up Highly Suspect yet. I have not. It's on deck. So is several other things that some people have requested. I'm working those in right now as soon as we put up Aerosmith Pump. Aerosmith is an original 1989 US OG with the original on her sleeve. It's in VG condition, a tougher Aerosmith album to get, a $25 start on Pump. $25 pump. How about a $25 start on Aerosmith Pump? That Richard Thompson sold, and Fred Cardinale says, can I see Naked again? And Brian Jonestown Massacre, to my knowledge, has not been sold. $29.99. Naked again. Naked again. Naked on the Vague right here. Sealed, $9.99. It's called The Blood Pressure Sessions. The Blood Pressure Sessions. All right, we need more singles now. Let's do that right now. And I think I found a few hardcore or maybe even New Orleans singles. But some of these have like prices from previous before, and some of them are marked like $35, like Power Trip. So let's put this up by itself. Power Trip is a $5 start. $5 start. Divine Apprehension, Suffer No Fool. And that is a $5 start on Power Trip. Looks like it could be a pretty good one, okay? That is a $5 start on Power Trip. Alrighty. Oh. Time for a good stretch. Oh, wow. Sorry y'all had to endure all that. All right, the Naked is sold to Fred Cardinale. Battlestar Galactica, $40. Aerosmith, $25.25. Battlestar Galactica, $41. Aerosmith, $30. Power Trip, $5.10, $5.15. And Fred Cardinale also gets Brian Jonestown Massacre. Before I bring up the Paul crate, here's the only thing that's left. The War on Drugs, $10.03. The Eagles, ZZ Top, Muddy Waters, Moody Blues, The Strokes, and the Bryan Adams box set. Great first crate from Laura. I hear her pricing gun in the back. Y'all know what that means? More is on the way. More is on the way. More is on the way. Like 30 more crates, right, Laura? 50 more crates? 50 Laura crates tonight. Holy moly. She's like, oh gosh. What's Chad getting me into? Let's see what else Paul's marked here. I bet these are going to be really good as well. Let's get started. Let's get started. Not wasting any time. Let's get right to it. So Power Trip is at $30 with Clay Moore. The Aerosmith is at $32. And it looks like we're a final call on Battlestar Galactica. Guy Shard, $41. Guy Shard, $41. And that's going once, going twice. Now Aerosmith 35, Power Trip. We got 2 Hip Pocket records left. Here's the next one, another sealed. Jenny Take a Ride, a big hit from Mitch Ryder. Another sealed Hip Pocket record. We got 2 left. That one's a $7 start. So for anybody that's new, I usually keep 2 LPs up for auction for all night. Of course, we stream right at 8 hours every night. I'm here right now, every night doing this. There's usually 2 auctions, and then I try to keep what I call 2 bonus auctions. It's usually 45s, I'm usually doing at least one lot of 10 or 2 different 45s at the same time. And so there's usually 4 auctions up all the time. And then we're going through crates of buy it now stuff. Here's Power Trip. There's the label. There's the back of it. So at any given time, you can hop on our sale if you're new. There's going to be 4 auctions to bid on, at least 2, sometimes 4. If I get crazy, maybe 5. And then you're going to have an endless supply of records. And essentially, you're looking at new arrivals here. So these were just marked today. These are straight out of a collection. No one's had a chance to buy them. No one's had a chance to look at them. I don't even know what's in here. We keep it all an element of surprise. Okay? Here we are. First thing we have is David Bowie, Let's Dance, a remaster, sealed for $29.99. Sealed remaster, David Bowie, Let's Dance. Stevie Ray Vaughan, $29.99. The Devil Makes 3, live at Mystic Theater, Stomp and Smash. Devil Makes 3, $29.99. And Green Day's American Idiot. This is a 2009 remaster, $34.99. Okay, let's pause there. And I think Battlestar Galactica was done. Guy Shard had it for $41. And if there's no other bids, we're going to sell it. Let's scroll through here and see what happened. I remember saying Aerosmith was at $35 and Power Trip was at $35. And then another $35 bid with Jerry Ferguson. Kristen Barnett came in first. And then Aerosmith $36 and then Aerosmith $40. And then Aerosmith $40 with Jerry Ferguson. Power Trip got $38. And then, did anyone get naked on the Vague and War on Drugs? Somebody got naked on the Vague, but I will give you the War on Drugs. Rebecca Howard gets the War on Drugs. This is so to Rebecca Howard. Thank you on that. Okay, now Mitch Ryder, 7. Now Aerosmith, 41. Kristen out on Aerosmith. Aerosmith, 45. Aerosmith, 46. John Bobing, first on the David Bowie. John Bobing, the second. And then Kelly Vlodarchek on Green Day. And then Power Trip has a bid for $39 and then $40, then $43. And Guy, we're at the bottom and no bid came in. So that's sold to you for $41. Thank you. Now the next thing kind of in that realm is actually we got 2 Concrete Blondes. So we better go ahead and put up at least 1. And this is sealed, a 2017 pressing. But it's out of print, and this particular record, there's only 1 listed for sale, and it's $100. Concrete Blonde, and this one's called Free. This is a 2017 sealed, brand new, a $45 start. Did anybody bid on Mitch Ryder? If not, I'll go ahead and make him. Darren bid $7. I'm going to make him a final call. Darren Chrisman, the only bidder on the sealed, the next to last Hip Pocket record. So that's a little flexi disc. $7. It's never been open. Final call on that. Power Trip still getting bids, and Concrete Blonde has a bid already. 2 bids. We got Billy's Blues, the original recordings by Billie Holiday. That's an 80s reissue, sealed for $19.99. Where are we on Aerosmith? Amanda Davis, $43 on Aerosmith. Amanda Davis, $43. Next is the Marcus King Band. That is sealed, a 2016, $29.99 on Marcus King Band. Sealed, $29.99. And Joan Jett and the Blackhearts, Glorious Results of a Misspent Youth. Joan Jett is $24.99. So Concrete Blonde, $45.45. Amanda, you're out. Craig's bid was in first. Power Trip getting lots of bids. Clay Moore has it for $45. Paul Bill's out. And now Aerosmith is a final call, and that's with Amanda Davis at $43. First is Jim Davis on Joan Jett, and then Gregory Roberts on Marcus King Band. Michael McVeigh, you were second on that. Carly Suthers said she bid $46 on Aerosmith. We'll take it right now then. Sorry, it must have got out of order. I do see it. Yeah. She bid $46 on Facebook or YouTube, and then there was 2 lower bids on Aerosmith on Facebook. Carly has Aerosmith at $46. Amanda, you're out. The only two records left in here so far is the Devil Makes 3, 180 grams sealed. Fred, that's $29.99. It's never been open. And Billy's Blues, Billie Holiday's also sealed, $19.99. The Bee Gees, Paying the Price of Love, featuring two new mixes by Jelly Bean. A 93 US sealed 12-inch, that's $9.99. And George Benson in concert, mid-80s UK import, sealed, $19.99. Darren Chrisman, thank you. You get the Hip Pocket record for $7. And let's do the last one. I Think We're Alone Now. That's a classic from Tommy James and the Shondells. Another Ford Philco Flexi, unopened from the 60s. Never been open. Sealed, $7 start. All right. Now Concrete Blonde 50-52. Still bidding on Aerosmith 48. And now Tony Lewis is in on Bee Gees. And Fred Cardinale wants The Devil Makes 3. Guy Shard next on Bee Gees. And Carly Southers is right back on Aerosmith at 50. And I think we're done on the Power Trip. And the Power Trip is sold to Clay Moore for $45. I think I got some upper echelon singles like that to do. How about Where the Buffalo Roam soundtrack? $19.99. It's in shrink. Beautiful condition. This has Bob Dylan, Jimi Hendrix, Temptation, CCR, Neil Young, and the Four Tops. Wow. $19.99. Where the Buffalo Roam. There that is. Also, over here, we have over here, let's see what we got here. This is a $5 start. My biggest question here, or my biggest concern is what exactly is this? There's a black hole in the shadow of Prue. Trying to figure out who this is. That's one of the songs. I just don't know who it is. There's no band name mentioned. American Nightmare. American Nightmare is a $5 start. American Nightmare, that is a $5 start. Give 1 second over here. Okay. So, what happened? Aerosmith 50, Tommy James 7, Info on Concrete Blonde, What is the Aerosmith? Tommy James 8, Concrete Blonde 55, Ivan R. first on the Buffalo, Brady Hostler, You Were Second, Concrete Blonde 57, and American Nightmare 5. All right, so let's update all four auctions. A lot of new people watching. Concrete Blonde is sealed, and this is a 2017 US, unopened. It's out of print. It's sealed. It's a 2017. Steve Banya has it for $57. Banya has it for $57. And then Aerosmith is a 1989 US original with the original on her sleeve. It is in VG condition, and Carly Southers has it for $50. The other bidder went out, so that's now moving to a final call. The last bid on Tommy James was Scott Fellows at 8. James Goggin was the first bidder, so James, you're out. I'm going to work in Bruce in just a second, and American Nightmare has one bid for $5. So far, there's only 2 records in this crate that hadn't sold. How about David Bowie, No Plan, the final studio recordings? Bowie is sealed for $24.99. Bowie is sealed for $24.99. And we have The Ducks, High Flying. The Ducks is Neil Young, $34.99. Neil Young appears in that band, $34.99. And Little Charlie and the Nightcaps, The Big Break. Little Charlie is sealed, a 1989 US, $9.99. Concrete Blonde 59, Concrete Blonde 60. Tommy James is now at 10 with James Goggin, and Kelly Vlodderchek first on Bowie. That's so to Kelly Vlodderchek. Rebecca Howard was second. What is the Bowie? Already sold. Robert Warner was next. Now Concrete Blonde's at 62. ST wants The Ducks. And now we have one more, Leo Kottke, the best of Leo Kottke, a 78 US sealed. That is $19.99. Let's put this right over here. And Aerosmith is done. And this is sold to Carly Southers for $50. All right, there's that. Wow, some of those got a lot of bidding activity. We have a whole crate over here of amazing stuff to auction. So let's pick out one that I think has been requested the most. Let me kind of flip through here. I know they're ready to bid on this, so let's do it. I know there's some people ready to bid on this, so let's put it up. First thing I have here is an original 1988 US, and this has never been reissued. Paul says it's pretty dang scarce. It's a gold stamp promo. The Land Before Time soundtrack. I think I've only ever had a couple. The Land Before Time soundtrack, 1988. Very few made on vinyl. 1988, gold stamp promo, no condition notes, a $75 start. $75 start. Tommy James is now at 11. Fred was next on David Bowie. American Nightmare just got one bid for $5 with Darren Chrisman. Thank you, Darren. That's sold you for $5. Let's grab another single. And this one here looks pretty demented. I have no idea what it is, but we're about to put it up for a $5 start. What is it? It is called something Butcher. A lot of nudity and questionable material going on here on the cover. It's got a poster with it. Something Butcher. Boy, that's a very thick, it feels like 2 or 3 singles pressed into one. That's 180 gram 45. But whatever it is, it's a $5 start. $5 start. And Kristen, your bid just came in on Nightmare. I would have loved to taken that, but it's sold. Tommy James is sold to Scott Fellows for 11. Land Before Time, 75, and then 100. All right, and then Concrete Blonde. That was with Banya at 62, and he's about to get it. Okay, and then we have the Kinks Stank Visual. The Kinks is sealed, 1999. 1986 pressing, the Kinks, that is sealed. And Blue Ridge Rangers. Blue Ridge Rangers is, of course, John Fogerty, 1999. Gregory wants to put back the Marcus King album. As long as I can figure out who was second, because there was 2 or 3 other people who wanted it. It was Michael McVeigh. Michael McVeigh, are you still watching? Because you was next in line on Marcus King Band. And now it goes to you. Hopefully Marcus is still watching. Marcus, or Michael, hopefully Michael's still watching. Let's see here. Michael McVeigh was next, right? Yeah, Michael McVeigh. Let's tag him for it. Hopefully he's still watching. That's sold to him for $29.99. It should be Maniac Butcher. Maniac Butcher. Yes, that's what it says. Maniac Butcher. That's what it is. And it has one bid for 7. Okay? Now 10. Concrete Blondes at 65. We're not done. I was about to say, there was like 2 other people that hadn't bid, but also I hadn't updated the bid. So Banya, you now are out. And we have Land Before Time at 101. Back to the bin, brand new stuff here. Crossroads, music by Ry Cooder. That is 1999, Ry Cooder. Johnny Cash. Cash is sealed, a 2014 US, and that is American Recordings 2. American Recordings 2 Unchained with the hype sticker, $34.99. And Here and Now, Butts Band. Here and Now is sealed, $24.99. Land Before Time taking large jumps. And now I have 2. We're going to do 3 singles here. Let's do 4. No, let's do 3, and then I'm going to sell those 2 together. Okay, so here's 3 singles together. XTC, Dear God, which is a double-sided promo. NXS, To Look at You, which is a double-sided promo. And Bruce Springsteen, I'm on Fire. Those 3 singles, NXS promo, XTC promo, and Bruce Springsteen was a stock copy in the picture sleeve. Those 3 45s, a $10 start. Okay? Those three singles, a $10 start, being sold together. Now, Concrete Blonde, 65, the singles 10. Mo5 Magical Mystery Tour will be in the next half hour. We might even do it next, but it will definitely be in the next 30 minutes. Concrete Blonde, 66. Fred, you got outbid. Land Before Time, 120. Concrete Blonde, 70. Steve Banya got outbid. And then Land Before Time out. And we have 5 XTC Bruce 16, 45's XTC 16. Okay, now what is going on? These three are being, of course, sold together here. That's this one. So you just got to put 45s if you want to bid on those. And Stacy, that's the best way to do it, 45.10. And then this over here, the Maniac Butcher. The last bid on this was Darren Chrisman at 10, and John Darden, you've been outbid. Make sure for this one you put MB for Maniac Butcher. MB for Maniac Butcher. Darren has it for $10. Also, we have David Bowie Lodger. That's a sealed remaster for $29.99. And then we have Concrete Blonde at 72 and Concrete Blonde at 75. Buster Goes Berserk. That is sealed and 89 US. That is $14.99. Buster Goes Berserk. And then Child's Arm. Art. What's that say? Uncut. And this is sealed $34.99. This is an 82 US psychedelic hard rock, only time reissued, $34.99. And then Freddie McGregor, the anthology. Freddie McGregor is sealed, $29.99. So yeah, John, you're out on this, and he says he's done. So Darren, the Maniac Butcher is about to be sold to you for 10. And then John, if you want to bid on these three, which is the NXS, XTC, and Bruce, those are being sold together, and put 45, and the high bid is $10. Those are being sold together in one lot. Concrete Blonde 77, DJ Not So Good on Buster. That's sold to DJ Not So Good. And then the Land Before Time is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $120. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $120. All right. Over here is Bruce Springsteen, Alpine Valley, Volume 1 and 2. Bruce is live at Alpine Valley, East Troy, Wisconsin. All 4 discs are EX or better from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. So there's the jacket on top for Volume 1 and the jacket on bottom for Volume 2. So it's a complete set, and those are going to be sold together, a $65 start. Now John has these for $12. Stacy, it has them at $14. ST gets Lodger. That is sold to ST Lodger. And now the Maniac Butcher is sold to Darren Chrisman for 10. Thank you, Darren. That's sold to you. Pretty demented looking record there. Darren says, I'm in. Now, what about Concrete Blonde? Steve has it for 77. Fred, I've lost you. Steve Banya has this for 77. And Bruce is at 67. We have Martini Ranch. Holy cow. Martini Ranch is a 1988 sealed original for $19.99. Now the singles are at 18, and Andy's opened Bruce at 67. Andy's opened Bruce at 67. Okay. Some of those Land Before Times had sold for as much as 138 as well, just saying. Just now seeing Paul's stats on that. What was this here? OG. Okay, sorry. Trying to keep my sticky notes a little bit better organized tonight. Stacy's out, and I think you missed my Johnny Cash claim. I did. I know somebody got it, and it was you. That's sold to Kristen Barnett. Thank you. And we have Reincarnation, Fat City. Original 1969 U.S. folk rock psych album, sealed $29.99. Sealed for $29.99. Another Laura crate has been delivered. Wow. They're keeping me busy tonight. Plus, there's 58 John crates behind me. Holy moly. Let's go ahead and put up the Magical Mystery Tour. This is a 1981 MoFi pressing. 1981 MoFi pressing of the Beatles Magical Mystery Tour. That's going to go up for a $75 start. Near mint minus, no condition notes. Bruce is at 70 and now 72. And now another 70. It's up to Fred on the Concrete Blonde. But Fred, if I've lost you, you're on the clock. We have the Easy Beats, Falling Off the Edge of the World. That is sealed. And the Easy Beats is a 68 U.S. original for $39.99. $39.99. And then Jeff Beck Tribute, a musical celebration of the incomparable Jeff Beck. And that is sealed for $24.99. Also, we have James Ingram, Never Felt So Good. James Ingram is a sealed original, $9.99. Concrete Blonde. Let me scroll back to the top and find Mr. Banya's bid. Banya, that is $77. He's had it for about 4 minutes now, $77. I'm scrolling, and Fred did not bid. This is sold to Banya for $77. And Banya, I will take you to Mindy's, okay? You get that record, and I will take you to Mindy's. the swordfish is the best, Jerry. The swordfish. I'll have the salmon. Unfortunately, I lost Fred. I'll lose Fred sometimes. I'll lose Fred, and then he'll pop back up in just a second, and Fred will be like, did I win the concrete blonde? John Darden gets these 3 singles. These are sold to John Darden, and these are sold to him. These 3 for $18. Thank you on that. Appreciate that. Now, we have the Magical Mystery Tour. It has been opened with Christopher Dean. Step right up. Step right this way. The Magical Mystery Tour. Strawberry Fields Forever. Wow. Wow. What a song. One of the best ever. George Jones on JB for the Jeff Beck tribute. That's so to George Jones. Carol's out on Bruce. We have next is James Ingram from Lonnie Jolly. And we have Bruce Springsteen. I bet, Banya, Mr. Steve Banya, how often do you get Seinfeld references in your life? I bet you get them. I bet he's like, okay, I've heard this my whole life. He's probably like, I probably lived through this. That'd be like if your name was Newman. Could you be, I've never met anybody named Newman, but imagine being named Newman. All right, here's another single. This is Burning Strong Qualifier Test Pressing. And I'm going to leave it in this sleeve because I think that's the original QR catalog SKU from where it was a test pressing. But this is Burning Strong Qualifier, and it's a test pressing. A to Z Media, and it's going to go up, and this is going to go up for a $5 start. $5 start, and this is it right here. Burning Strong, $5 start. There we have it. Next is Lonnie Jolly, got James Ingram, and then Bruce Springsteen is a final call. Carol Puckett went out, George Samberez went out. This is with, who has it then? I think George has it for 78. Oh, Andy went out. Okay, George Samberez has it for 78. Andy and Carol went out. Beatles is at 75. We sold James Ingram, and now we're good to go. And then David Bowie, Let's Dance. This is David Bowie, a Record Store Day 12-inch single. Let's Dance, the full demo, and then Let's Dance Live, $19.99 on that. Burning Strong's a $5 start. And then nice, Alice Cooper, Pretty's For You, 1969. Wow, white label promo. White label promo. It is VG minus, though. That's pretty cool, though. A white label promo, $34.99. $34.99, and then Terry Knight and the Pack Reflections, 67 mono promo in shrink wrap. Terry Knight, a mono promo. It says DJ copy, not for sale. $34.99 on that. The most recent bid is a new bid on the Beatles Mo-Fi. Chris Bachek's in at 77. Christopher Dean, you have been outbid. Nobody else bid on Springsteen though, so that's sold to George Samberez for 78. Burning Strong Qualifier Test Pressings, a $5 start. There's been a request for The Wall. Bob Panozniak wants Alice Cooper, and Jim Davis was second. Okay, man, a lot of requests to get to. I know we've done Battlestar, so let's go ahead and do this. This is going up for bid right now. It is an original 1982 US first catalog number. An original 82 US first catalog number. Conan the Barbarian soundtrack. Nice. Very desirable there. Look at that artwork. Amazing. $65 start. That is the soundtrack to Conan Schwarzenegger. $65 start. That's now up for bid. Burning Strong has one bid for $5. Great Paul crate here. Wow. A hot sticker on BOC's debut album. VG Plus. I've never seen that before. VG Plus. It has reviews from Changes, Rolling Stone, Circus, Cream Magazine. Nice. That's their debut. Self-titled. Cities on Flames with Rock and Roll. The Bluebells. The Bluebells is an 83 US pop rock EP. That's EX $12.99. Rebecca Howard on Blue Oyster Cult. That's so to Rebecca. And Deep Purple, The Book of Taliesin. Deep Purple is a 2015 Record Store Day on white vinyl, and it's in mono. Deep Purple is EX 22. Wow, that's wild. White purple on that one, or excuse me, white purple. White vinyl on the Deep Purple, $22.99. Here's two more singles to put together. If you want to bid on these, put 45s, okay? Just put 45s. We got David Bowie, Criminal World. Very cool. And it's a promo, not for sale. Without You and Criminal World. David Bowie, Without You and Criminal World. That is going to go up along with a Prince single. And the Prince single is Let's Work. And it's another double-sided promo. So Prince and Bowie being sold together for a $10 star. We have not sold either Tesla record. We have not sold either Tesla record. Okay? The Beatles at 82. Conan's at 65. We have Rebecca's already bid 30 on the singles. That escalated quickly. Jesse Ed Davis, You Luhu. That's a 72 US Presswell, VG 1999. And Candy, the soundtrack from Candy, The Birds and Steppenwolf, EX Edition 1799. EX Edition 1799. 1 second. Okay, wow. What a show this is turning out to be, and we're only at 8 o'clock. There's already another lower crate. We have not done anything else yet. First, I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second so I can take a drink of this. And for anybody that's watching new, this show is totally unpredictable. So what that means is about the only thing we advertise we're going to sell every night are the auctions. And there's a gallery posted on YouTube, on our community page, on our Instagram, and on Facebook. Everybody has access to it. There's no way you cannot see them. That is for 45. No, it's for 9. Yeah, it's for 45 of tonight's advertised featured auctions. Now, between 5:30 and 1:30 a.m., you're going to see a total of, what, 1,000 plus records? Most of them never shown before, and they're all randomly surprised, randomly situated. So, these are the auctions. Everything here, nobody else knew was coming. And so, at some point, you really don't know what's coming up next. So, if you're new, that's the way we do it. I don't even know what I'm about to show because I didn't mark any of these. I show up and sell them. And I feel like there's a lot of new people. We got some ads running because we've bought some killer, absolutely killer collections lately. Every night it's going to be like this. Especially tomorrow when new vinyl starts showing back up. I've put in some huge new vinyl orders. All right, so let's pause there. Let's pick a point and work our way down. The Beatles got a new bid for 80 with Christopher Dean. That's a near mint MoFi pressing. We sold BOC. Conan got an opening bid for 65. The Beatles got another bid for 82. Rebecca opened the singles at 30. Kelly Vlodarchek on Bowie. Now, Kelly might have wanted the Bowie in here, right, Kelly? Did you want the Bowie in the bin, the 12-inch single, or were you bidding on these? And then these have a new bid for 50. And then Lonnie put P12. Make sure on these you put 45 because Rebecca just bid 60. Kelly bid 75. Now the Beatles is at 85. And now the Beatles is at 85 with Christopher Dean. Chris Baycheck, you're out. And then how much was Terry Knight, Dennis Jackson? How much was Terry Knight? Reflections was VG Plus. It's a mono promo, $34.99. $34.99. Chris is done on the Beatles. And Williams out on the singles. And then Michael Butler wants Jesse Ed Davis. That's a good one. That's so to Michael Butler. All right. And Chris Baycheck's out. So first, this Burning Strong qualifier just got one bid for $5. And Burning Strong is sold to Michael Ruttman for $5, the test pressing. George Jones says he'll take the Bowie single. And we have these two 45s are final call to Kelly Vlodarchek for 80. And now the MoFi's at 90 with George Samberez. So Christopher Dean, you just got outbid. George Samberez is in. And there's only one bid on the Conan soundtrack. Conan or Conan? Conan O'Brien or Conan the Barbarian. And this has one bid for $65. and 2 bids for $65. Brandon Lack bid $65, and then Guy Shard bid $65. So y'all are technically tied, but Guy, you're out. His bid came in first. Great crate here from Paul. We're going to quickly read through those just one more time. That's all that's left. This was full just a moment ago. Billie Holiday, Billy's Blues, the original recordings by Billie Holiday. That is sealed for $19.99. George Benson in concert. That is sealed for $19.99. Little Charlie and the Nightcaps, The Big Break. That is sealed for $9.99. Leo Kottke, The Best of Leo Kottke. That's sealed for $19.99. The Kinks Think Visual. That is sealed for $19.99. The Kinks Think Visual. And John Fogerty of CCR in his band, the Blue Ridge Rangers. That is $19.99. The Music of Crossroads by Ry Cooder. That's $19.99. And Here and Now, Butts Band. Butts Band is a 75 US sealed, $24.99. I'm assuming Dennis Jackson, you do not want Terry Knight in the packs. So we're going to go ahead and give that to Michael Butler. Guys out on Conan, so it looks like it's a really good chance for you, Brandon. Final call. These 2 singles are sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. And this is sold to Kelly for $80. What is the Conan the Barbarian condition? This is an original 82 US OG. And there's a note from Paul, first catalog number. Really nice jacket, and the vinyl's really nice too. It's basically tied at 65, but Guy says he's out. He didn't want to bid more than 65, and now the Beatles Mo-Fi's at 100. Also, we have Child's Art Uncut. That's sealed $34.99, and Child's Art is a 1982 psychedelic hard rock, the only time ever pressed on vinyl. That was $34.99. Freddie McGregor, The Anthology, a reggae album, only time ever on vinyl, sealed, never been opened, $29.99. Martini Ranch was sealed for $19.99. And Reincarnation by Fat City. That is sealed. That's another folk rock psych album, sealed. Fat City, I think they went on to be, or did work with John Denver. Some of those early John Denver singles, well, not really early, but like Take Me Home Country Roads, it says John Denver with Fat City. I think they kind of was maybe his band for a while. I think that's the same Fat City. $29.99. The Easy Beats, Falling Off the Edge of the World, sealed $39. Well, Brandon, I thought Guy was going to bid again. He's out, and now Michelle's in at 67. And now they're still bidding on the Beatles. And now the Bluebells is EX for $12.99. And Deep Purple was a mono white vinyl pressing, and that was a record store day from 2015, $22.99. And then the Candy soundtrack. This has got some tripped out music on it. It's got the Birds and Steppenwolf, and the music is the score music on here is pretty psychedelia. That is $17.99. So there is a new bid on Conan. Now, Tesla has been asked about, so we better at least get one on deck. Plus, what was that? Oh, Marcy played. Oh, yeah, there's some great stuff still to be put up. I'm going to start working them in right now. I'm going to start getting them worked in right now. Okay? Now, let's see what we have over here. First thing I have is Larm. Our next single is Larm, L-A-R-M, and this is going to go up for a $5 start, Larm. And Headed, maybe? Headed and Straight. I'm not for sure what that's actually billed as, but that's a $5 start. Not familiar with reggae, but willing to give it a try. Are you willing to purchase that record? What is the Conan? Is there an unsold vinyl? Steve Lackey on Deep Purple, Conan out, and Beatles 125, and Fred next on Deep Purple. All right, so now Fred wants to know what the Conan is. This is the original Conan the Barbarian soundtrack. Now it has 3 bids, and it's at $67. It's OG, first catalog number, final call. We have not sold either rush. Larm is a $5 start. And Magical Mystery Tours at $125 with Christopher Dean, George Samberez. You're out. Now George has it for $136. Tyler Hubery on Fat City. Fat City was, I just passed it twice. Fat City Reincarnation is sold to Tyler Hubery. There's only one unsold record, and that's the Duran Duran Mo-Fi. 7 and the Ragged Tiger, $125. Mo-Fi, VG Plus. And I'm going to reduce these 3 singles to $6 instead of $10. These 3 unsold hardcore singles, 246. Surely we can get them sold for that. That way we can start putting up more lots. Larm has one bid for 5. Anybody else? If not, it's time for another new crate. And pretty much after the first 2 crates from Paul and Laura, it's about just a third of a crate left. Just a third of a crate left there. That's pretty amazing. I'm pretty sure John marked a check condition bin. Pretty sure John marked a check condition bin. So let's go through that. And also, just so you know, we are live, and this is what night of the week? This is Monday night, the first sale of the new week. And just so y'all know, everything is $8 in limited shipping, and that restarted tonight. For those that don't know, we just did 7 consecutive sales, and it was all $8 in limited shipping. 7 consecutive sales, and we're going to do that again this week. 6 more nights, counting this one, and it's all $8 unlimited shipping. $8 unlimited shipping, as much as you want to buy. Now, that also includes anything you pre-order. That includes anything you pre-order with us, any of your waiting lists that come in. We have a private group called Whole Lot of Records. I just posted 2 pre-orders in there today. I've posted a lot of pre-orders over the past 7 days. Every morning, except sometimes for Sundays and sometimes Mondays, but definitely Tuesday mornings, Wednesday mornings, Thursday mornings, Friday morning, at least 5 days out of the week, I post flip videos at 6 a.m. and 9 a.m., and that shows all of our new vinyl arrivals and some discount vintage pre-owned stuff. So that gives you an idea of how many opportunities you have to buy stuff from us. A lot of opportunities. A bunch of opportunities, and it's all $8 shipping. I was looking at some of the postage costs for some orders. Some of these packages we've shipped out have cost 20, 30, 40, 30, 20, 27, 28, 30, 32, 33. So, but there are a lot of big orders, and I thank everybody for supporting us week after week. We continue to grow here, and every day I'm trying to figure out more logistically, how do we get more people in this building working because our sales keep going up, and how do we store more stuff? So that's what I did all this morning. I moved stuff around, putting in new racks, taking racks out, basically trying to figure out how do we store more records in here. Our Beatles MoFi is at $150 with George Sambaraz. It goes back to you, Christopher Dean. Now we have Larm. Larm has a bid for 7. Before I did that, we had Rebecca getting the 3 singles for $6. Those are sold to Rebecca for $6. If anybody wants to Duran, let me know. I'm going to put it over here so it's off the table. And the next on the singles was Joe Delgado, now Larm 7. And now Christopher's back in on the Beatles at $165. And right now, we have Conan. Michelle bumped Brandon, and now Fred's bumped Michelle, and now Michelle's out. So, Fred, you have that for $69, and it's on the clock, okay? It's on the clock. Final call. Here we go. Steely Dan. These are new arrivals, check condition, great titles, like Steely Dan, The Royal Scam, original inner sleeve, VG vinyl, $14.99. Kid Charlemagne. Steely Dan's VG in the original inner sleeve, $14.99. Harry Nilsson. VG Plus, a gatefold. It's on the black RCA label. VG Plus, $14.99. What does check condition mean? That means we've individually graded each one of these titles. John has cleaned them, he's inspected them, and he's put a grade on each one of them. Usually the other bins are all EX or better, which means we don't even worry about saying near mint, near mint, near mint. It's just, these are individually graded. Donna strikes first with Steely Dan. That is so to Donna. Julie is her name. Julie London, VG condition. This should be a late 50s record. It's on the kind of teal Liberty label, $9.99. And then 10 years after, Cricklewood Green. EX condition, $17.99. That's on the green chrysalis label, $17.99 on that. And Sonny and Cher, You're in Love, VG Plus, $14.99 for Sonny and Cher. VG Plus, $14.99. The beat goes on. The beat goes on. Larm. The last bit on Larm that came in was Darren Chrisman. He gets that for $7. Thank you, Darren. That is sold to you for $7. Larm is sold to you. Appreciate that. And we also have Conan, which is sold to Fred Cardinale for $69. Thank you, Fred. And now the Beatles is at $180. Fred, you did not get Concrete Blonde. No, we were calling for you. We was like, Fred, are you out there? Fred, are you out there? And we lost you. Boy, this could get really heated. This could get really heated. So we have Tesla. And Tesla is a 2014 record store day on red clear vinyl. Check this out. There's only one for sale, and it's over in Italy for $360. This one is sealed, and we're going to put it up for a $115 start. Sealed Tesla, $115 start. Next is Steve Banya. Banya getting the Julie London. The Beatles is at $194. Mo-Fi Beatles, near mint, it's at war right now. Supertramp, Crime of the Century, Bloody Well Right. That's in VG condition. That is $9.99. It's also in the original company or sleeve. Tesla already has bids for $150 and $120. Bob Seger, Beautiful Loser, Traveling Man, Nutbush City Limits, Catmandu's on here. VG condition, $12.99 on Bob Seger. And the Jackson 5, maybe tomorrow. The Jackson 5 is a gatefold, original Motown label, EX $22.99. Tesla's at $150. Fred, you're out. And the Mo-Fi Beatles, since Christopher Dean's done, George Sambaraz has that for $194. Final call. Okay, I found this in a box of Fred stuff. I'm going to do them for a quick buy now, $6.99. I kind of call these like new old stock. They're flexi disc. It's called The Adventures of Captain Midnight. They're $6.99 each if anybody wants one. They're original from the 60s. They're little story records, The Adventures of Captain Midnight. You can see there they're in original sleeves, and they look like they're brand new. Probably some that never got used or distributed. $6.99. I've got 4 of them if anybody wants them. Captain Midnights. Okay? Next thing I have is Tesla 180. There's only one for sale overseas for $360. Mike Bartlett on Supertramp. That's sold to Mike Bartlett. Melanie Jennings was second. This is Tesla Volume 1. Volume 1. And then Joe Delgado, third on Supertramp. And then Robin Glenn on Bob Seger. That's sold to Robin Glenn. And then Captain Midnight is sold to Stacy for $6.99. Jerry Ferguson wants one for $6.99. And now there's 2 left. Let's go ahead and sell the Beatles Mo-Fi. That's sold to George Sambaraz for $194. 2 Captain Midnights are left. And let's see what else we have over here. We have Tesla. Oh, yeah. That was back when I was walking around with my phone. And that was back when I had the rule, if you spotted a record, you could ask first about it. That was a disaster because I accidentally showed a Tesla record. And when I showed a Tesla record, the feed actually crashed. That's how many people was trying to buy Tesla. And the man still had Tesla, pretty much has nothing in print. And it seems like if they do print something, they make it a very limited record store day release, which makes it very hard for everybody to obtain. But if y'all don't know this already, Tesla pretty much has none of their original catalog in print, which greatly drives up prices. When you got a band like Tesla and they're not printing their records every day to keep up with this demand of vinyl, then prices continue to rise. Oh my goodness. This is a grail for Pink Floyd buyers and audiophile. This is a original 1982 half-speed master. And the note from Paul, tough to find, a tough pressing to find. This has sold sealed on Discogs for nearly $1,000 before. They have sold for as much as $990. Disc 1 is borderline VG+. Paul says it plays very well overall with just a bit of background noise. So obviously, something like this we've graded super conservatively. Disc 1, just a little bit of background noise, and then Disc 2 is nice. It's EX or better. It's in a gatefold jacket. It does have the lyric insert with it, and then the jacket's VG+ with a few signs of wear. This is going to go up for a $295 start. This is the half-speed master 1982 Pink Floyd, a $295 start. $295 start. That is now up for bid. There's all the notes from Paul. That's now up for bid. Now, where are we on Tesla? The last bid that came in on Tesla, also, James Goggin got a Captain Midnight for $6.99. Thank you, James Goggin. There's one Captain Midnight left for $6.99. Can I convince somebody they need that? Pink Floyd already has a bid for $300. I'm looking for Tesla bids, though. I'm showing D. Kong at $180. Final call, D. Kong, $180. Nobody on Jackson 5. Nobody on Sonny and Cher. Let's keep going in here. New pre-owned vintage stuff. L. DeBarge. L. DeBarge is in VG Plus condition. A Ridge Runner sleeve. Gordy Motown label. $9.99. Tesla is sealed. The 2024 Record Store Day. 2024 Record Store Day. It is sealed. Now it's at $181. Next thing I have is the Rolling Stones Black and Blue. This is VG Plus $19.99. VG Plus $19.99. Dear Coletco, you know what to do with the Beatles MoFi. Please send it to Chris Bachek. George has the first gift of the week. He wants to purchase this. He did purchase it, and now he would like to send it to Chris Bachek. Chris Bachek, you just got a free Magical Mystery Tour MoFi from George Sambaraz. Wow. Free MoFi. Wow. Tesla, 181. Tesla, 200. Susie Breedlove on L. DeBarge. Joe DeGaldo gets the last Captain Midnight. Thank you. That's $6.99. Now we can put up some other singles I have. I always put up Warner Brothers stuff when I have it. And this one's pretty neat. It needs a good cleaning. I pulled it straight out of a Fred crate. It probably grades VG Plus, but you're going to have to clean it. Sorry, this one's uncleaned. But 1976 Hanna-Barbera, Speedy Gonzales, the Carrot Kid. Take a look at that. I love the back, all the floating heads of the other Hanna-Barbera characters. How cool is that? That's going to go up for a $5 start. Speedy Gonzales, that is a Hanna-Barbera record on the Peter Pan label. $5 start on that. Next thing we have is Tesla at $201, and then Dennis Jackson on the Rolling Stones. That is sold to Dennis Jackson, and thank you, Dennis, on that. And then next is that, and then Tesla $225, and Speedy Gonzales $5. What is half-speed mastering? Half-speed mastering is basically, let me give you the most basic layman terms I can. Half-speed mastering is a way in which the record is cut off the master tapes at a slower speed than normal. They master it at half the speed when they're cutting it to the lathe, from the lathe. Now, I probably just made some audiophiles grince or wince at that. I'm not don't want to get too technical, but basically the tape, when it's being cut to the lathe, is being played at half the speed, which is a longer, more tedious process, but it gives it better playback. So all this vinyl you see here, if it's true analog or mastered at some point, everything in the studio was cut to tape. And then they take that tape and they cut it to, you know, the metal plating, which is used to press the vinyl. So if it's half speed, I think it's more tedious to cut it at half speed, which gives it a better better playback quality. So if it's a half-speed master, it's more tedious. It takes literally half the speed, but it provides better playback. All right, this turned out to be a really good crate. How about Mountain? They took it sleigh ride. EX $17.99. This is a gatefold. Mountain is mastered by Lee Holko and Robert Ludwig. Speaking of mastering, the Mountain's records are really loud. That's a true OG there. And then we got Steve Miller Band Sailor. Steve Miller Band is VG Plus $14.99. And then Faces, this is VG Plus $26.99. Original green label, VG Plus $26.99. I'm not too qualified to give technical definitions on mastering. It could get really complicated, so I try to keep it in layman terms. I try to keep it in the simplest as possible. But, you know, let's say Pink Floyd was recording The Wall. When they was in the studio, at some point, it was being recorded to a tape. And then when that tape is used to cut the disc, if it's mastered at half speed, it provides for the best sound quality. Grateful Dead is a 73 Monarch. This is VG $26.99. The Grateful Dead, Wake of the Flood, VG, $26.99. Okay, now I got a lot of stuff to update. Let me pick out a certain point. We're going to work our way down. Tesla was at 201, then 225. Speedy Gonzalez jumped up quickly with Kelly Vlodarchek at $15. Now, the last thing I remember on Pink Floyd The Wall was an opening bid of 300 with Andy Wade. 300 with Andy Wade. That was the opening bid on Pink Floyd, 300. Then Speedy Gonzalez got a bid of 20 with Michael Butler, 20. And then Kelly bid 25. And then Tesla, 235. And then Amanda Davis was first on Mountain. That sold to Amanda Davis. And then Carol Puckett was first on Faces. And then Chris Kirkley first on Steve Miller Band. And then Tesla is at 280, and Kelly Vlodarchek is at 25 on Speedy Gonzalez. And yes, and Michael Butler's out. And now it's at 28. Is this Warner Brothers or Looney Tunes? What did I say? Well, some of these are Hanna-Barbera. Some of them are Looney Tunes, but some of them are Hanna-Barbera. Right? This is kind of a crossover. It's Peter Pan. I mean, even Archie's on here, but he's kind of his own thing, really. There's Casper. That's Hanna-Barbera. It's a little bit of both. There's Bozo. You never heard of Bozo? B-O-Z-O? Some of these are Looney Tunes, but some of them are Hanna-Barbera as well. Next is The Fugs that crawled into my hand, and that's VG Plus $24.99. So we're done on Pink Floyd, right? Andy Wade has it for $300. He's the only bidder. He's the only bidder, and I think we're done. Final call. Final call. And next is nobody on Grateful Dead. There was something else. There was another claim. Walking in London. Oh, is that a request for an auction? And then Frank Sinatra. We have Come Dance With Me. Frank Sinatra, VG Plus. This is on a Capital Rainbow label. Logo on the left. $9.99. And Jerry Whitman sings songs from the Mr. Rogers TV show. And that's on Disneyland. I've never seen that one before. Disneyland, VG Plus $14.99. And Nazareth, Exercise. That's a bizarre one you won't see as often. $19.99. Well, Andy, I can't believe it. But this has got one bid and sold you for $300. I didn't expect that. I expected that to bring $350, maybe $4. If it got to an air horn, I wouldn't have been surprised. But that is sold to Andy Wade. Just one bid for $300. Now, Speedy Gonzalez did get a new bid. And Kelly went out. George Jones bid $28. The vinyl's VG Plus. It will need cleaned. Tesla's a final call. And that's with D. Kong at $280. And then we have John Darden on Frank Sinatra. And then James Goggins second. And Susie on Mr. Rogers. Time for another auction. Whew, man, a lot of stuff tonight. Y'all are keeping me busy. I love it. Another Tesla. Not right now, though. Let's see what else is over here. We have a lot of requests for that other Concrete Blonde. There's two more, actually. Here's another Concrete Blonde, Walking in London. This is out of print, 2017, Concrete Blonde, Walking in London. This is sealed. It's going to go up for a $45 start. $45 start. Next is Al Stewart, The Year of the Cat. VG condition. It's been stored in a MoFi sleeve or an anti-static. $9.99 for Al Stewart, Year of the Cat. VG $9.99. The Beach Boys Love You is EX $16.99 for the Beach Boys. And Touchdown USA, the Big Ten, EX $17.99. The University of Michigan Marching Band. Any Wolverine fans? $17.99. Concrete Blonde, $45.55. Tesla is sold, and that is sold to D. Kong for $280. There's only one for sale over in Italy for $360 right now. That one's sold for $280. Next is Tony Lewis on Al Stewart, The Year of the Cat. And I missed Nazareth. Nazareth was sold to Tim Holloway. Tim Holloway, that's sold to you. Speedy Gonzalez is sold to George Jones for $28. I do have more children's records over here. I'm about to sell some and a lot. But I'm going to make this a buy it now. It's just an empty sleeve if anybody wants it for $5. Stevie Ray Vaughan and Dick Dale, Pipeline. It's from the movie Back to the Beach. There's no record, just a nice, crisp, empty sleeve. Stevie Ray Vaughan, $5. $5 on that. There's several MoFis. First, Duran Duran didn't sell earlier. It is a nicer VG Plus. It's $125. It didn't get a bid, but we do have some other MoFi. But let me find this record that everybody has been asking for tonight, which honestly, I don't know a lot about it. Is this it here? Highly Suspect, yeah. Wow, yeah, this has been like probably the most requested. This is, let me read you. Somebody was smart enough to keep the hop sticker. Electric Blue Vinyl and 28-page book, The Boy Who Died Wolf. The new studio album from two-time Grammy nominee, Highly Suspect. 11 new songs. And this is a 2017 on blue vinyl with the book. And we're going to start it for $65. Some of them have sold for as much as $210. Highly Suspect is a $65 start. $65 start on that. Next thing was Concrete Blonde is at 60 and 60. They're tied at 60, and now it's at 85, and Highly Suspect's at 65. Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold to John Durden for $5. That's sold to John Durden for $5. All right, moving right along. Let's go ahead and show a couple other records. We have Benny Hill, Words and Music. Benny Hill is EX edition, $12.99. And boots. These boots were made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days, you'll buy this record for VG condition, $14.99. VG condition, $14.99. Let's go ahead and put up our next single over here. And our next single is from The Cult. Nice. And this is Wildflower. Yes, The Cult. An original single here. Very cool artwork. It looks like it's a UK. It folds out with a gatefold type poster deal. It's like in a poster sleeve. The Cult. There's the disc. Very nice. Wildflower. We're going to put The Cult up for a $7 start. Now we're forbid. Another surprise. The B-side is Love Trooper. There's The Cult, an original single. $7 start on Wildflower. That's now what forbid. All right. So we left off with Concrete Blonde at 85 and then 100. Highly Suspect, 65, 70, 75. Michael Butler on BH for Benny Hill. Highly Suspect, 100, it looks like. And we have Highly Suspect, 90. And then I got the 45 sleeve for Dick Dale. Yes, John Durden, that was sold to you for $5. Concrete Blonde, 105. A dozen bids on The Cult already. Wow, Mountain Climbing, Mississippi Queen. Let me check the mastering. I think this is another Hulko Bob Lovewood cut as well. It looks OG. Nice Unipack design. It's a Monarch pressing. And yes, Sterling Lee Hulko. I don't think Lug would give her, yeah, RLLH. Another one. That is OG with the preferred mastering for that one. Mountain Climbing, EX, $17.99. I'm telling y'all know how that song comes on, Mississippi Queen. It is amazing how loud and dynamic that is. Also, Billy Joel's classic 52nd Street, VG Plus, $9.99, Big Shot, My Life. Man, I hope Billy Joel gets well. I'm sure y'all have heard the news. He has taken a turn for the worse, evidently. That's very bad. A legend. I mean, my God, how many records did the guy sell? Billions. Okay. Now, let's update where we're at. Concrete Blonde was at 100 with Rick Peabody. Let me go ahead and swap out crates. My crate here has become pretty full. Don't forget, there's a Laura crate over here on deck, which is going to be pretty wild. And correct me if I'm wrong, Laura, but I think I still hear Laura's Pricing Gun. Wouldn't that'd be a great name for like a hardcore band, Laura's Pricing Gun. Mine's going to be called I Got Sticky Notes on My Shoes. Because I do. Every time I walk through here, a sticky note gets stuck to my shoe. Laura's Pricing Gun. Okay. Oh, man. A lot of bidding. Let me try to sort all this out. Bear with me, okay? There's dozens and dozens of new bids. Concrete Blonde, 105. The Colt open at 7. Listen to these bids. 9, 7, 10, 10, 7, 17, 10, 20, 10. Dan Moran got the Michigan record. Dan Moran on the Michigan record. Colt 25. Michael Butler on Mountain. Concrete Blonde 110. Chris Kirkley next on Mountain. Christopher Nagy third on Mountain. The Colt 27. And then Concrete Blonde 115. Robert Barnett next on Mountain. Paul Bill out on Colt. Rick Peabody out on Concrete Blonde. Billy Joe was VG plus $9.99. Pat Fratt, if you don't want it, Todd Saw does. So Highly Suspect just got a new bid for $95. That just got a new bid for $95. That made it very easy on me. Concrete Blonde's at $120. And now the Colt. The Colt is with Darren Chrisman at $27. Darren Chrisman at $27. Next LP is Kansas, Song for America. Music on Vinyl's about to reissue these albums. This one's OG with the original under sleeve. Kansas is $17.99. And Genesis, and then there were 3. Genesis is a gatefold, $9.99 with that great song, Follow You, Follow Me, Phil Collins, VG $9.99. And the Go-Go's, Beauty and the Beat. We Got the Beat is on there. VG plus $14.99. Pat Fratt, let me know on the Billy Joe. Concrete Blonde is now going once, going twice to Hiram for $120. Highly Suspects at $100, now $110, and the Colts at $27. All right. Next thing I have here is, let's see, there's that, and then this. And is that all the Christmas ones? I'm going to do a vintage lot. Make sure that's all of them. I think it is. I got some really cool vintage Christmas stuff here. I know it is May, but yeah, and then the rest of these kids I'm going to do in a lot. So I like this one here. Check this out. Frosty the Snowman. This is on Peter Pan on a 78. Very cool. 1956. Frosty the Snowman. I'm Dreaming of a White Christmas. The 12 Days of Christmas, The Little Drummer Boy, another Frosty storybook and record, and Come O All Ye Faithful. All those are going to go up for a $10 start, especially these here Peter Pans from 1955 and 1956. My dad would have been 1 year old. Wow. Those are all going to go up for a $10 start. Next is Pillar Joe, just want to know how much. It was VG Plus condition, $9.99. VG Plus $9.99. We have the Glitter Band. That's VG Plus $14.99. Rockin' and Rollin' Dudes. Rock and Roll Dudes, the Glitter Band. Now, is that Gary Glitter? VG Plus $14.99? Or is that something completely different? Of course, I know Gary Glitter. VG Plus $14.99. Squeeze, Argy Bargy. Squeeze is EX edition, $22.99. Squeeze does have the original under sleeve with it, $22.99 on that. And John Mayall, Looking Back, a flip back cover. This apparently is German. It's a bluish Decca label. VG $12.99 on John Mayall. And Emmylou Harris, Pieces of the Sky, that's EX $12.99. That's EX $12.99. All right, so the Colt is sold to Darren Chrisman for $27. Thank you, Darren. The Concrete Blonde is sold to Hiram for $120. The Christmas lot already has 3 $20 bids, and Highly Suspects at $122 with Ryan Eaton. Next is Michael Butler on JM, and that was John Mayall. And then Pat Fratt says Billy Joe for $12. It's yours. You don't have to pay any more. This is sold to you for $9.99. You asked the price, and then somebody else claimed it. So you had dibs, and then when you found out the price, all you had to do was just say sold. So that's actually sold to you for $9.99. And then Highly Suspect and Christmas is still getting bids, as expected. All right, there's still killer auctions coming up. Let me see what I should throw up next. Iggy Pop's been asked about a bunch, and here we are, folks. This is an original 1977, a big one, The Idiot. VG Plus, a $45 start. I didn't just call Iggy Pop a big idiot. I always mean this is a very more desirable album in his discography. VG Plus, a $45 start. I'm going to start running the Rush next. I still got Black Rebel Motorcycle Club, Gary Moore, Concrete Blonde, Scott Weiland, Space Hog, Tears for Fears, Blind Melon, Fiona Apple, Madonna, Tesla, Who, Mo-Fi Grateful Dead, Sun Ra, Mo-Fi Pat Benatar, Yellow Magic, Andrew Hill, Cyndi Lauper, Half-Speed Master Bruce, Nina Simone, Marcy Playground, Belly King, Rush, Beatles Mo-Fi, Beatles Mo-Fi White Album, Graham Parsons, Wes Montgomery, Secrets of Kingdom, and Talking Heads, plus plenty of 45 surprises. Iggy Pop already has a bid for 45, another 45, Highly Suspect 146. The Impressions keep on pushing. The Impressions is VG plus $19.99. I thought this was pretty cool. It's in VG condition, it's in mono, and it has the hype sticker. The Rolling Stones, Got Live If You Want It, VG $29.99, and Prince For You. Prince is VG condition, $19.99, and Prince is his debut album. The only note I have is VG $19.99. There it is. Where are we on the Christmas bundle? Susie leads at $24. Susie leads on the children's Christmas bundle at $24. Iggy Pop is tied at $45. James, you came in second. Highly Suspects at $146. It's between Ryan Eaton and George Samberez. Jeremiah Lewis gets the Rolling Stones. What a great crate there of pre-owned stuff. That was a really good crate of pre-owned stuff. Lonnie Jolly on Prince. I'm just going to browse through those one more time, and I'm going to remind you of that there's a lower crate coming up next. So if I was you, I would not go anywhere. Here's Charged GBH, our next single. Charged GBH, Do What You Do, and that's going to go up for a $5 start. Let's read through these one more time. Kansas was pretty nice, Mark. Nice jacket, EX vinyl, $17.99. Very quickly, Harry Nilsson, VG Plus, $14.99. 10 years after, EX, $17.99. Son and Cher, VG Plus, $14.99. Jackson 5, EX, $22.99. The Grateful Dead was a 73 Monarch pressing, VG condition. The Grateful Dead, VG condition, $26.99. The Fugs, VG plus $24.99. The Beach Boys, EX $16.99. Nancy Sinatra Boots, VG $14.99. Genesis was VG $9.99. The Go-Go's, We Got the Beat, Beauty and the Beat, not Booty. Beauty and the Beat, VG plus $14.99. The Glitter Bands, VG plus $14.99. Squeeze was EX $22.99. Emmylou was EX $12.99. And Derek Clark says The Impressions, great killer funk soul Chicago band. Yes, as in Curtis Mayfield and The Impressions. VG plus $19.99. Nobody else bid on the Christmas bundle, right? Nope. Susie gets these Christmas records for $24. That's these 5 there. Thank you, Susie. So do you for $24. Charge GBH with lots of bids. Iggy Pop. Now it opened up tied. James went out. So Rebecca, it's looking really good for you for $45. Now Highly Suspect is still getting bids. It was at $146. Mike Bartlett asked about Kansas. I answered, and he said sold. So Kansas is sold to Mike Bartlett. Thank you, Mike Bartlett. Kansas is sold to you. Let's find that right here. Mike Bartlett. So I'll put it in the very back. GBH 55578, Highly 156.8, and then songs on Jackson 5. The songs on the Jackson 5 record. Let's browse over those right quick for Todd Sod. This is called Maybe Tomorrow. It's got Maybe Tomorrow, She's Good, Never Can Say Goodbye, The Wall, and Petals. And then side B has the following. 16 Candles, We've Got Blue Skies, My Little Baby, It's Great to Be Here, Honey Child, and I Will Find a Way. Highly Suspect is on blue vinyl. It's a 2017 US blue vinyl with the book, which I'm assuming this thing is now out of print, because I need to look that. Let's make a note to look up that band and see what else they have in print, because that's something I'm not too familiar with. GBH is at 10 and 10, and I've got another 45 bundle. If you want to bid on these, please put 45. Here's a huge kids bundle. I mean, this is a lot of different stuff. Also, check condition could vary. I have not really looked at these. We have Monster Series with Frankenstein, The Amazing Spider-Man, Pirates of Penzance, Pinocchio, Puss in Boots. This is just an empty sleeve, Doggy in My Window, Hansel and Gretel, The Gingerbread Man, Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, Mary Poppins, Doggy in the Window and Bingo, Bunny Hop, Peter Rabbit, Peter Cottontail. That one is 1959. Frankie, the Brave Fireman, Me and My Teddy Bear, and this is from, this is a promotional record, Happy Songs, Fort Allen Singers from Motorola, I think. Some kind of promotional. So all those for a $10 start. $10 start. Children's bundle, $10 start. All those that you just sold, just saying $10. What is the price on Highly Suspect? $156. And he's out. So James Bragg, if you want to bid, let me know. If not, I'm going to go ahead and say going twice, going 3 times. GBH Rebecca gets Iggy Pop for $45. Iggy Pop for $45. And the next thing I have is going up right now. I'm going to run this pretty quickly because it is a very nice top copy. Cyndi Lauper, She's So Unusual. Shrink wrap, hop sticker, time after time. Girls just want to have fun. Original on her sleeve. That's going to go up for a $20 start. And there's that, and Highly Suspect, final call. Let's condense everything. The Jackson 5, I'm assuming Todd's passing. It was EX $22.99. EX $22.99. All right. Let's get over a new crate. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you something right quick. Have you hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube? That's what I'm asking you right quick. Have you hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube? All right. Trying to figure out what's over here. Okay. A lore crate on deck. Wow. Whew. Wow. What time is it? Oh, man, it's just 8:30. We got 17 straight hours to go. 17 straight hours. Oh, my gosh. Here's our next crate. Uh-oh. Everybody's been wanting one of these. It's another Bart Simpson sticker. Another Bart Simpson. Holy moly. Holy moly. Let's see where we're at. Now, Highly Suspect's done. It's done, right? James says he's passing. He's wanting a different color. And it is sold in to George Sambares for $156. This is sold to George Sambares for $156. Hammer's being dropped. Thank you, George Sambares. That is sold to you. Okay? The kids bundle, I'm adding 2 more to it. I had 2 more of those Captain Midnights that didn't have sleeves. 2 more of those Captain Midnight Flexies. I'm actually adding that to the bundle. And we're going to put those right back there. The Cyndi Lauper was a $20 start, and we're right now at $33. The bundle, the kids bundle's at $27. And what about Charge GBH? The last bid that came in on this, I've got to go back up and work my way down. I see 13, 15, 15. I see Darren bid 15 and Amy Childs bid 15. And unless I'm missing something, there has not been another bid. This is still at $15 with Darren Johnson. So, Kristen, you're out, and Amy Childs, you tied Darren. He bid first, okay? Now, Cyndi Lauper's OG Shrink and Hype top copy, $35. And then the 45 bundle, Susie has it for $27 right now. And that's everything you see back there. GBH is still getting bid, Cyndi Lauper. George says he would like to send this record to his friend from Omaha, Teresa Brookshire. I would like to thank George Sambares. And Teresa, if you're still watching, you got a gifted record on the way to you. Holy moly. Holy moly again. George is playing the role of Santa Claus again. He's sending out records all over the United States to people. Now, somewhere or another, I ran an ad one day, and I think it hit one of y'all's feeds. I think it was Teresa's, and Teresa must have a lot of friends, because when Teresa found our page, she was a Coletco advocate, and she invited and reached out to all these different people that are now hardcore Coletco customers. And one of them is George Samberez, and there's been a lot of other people in that network if I started naming off people. But somehow we entered this huge network of interconnected people, and they all buy records, and they found Coletco about the same time. And it's led to like dozens and dozens of new customers. And this is why I always ask everybody two things. Please like the video, and please share, and please tell people. Now, some people's like, yeah, right, I'm not telling anybody about Coletco. I don't want anybody else to know about this. I don't want anybody else on here buying stuff, except me. So it's really hard to get people to share it. I'm not telling anybody else about this. You're crazy, Chad. This is my little secret. All right. We're ready for a new Laura crate. Y'all know the rules. We got 5 stickers here. We got a Laura crate sticker, not 5 stickers. I'm going to show 5 records. The first one there gets it. I don't know if Teresa's even watching the feed anymore. She probably doesn't even know she's got that record on the way to her now, but thank you on that, okay? Yeah, there's like 20. Teresa, she invited all these people. She knew all these record collectors. I'm like, golly, I need to find somebody else that likes telling people about Coletco as much as Teresa does. I tell nobody. Do you hear? I know some people's been very honest. They're like, Chad, I'm not telling anybody about you. I don't want anybody knowing about this. I don't want anybody knowing where I get my records from. One guy was like, I don't want anybody knowing where I get my records from. I like showing people all these great records I get and telling people I can't tell them where I get them from. They call it a honey hole. That's what you call a honey hole. Jackson 5 is Soda Guy Shard. I almost forgot about you. All right, let's show 5 records. And we have Grimes Gotti Primes. This is Grimes, 1999. Laura Loves Grimes, a 4-heart rating, 1999. Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell 2. Back into Hell. Wow, Bat Out of Hell 2. $34.99. Sealed. Never been open. Coldplay Parachute. Sealed. And this has the song Yellow on it. 2017. Thank you. $34.99. We have something. And this is sealed on pink vinyl. $24.99. It's Gary Twitch. What is this? G-I-R-I-W-T-I-S-H. Seal 24. Sorry, I butchered that one. And Fiona Apple, Fetch the Bolt Cutters. A masterpiece of an album. That's the note from Laura. A masterpiece. $34.99. All righty. So let's go back up to the top. And this bundle, all these kids' records here, was a final call to Susie for $27. And nobody else bid, and that means Susie gets all these for $27. So thank you, Susie. We're back now at the bottom, and this is $27. Feeble Little Horse. Boy, I was way off on that one. But Susie, these are also to you for $27. Now, I also got to update some other stuff. Sorry, because we've just done a lot of stuff. I probably should have updated these auctions before I started. GBH is at 16 with Kristen Driscoll. Everybody else is out. Kristen, no. Amy Childs has it for 17. Now, Kristen, you bid 16 twice. You might have meant to bid 18. So, Amy still has this for $17. Amy still has this for $17. Amy still has that. So, Kristen, you might want to bid again. And then the last bid on the OG Cyndi Lauper here was Toby McGowan for $42. Chad, my wife just said, she screamed from the other room, tell him I tell everybody that I hate your voice. She hates my voice? What? And then we have brag about your Austin record. I need to maybe send Paul down to the Austin Record Convention just to set up a booth advertising what we do here. I've thought about doing that. I'm sure Paul wouldn't object at all. Brandon Lack on Grimes, and Brandon Lack gets the lower crate hop sticker. So thank you, Brandon, and I think he's been after a Bart Simpson for quite some time. That is so to Brandon Lack. Fred Cardinale was second. Jeff Hallsworth on Meatloaf. Jeff, you get Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell 2. Jeff Malwitz is first on co-play. Jeff Hallwitz first on co-play. And then Jeff says, sorry, wrong Meatloaf. Okay. And we have Amanda Davis on Apple. Fiona Apple, so to Amanda Davis. James Lavender, second on co-play. And Feeble Little Horse, the band you wasn't sure on. It looks better up here. Here we go. Feeble Little Horse, Girl with Fish. Is that what that says? Girl with Fish. I was saying Geary with Tishy. Feeble Little Horse. Thank you. I could have went to the hop sticker. James Bragg next on Fiona. And then we have Cyndi Lauper at 45. And then Patrick C. Smith gets Meatloaf. Now GBH is at 18. And next is Cyndi Lauper at 47. And My Wife Hates Your Voice Too, but I think there's more to it. Maybe I got some jealous wives. Is there a lot of jealous wives out there? Well, she does mention Colette Code Austin, but she hates your voice going through the house. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. There's not much I can do about that. All right. And then James Bragg wants to throw a challenge flag. He thinks he got Fiona Apple first. I'll make sure. I'll double check. So Brandon Lack got Grimes. Fred Cardinale was second. Jeff got Meatloaf, but then he put it back. Jeff Malwitz got Coldplay. Amanda Davis got Fiona Apple, James. And then James Lavender was second on Coldplay. And that means you were second on Fiona Apple. And Patrick C. Smith got the Meatloaf that was put back. GBH 18. Cyndi Lauper 47. And here we are. You're Paul Wanda Austin. There's that GBH 20, and then Cyndi Lauper 50, and next, and then Feed is whacking out. Okay, and then we're down at the bottom. We're good to go. Okay, time for a new auction. Boy, there's a lot of activity tonight. Let's go ahead and put up something else. Marcy Playground. This is probably the next most requested record of the night. We have 2024 U.S. sealed, exclusively sold on the 2024 tour. This was only sold on their tour. I'm assuming like at merch tents, merch tables. This is sealed, and this is a $155 start. Marcy Playground Shapeshifter. Some of these have sold for over 200. 155 on Marcy Playground. Cyndi Lauper's at 54, and then Charge GBH. The last bid was Amy Childs at $20. Kristen Driscoll, you're outbid. Hopefully your wife is hearing this too. You've been outbid, and I need you to bid again. Blondie, Plastic Letters. Blondie's a sealed 2020 reissue for $24.99. $24.99. Television Marquee Moon, that is $24.99. It's also sealed, and there's a note from Laura. Essential. Essential. We also have Pixies. Excuse the Nudity, and that's a 2020 reissue. The Pixies is also sealed, $29.99. So Charge GBH is a final call to Amy Childs for $20. Marcy Playground's already at $200, and now Cyndi Lauper, top copy, Shrinking Hype. Toby has it for $54, and he is bidding against Jason Murphy. So Jason, you're out on that. Let's see if I can get another single going up for bid right quick. And the next thing I have is what? What do we have here? We have 1986. It was priced for $40 by somebody. I don't know where these came from. People Have Names. 1986. We're going to put it up for a $5 start. $5 start on that. There it is. Now, Kristen, you bid $20. The bid was already $20. So you tied Amy. Jerry Ferguson on the Pixies. Jerry Ferguson on the Pixies. Fred Cardinale is second. Pat Fratt first on Television. You were third on the Pixies. And next thing we have is Janis Joplin. I got them old Cosmic Blues again, Mama. This is her technically first debut album. It's pressed at RTI, sourced from the original master tapes, unopened, $34.99. And the Who Sellout, a half-speed master, sealed, just $24.99. Wow, $24.99 on that. So the next thing is Marcy Playground sealed. Yes, it is sealed. A 2024, it has never been open. One second, please. Yeah, never been open. Okay, and then okay, and then GBH is at 24, and this one has a bid for 5. Moving right along, right in the middle of a great lure crate. And I know when two things have happened at Collectco. I know when we've bought new collections that everybody's been seeing, and I know when ads are working. There is 358 people watching right now. Wow, that's on all platforms, not counting YouTube, or excuse me, not counting Instagram and TikTok. So I always give this opportunity to ask everybody, make sure you followed, subscribed, liked, you know, all the cliche stuff. But that's important, because if you want to buy records from us, the more you interact, the more you'll see these posts and the more you'll see our lives, okay? So welcome everybody. And the next thing we have is Patrick C. Smith on Janis Joplin. GBH is now at 25. Kristen, you've been outbid again. The Who is still sealed for $24.99. And Toby McGowan, you're out on Cyndi Lauper. It's at $55. And we have Zola Jesus. And this is unopened. It's on smoke and clear vinyl. It's a lo-fi experimental, $19.99. $19.99. Smashing Pumpkins, Pisces Iscariot, $34.99. $34.99. And NXS Shabu Shabah, a 40th anniversary on clear vinyl, that is sealed for $24.99. Now GBH has another bid for $26. That means Amy Childs, you're back out. People Have Names is now at $8. Jerry Ferguson on Smashing Pumpkins. The Marcy Playground, it's up to Toby McGowan to continue the Cyndi Lauper. Marcy Playground's at $220. $220 on the sealed Marcy Playground. We have Faye Webster, I Know I'm Funny, ha ha. This is sealed for $24.99. That's a funny title. And there's a note from Laura. Laura loves Faye. Faye Webster. That is sealed. A 4-heart rating. Wow. And now, Chris Caldwell, you were third on Smashing Pumpkins. Marcy Playground's at $230. NXS. NXS is sold to Fred Cardinale. What is Cyndi Lauper up to? He is bidding over on Facebook, and Jason Murphy has it for $55. A OG top copy in shrinking height. Brian, television already sold. Television already sold. There was actually 2 claims right before when you asked. And then Kathy next on NXS. And then John, these are all sticker price. Everything in here is definitely sticker price. These are new arrivals. There are no offers on these. King Havana, I'm not sorry. I was just being me. $17.99. $17.99. And we have Kali Uchis, Red Moon and Venus. I can definitely tell we're in a lower crate. $22.99. Jason Murphy, you've been outbid on Cyndi Lauper. Charge GBH is sold. And Amy's out. This is sold to Kristen Driscoll for $26. I hope your wife is happy. And now People Have Names. The last bid on People Have Names, Joe D'Agato went out. Jim B has it for $8. Jim B has it for $8. The Yeah Yeah Yeahs, it's Blitz. The Yeah Yeah Yeahs is sealed for $34.99. And Led Zeppelin 2, whoa. Whoa, sealed. 180 gram remaster, $29.99. Boy, I love this sticker. Look at that sticker. Chad loves Led Zeppelin. How many hearts is that? 2, 4, 5. That's a high rating. That's the highest rating. 5 hearts. $29.99. Wow. Wow. What's Cyndi Lauper at? You just got outbid. Toby has it for $59. Also, we have Mitski, Be the Cowboy. Mitski is sealed. Laura loves Mitski, a 3-heart rating, $24.99. Okay, so Cyndi Lauper is at $59. Marcy Playground, $245. Marcy Playground, $260. Does the Yeah Yeah Yeahs have maps? Not on this one. Marcy Playground 260. Brian Call on Led Zeppelin. Pat Fratt second. Cyndi Lauper 60. And then Zumo wants to yeah, yeah, yeahs. We'll make sure Kelly's passing. They're still battling out over Cyndi Lauper. They're still battling out over Marcy Playground. We still have a crazy amount of auctions to get to. The name of the Cali Uchis record is Red Moon in Venus. That is $22.99. Paul Bill's out on Marcy Playground. Final call to James Bragg for $260. Next is the Cars on blue vinyl Panorama. That is sealed for $19.99. A sealed blue vinyl pressing of the Cars Panorama. And then Alabama Shakes, Boys and Girls. Alabama Shakes is $17.99. People Have Names is officially sold then. And that is sold to Jim B for $8. Thank you, Jim. That's sold to you. Now, let's go ahead and introduce a third LP because I think we're almost done on Marcy Playground. And let's put up that MoFi Grateful Dead a few people's asked about. Paul says this is a 1979 Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab. It's somewhere between VG and VG Plus. It is a $45 start. $45 start on that. The Yeah Yeah Yeahs is sold to Zumo. Thank you, Zumo. That's so to you. Cyndi Lauper's at 62. Jason Murphy, you're out. Jason Murphy, you're out. The Alabama Shakes is sold to Mark Riley. Kristen Barnett was second. Also, we have the Black Crowes, the 30th anniversary of Shake Your Moneymaker. She Talks to Angels. Could I Have Been So Blind? $24.99. And Lucifer 4, Lucifer. Limited edition 180 gram transparent orange vinyl. Orange vinyl, sealed, doom metal, $22.99. $22.99. Marcy Playground, thank you, Mr. Bragg. James Bragg. And James Bragg gets the Marcy Playground for $260. That was only sold on tour. Wow. So we have a MoFi Grateful Dead. It is a borderline VG Plus, but just a $45 start. Black Crowes is sold to John Smetzer. Great price on that. Scott Markheim second. Cynthia next. Fred Carnell on Lucifer. And we have Screaming Females Clover. That is $19.99. Screaming Females Clover, $19.99. And Queen, The Game. That is sealed, $24.99. 180 gram. That is $24.99. All right, let's see what else I have over here in the shingles department. The shingles, not singles. We got some shingles going up. Shingles. What about Tav Falco? That sounds interesting. And I got LL Cool J. Let's do LL first. LL Cool J is Go Cut Creator Go. LL Cool J from Def Jam is going to go up for a $5 start. And Canday, 1987. LL, a $5 start on that. Cynthia Hurgin on Queen. Screaming Female sold to Paul Beal. Jim B was second. Toby's out on Cyndi Lauper. This is sold to Jason Murphy for $65. Final call to bid on Grateful Dead. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. The next auction. Here we go. Uh-oh. Holy moly. What do we have here? Rush. Snakes and Arrows out of print. Now, they've just reissued a lot of Rush albums recently. This one has still not seen a reissue. 2016, and this is the 200 gram, which should be pressed at QRP, $175 start. Some of them have sold for as much as $321. There it is. This is still out of print, and these are great versions. These should be pressed at QRP, 200 gram vinyl. Rush is $175 start. Snakes and Arrows, $175 start. Next is LL has a bid for $7. And Grateful Dead has a bid for $45. Final call. Next is Queens of the Stone Age Villains. This is sealed, $24.99. Laura loves Queens of the Stone Age. A 3-heart rating, $24.99. Maybe that will get me out of the doghouse. Oh, I thought I read that as you got to go walk your dog. There's a lot of people that are trying to bid on stuff, and then their dogs have to go pee, and then their dogs get upset because they're waiting for their owner to stop bidding, and they get caught up in auctions. And then the dog pees on the floor. Then the whole family's yelling at each other. Tav Falco. This is the Drone Ranger Tram. Tav Falco is a $5 start. Tav Falco, $5 start. It's now up for bid. All right, now we have Rush already, 175, 175, 180. Gregory on Q for Queens of the Stone Age. Cynthia was second. Garrett Seipert third. Fred Cardinale fourth. Rush is at 185. Madonna is sealed for $19.99. If anybody news watching, you want to jump in, you don't have to be pre-registered. If you want Madonna, just comment Madonna. That means you're buying it. $8 in limited shipping. You get all week to buy. This is a very competitive sale right now. There's a lot of people after the same records, a lot of comments coming in at the same time. It's whoever's first on the bins. If you're bidding on an auction, you have all the time in the world. I always say bid high and bid often. Next record is, I forgot her name. Laura's going to kill me. Charlie XCX, sealed $24.99. I almost said Mitski. This has a 5 heart rating. Laura loves Charlie XCX. Laura's going to come up here and be very mad. Charlie XCX, $24.99. $24.99. What a cover. We have Beirut, the Flying Club Cop. This is sealed for $17.99. And this is a folk album, and it's sealed for $17.99. And then Grateful Dead, just one bid for $45, and that's sold to Chad Smith. $45 on that. Next is Tav Falco 5, Tav Falco 6, LL10. Jim B gets Madonna. Robin, Jim B just bought it. Where are we on Rush? Holy moly. Dennis Daly has it for $185. Dennis Daly has it for $185. And next is going up right now. Blind Melon, Nico. Nice. Blind Melon, Nico. Blind Melon is a 2018 US with insert. This was the first time this was ever on vinyl, and this is now out of print. Is this Analog Spark? I remember when I could order these. Is this the Analog? Yeah, Analog Spark. I remember when I could order these. I wish I would have bought another 100 and just kept them in the back in a box somewhere, because now they're selling big and trending upwards. This is a $95 start, and it's near mint. The cheapest for sale right now is a VG Plus, and they're asking $125. Ours is near mint, Blind Melon, and this is technically OG. That is a $95 start. That's now up for bid. Also, we have LL Cool J 11. Jerry Ferguson got the Charlie XCX. Tyler Hubry wants the Faye Webster from earlier. What a crate. What a great selection tonight. Shout out to John Paul and Laura. They have been marking the heck out of some of these new records. I love new collections. Rush is at 186. And then we have Tav Falco 8. Rush is at 190. Blind Melon's at 100. Tav Falco 9. Let's keep going with this crate. Half-Speed Master of Exile on Main Street, sealed. We just sold an OG for $100 right out of a bin last week. This is a sealed Half-Speed Master for $34.99. And we have Extreme 3. Now, this should be at a great price. These new cost $54.99. This one is unopened for $29.99. That is a great price on that. Extreme 3, $29.99. And Grimes Visions. Grimes is $19.99. Let's remind you one more time. Laura loves Grimes, a 5 heart rating. I also know, I can tell you exactly when we've bought a new collection with a lot of modern stuff. You'll be hearing me say, Laura loves so-and-so quite often. Her and Paul usually go right for the kind of records they like. That's kind of like John. Everybody kind of marks the records they like the most here. That's typically what they do. Or the records they know the most about. That's why John goes after a lot of the classic rock and pop. He's been dealing, collecting, buying all that. Paul goes after a lot of the obscure rock, psych, jazz, soul, that kind of stuff. Laura tends to mark until this kind of stuff, until maybe we get low, and then sometimes they get into stuff and I'm like, Laura marking a BTO record? What's going on? It happens sometimes. Next thing is Rush is at $186. Tav Falco 8. Rush got a bid for $190. That's where I left off. Tav Falco 9. And then Fred Cardinale was first on Extreme. and then Angela Lewis, then Amanda Davis, then Garrett, then Clay Moore. Fred Cardinale first on Grimes. Wow, he got Extreme and Grimes. Garrett second on Grimes. Kristen next on Extreme, then Wayne next on Extreme. Let's go through one more, then I'm going to update all these bids. Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, Jones. This is on green vinyl. It is sealed for $19.99. Sealed $19.99. The Monkeys, Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, and Jones. It's another Pleasant Valley Sunday. We have Blind Melon, Nico. Blind Melon, Nico. There's only been one bid with Jim B for $100. Going twice, going three times. The Analog Spark Pressing. The Analog Spark Pressing. Great price at $100. Final call. Tav Falco, the Drone Ranger. The last bid on TF that came in was Fred Cardinale at $9. Final call. I haven't said LL Cool J in a while, so let's move it to a final call. LL's with John Durden at $11. And then it's looking really good for you, Dennis, on the Rush. You have that for $190. I'm about to drop the hammer on it. $190. Live Cream is a 2015 pressing. It's sealed, never been opened. Cream is $24.99. And we have, what is this? Fever Ray Radical Romantics. Fever Ray is sealed. This is an experimental synth pop, and that is sealed for $29.99. Also, we have Native Invader Tori Amos. Native Invader is sealed. Tori Amos, $24.99. Blind Melon has a new bid for $105. Jim B, you're out. LL Cool J has a new bid for $12. Whoever with the high bidder, you're done. And let's also show this right here. This is Bjork, $27.99, Utopia, with a note from Laura. Laura loves Bjork, $27.99. 2-heart rating for Bjork there. All right, Dennis, I know that's going to a fellow Rush fan. Snakes and Arrows. Thank you, Dennis Daly. Dennis, when I was cleaning up last night, I found that box of Rush posters you sent me. Dennis actually sent a box of Rush posters to us a while back. And Dennis, I told you, that's why I didn't leave it hanging around too long. I went ahead and told you that we had to do something because they got buried and I just rediscovered them. So I'm going to try to get that. I started sorting road posters. The hardest posters for us to sell are road ones because they're really hard to show and photograph. You got to get paperweights and we got to mount them and do all this. So really hard to sell road posters. But we got quite the collection of road posters. We got concert posters. We got advertising posters, store posters, all kinds of cool stuff. But thank you, and that's so to you for $190. All right, Blind Melon 105, LL 212. Tav Falco, let's go ahead and sell that for $9. And that was with Fred Cardinale. And now the next new comment was Fever, and that was Tori Amos. Amanda was second, Kristen Barnett third, LL 13. The songs are Go Cut Creator Go and Kande, spelt with a K. Garrett Cypher first on the Bjork. And Blind Melon, Jim B, it's up to you. I'm about to sell it for $105 to Jerry Ferguson. Talking Heads, Speaking in Tongues, Burning Down the House, a 2013. Rhino, $29.99. Also, we have Prince, The Truth. Prince is $24.99. Fever was probably for Fever Ray. Oh, what was the Tori Amos called? Oh, it's called Native Invader. My bad. But he was first on Tori Amos, too. I got a correction. Fever Ray is sold to Fred Cardinale, and he was first on Tori Amos. Whoop, almost dropped Tori. Yeah, he put Fever and TA, so he got both. Then Amanda, you're still second, and then Kristen Barnett. So yeah, my bad. And then Bjork still goes to Garrett Cypher. He's back in on Blind Melon at 106. Jerry right back in at 107. And then Prince is sold to Cynthia Herdron, then Fred, then Debbie. Now, LA is a final call. LL, I should say. John has it for 13. Nick Bargeron, let me know if you want back in. Speaking of Fiona Apple, oh no, wait, that was Tori Amos. Speaking of Fiona Apple, this is a Vinyl Me Please pressed on exclusive 2LP green vinyl. What is the word that I just skipped over? Agapanthus? What? And this is sealed. It's a Vinyl Me Please on green blue swirl, a $45 start. $45 start. Derek, I have not seen those posters since you shipped them to me. Oh man, we got a poster debacle here. Oh my gosh, we got so many road posters. Not hundreds. We got thousands of road posters in this building. It's way too many. I won't say never. It's going to take me months and years to get through all these. Jealous of the Birds, Wisdom Teeth. That is sealed for $9.99. And Wham, fantastic. Wham is new and sealed, $24.99. Fiona Apple, $45. Fiona Apple, $45. Fiona Apple, $45. Next is Bjork is going back in the bin. Garrett says he already has it. No problem there. And we have the Murder City Devils, $22.99. I have once again lost Jim B. Never mind, he bid $108. I've lost Jerry Ferguson. Jerry, Blind Melon, I hadn't lost you. I just hadn't updated the bids. Blind Melon's at $108 with Jim B. And we have the Zombies, Odyssey and Oracle. This is on Craft. Sealed Zombies for $24.99. And St. Vincent, All Born Screaming. St. Vincent's on white with black splatter with a note from Laura. Laura loves St. Vincent. Wow, that's a cool color. $19.99 on that. All right. Chad hasn't been the same since that Charlie XC cover. Yeah, my eyes are crossed. Oh, what did I see? Cynthia Herdron on Wham. That is sold to Cynthia Herdron. And Fiona Apple is at $50. Fred Cardinale on MCD. MCD was Murder City Devils. Fiona Apple, $51. Laura's bidding. Laura's bidding on Fiona Apple. She's mad at Paul for putting that out. She's like, Blind Melon, $110. Fiona Apple, $48. Cynthia Herdron on Zombies. Zoomies is what your dog does when it's really hyper. That is sold to Cynthia Herdron on the Zombies. The Charlie XCX is gone. Susie next on Zombies, and then DJ not so good. All right, I lost Nick Bargeron. No surprise there. This is sold to John Darden for $13. Now, over here, we have Blind Melon Nico. Blind Melon Nico. Jerry's back in at $110. Jim B, you've been outbid. The high bid on Fiona Apple right now is $50. $50 on that. What days and stores are for local pickup? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, 10 to 4. And it has been set in stone. Our big event here at the store is not this weekend, but the next weekend. Not this weekend, the next weekend, $1 event. I'm actually filling up tubs of even Fred Goodwin stuff that's going to be $1. Posters, prints, photos, little dilly-dads and hobnobs and tchotchkes. That's all that's going to be out on the parking lot, on the sidewalk. Inside the store will be thousands of $1 records. Thousands of $1 records. Thousands of $1 records. And $1 CDs. And $1 cassettes. And $1 anything, books probably. A lot of books too. There's 3 books out on the sidewalk. 3 boxes full of books, free if anybody wants them. I think 2 boxes already got gone. There's 3 boxes of books. I started sorting. I've already started giving my giveaway and dollar pile book sort. I started on last night. Fiona Apple, 53. Fiona Apple, 55. Okay? And Fiona Apple's at 60. Now, Blind Melon, GMB's out. We're going to go ahead and sell that to Jerry Ferguson for $110. But you'll hear me make that announcement a lot because I want a lot of people to be here. A lot of people to be here. Chattapalooza is still in the works. It will be a Chattapalooza 2 weekends from now. Just Chad won't be here. Chad will be sleeping. I usually am here in the morning when we're opening the doors. I did get to meet some people I had never met. When I walked outside, there was a line to get inside the store, and I did get to meet some people for the first time ever that's been buying from me for years. So I might make an appearance in the morning, but I'll probably be heading home to sleep so I can be back here Friday night to do the sale. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to stream live. So what another great crate from Laura. But the books out front, it was a lot of like how to do arithmetic, and it was 1953. Those kind of, I'm assuming nobody wants books like that. I've never been able to sell them. It's like
The Guide to the Methodist Church, 1957. How to Prepare a Proper Speech, and it was written in 1959. I mean, I don't think anybody wants books like that anymore. I always check them on eBay, but I'm assuming people don't want books like that. There was one like it's like from 1912, like Understanding Today's Literature, like those kind of books I always put out in the dollar sale. I don't think anybody wants those. It's not like it's first edition of Lord of the Rings or anything like that. So, okay, here we go. We have Madonna, Like a Prayer. Madonna is an original 1989 U.S. specialty with the patchouli scented inner sleeve. Now, y'all were talking earlier about a Rod Stewart album that smells like perfume. This one actually is scented as well. And I think one of those Rod Stewart albums come with that as well. I think this smells, doesn't it? Yeah. It has a smell to it. So there's that. Just saying. And Madonna is a $35 start. An original 89 U.S. specialty with the patchouli scented inner sleeve. I really don't know what that means, but it's up for bid. Have fun. Good luck. That's what that guy told Liam Neeson. Good luck. Good luck. And then he killed him. Okay. Now, we have a lot to update right quick. We have Fiona Apple 52, Fiona Apple 53, Fiona Apple 55, Fiona Apple 60, Fiona Apple 65. We have the Osmonds for $1. I guarantee it. Oh, without a doubt. I've seen stuff, John. The thing is y'all know we don't put out like really low-grade records here. So when we're buying collections, we get VG minus, VG minus records that typically near mint we would mark at most $10. So if we get like a VG Dusty Springfield album, it's going in the dollar sale. Or the Osmonds. You know, at the most, we're marking the Osmonds $10. And that's if they're just beautiful, perfect, near mint minus. So if they're check condition, they immediately go in the dollar bins. We're not going to clean and sleeve and check all those for, $5 to put them out. We usually have a minimum threshold here. For us to sell something here, everything typically starts at $10. Because any less than that, it's not really worth it. Just logistically, all the work it takes to price records. So that's how we end up with thousands of $1 records. We end up with thousands of $1 records because we can't put out a lot of $5 and $3 records here. It wouldn't make any sense to. All right, let's recap this bin. So that's why our dollar sales are always so great. There are so many $5 and $7 and $10 records that are just $1 because we don't have time. We can't put everything out. It's impossible. We couldn't do $5 bins here on the sale. We don't have time. Logistically, it don't make sense to ship them and do all the work we put into it. So that's why we have to have $1 clear out sales. Let's go through this bin one more time. We got so much more to go through. And there's another lore crate on the way. This is Feeble Little Horse. And this is Girl with Fish. Feeble Little Horse is a shoegaze album on pink vinyl. It's sealed and it's never been opened. $24.99. Blondie. This is a 2020 reissue, a sealed pressing, a reissue of Plastic Letters. $24.99. And then The Who is an Abbey Road half-speed master of Sellout. $24.99. I Can See for Miles, and that's a great price at $24.99. Those new were $35 and $40. Now, the last bid on Fiona Apple that came in, this is a sealed copy of Fiona Apple, Extraordinary Machine. The last bid on Fiona Apple that came in was George Sambaraz at $70. George Sambaraz at $70. Going once, twice, going 3 times to George Sambaraz. The next thing I have is Madonna. And Madonna has a high bid with Toby McGowan. Toby McGowan at $50. And this is an OG 89 with the scented inner sleeve. It's at $50. It's at $50 with Toby McGowan. Now, the next thing we had was DJ Not So Good on Feeble Horse. That sold. ST on The Who. Cyclone, You Were Second. And Pam Murray on Blondie. Wow, Laura, this is looking really good. We might have a clean out here. Zola Jesus. The Breakthrough 2011 LP by Zola Jesus. It's on smoke and clear colored vinyl. It's a lo-fi experimental genre. Just $19.99. And King Hannah, I'm Not Sorry, I Was Just Being Me. This is $17.99 in shrink, King Hannah. Our next single is going up right now for... One second, please. All right. Sorry, I had to text somebody back right quick. Next thing I have is a Clash. I was trying to find it. I've got quite the pile over here. The Clash is a white label promo of Groovy Times and Gates of the West. Now, I know the Clash has a single that's supposed to go in one of their albums. One of their albums comes with like a bonus promo. This may be that, but I don't remember the songs. Either way, it's going to go up for a $5 start. There's the Clash. It's now up for bid. Next is Fred Carnell on Zola Jesus. That is sold. And we have Mitski, and this one's called Be the Cowboy, sealed, $24.99 on Mitski. Caliucci's Red Moon and Venus, that was $22.99. And the Cars Panorama with Touch and Go. This is a remaster by Rick Ocasek of the Cars on blue vinyl for $19.99. So Madonna is officially sold to Toby McGowan for $50. And now Fiona Apple is sold to George Sambares. And George Sambares, you get the sealed Fiona Apple. And Fiona is sold to you. And that was sold to George Sambares for $70. That is sold to George Sambares for $70. All right, here we go. I've been waiting for this one. Nobody else has kind of asked about it, but here it is. This is a original gold stamp promo of Tesla, The Great Radio Controversy. An original 1989 US with original under sleeve, gold stamp promo, VG Plus condition, a $55 start. Tesla, The Great Radio Controversy. This has the hop sticker, and this is an original gold stamp promo. Geffen Records, OG, VG Plus, original under sleeve, a $55 start. $55 start. Tesla, The Great Radio Controversies. So yeah, this promo single goes with their debut self-titled album. So if you have an OG debut Clash album, you need this single to go with it. This came with that release. That was included when you bought it. And the bids on that have been 7, 5, and 10. Donna Callie was $22.99. Josh Brown got the Cars. DJ Not So Good second. The Clash is at 12. Tesla's at 55. Tesla 60. The Clash is at 12. And Beirut, the Flying Club Cup. Beirut is sealed. That's a folk album, $17.99. And George Sambares says, Coletco, on behalf of several bidders with the same thought, please present the Fiona Apple to our favorite local artist, Miss Laura Bryant. George is gifting his third record tonight to our very own Laura on Fiona Apple. We can blame all that on Paul for putting this out for sale. Paul's supposed to ask Laura anytime a Fiona comes through, Laura, do you have this one? So we'll blame all that on Paul. What a nice gesture. Thank you, George. And thank you, Laura, who's right in the back about 40 yards away from me, pricing more records. Donna sold on Cali. Tesla is not a club. It is an original retail copy. Clash 15, Clash 20. And now Clash 16. Also, we have a half-speed master, the Rolling Styles. How about the Rolling Stones? Exile on Main Street. Half-speed master, $34.99. Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, and Jones on green vinyl. That is sealed for $19.99. Live Cream, a 2015 reissue, $24.99. Talking Head, Speaking in Tongues. Burning Down the House, $29.99. Clash 21, Clash 25. And Jealous of the Birds, Wisdom Teeth, sealed for $9.99. Jealous of the Birds. And then Bjork is still available, $27.99. That one's called Utopia. And then one more here, St. Vincent, All Born Screaming, $19.99. What's amazing is we've went through 3 full crates tonight already, and everything left just fills up a half of a crate, and that includes a John check condition bin. So everybody's doing something right. A lot of stuff being sold, and I think there's another check condition being on deck. But right now, we're going to put up a solo album from the lead vocalist of the lead vocalist for Stone Temple Pilots, the late Scott Weiland. This is called 12 Bar Blues. This is a Record Store Day edition, a 2 LP on blue and green vinyl. It's sealed, and this is the only time this has been pressed. They did it for Record Store Day, and they are out of print. $45 start. The Clash singles at $30, Tesla's at $70, and that's where we're at. Anybody else on anything in here, these are going to go right over here next to me. These are going to go right over here next to me. If you change your mind, you're like, you know what? You know what? I do want everything in that bin. Chad, go ahead and just sell me everything that's left in that bin. I'll take it. I'll be like, no problem. And thanks everybody for a great night. And that's it. I'm just joking. We're just getting started. I do want to thank everybody for the great week last week. Sorry, I was trying to find this next crate. Of course, like I said, every Monday, typically about the time I get up, Ed is sending me the numbers, and we had an incredible week last week, as usual. So thank y'all, as always. The amount of repeat customers every week is truly amazing. That's kind of the backbone here. I just got to keep everybody happy, and I got to keep everybody happy, and I got to keep everybody buying. So that's my main job every week. I'm going to go ahead and take this stack of sold 45s. Unbelievable. I have about 6 months ago when we started selling a lot of singles, I didn't figure by May we would have been sold this many records. It's quite incredible. We got to be approaching. We're starting to approach those 5-digit range for 45s already sold this year. Unbelievable how many we've distributed across the country, and some like high-end ones that I've sold on eBay and Discogs. We just sold a French Love EP for, I think, nearly $500 that I've shown here before, and we sold that MC5 test pressing. I've sold some rare ones that I've shipped overseas here lately online. Very cool stuff. Let's get started with some more stuff. I love stuff. Last thing I said was Tesla at 70, Scott Weiland 45, Tesla 75, Scott 46, Scott 50, 45, Scott 55, Scott 50, Scott 55, and Kathy wants that half-speed master Stones. So let's pull that out. The half-speed master of the Stones over here. What have I done with it? Tesla at 80, Scott Weiland 56, Scott Weiland 60, Scott Weiland 65, Scott Weiland 75. So the last bid on the Clash that came in, John Durden went out. I need to move this to a final call with Gregory at $30, right? Gregory, you have that for 3-0, and that's a final call to you. I'm about to drop the hammer. Now Scott Weiland's at 75, and then the Tesla, Jeremy Rourke had it for 80. Jeremy Rourke had it for 80, okay? MoFi, We still have Black Rebel Motorcycle Club, Gary Moore, Concrete Blonde, Space Hog, Tears for Fears, The Who, Sun Ra, Mo-Fi, Pat Benatar, Yellow Magic, Andrew Hill, Half Speed Master, Bruce Springsteen, Darkness on the Edge of Town, Nina Simone, Belly King, Rush, Test for Echo, Beatles, Mo-Fi, Graham Parsons, Montgomery Brothers, Secrets of Kingdom, and Talking Heads, plus plenty of other single surprises. These are new arrivals, check condition. Let's get started. Jay Giles Band, Freeze Frame, with the original inner sleeve, with centerfold, EX condition, $17.99 on that. Alice Cooper, Killer. Alice Cooper is in VG condition, first label, $12.99. Original company inner sleeve, $12.99 on Alice Cooper. Creedence Clearwater Revival, Willie and the Poor Boys. VG Plus Vinyl, VG cover, $19.99 on CCR, and Dave Edmunds Rockpile. Dave Edmunds is EX edition, $17.99. There it is. And we also have Rare Bird, As Your Mind Flies By. That's VG, $12.99. So the Clash is sold to Gregory Roberts for $30. Now Tesla. Tesla is officially sold to Jeremy Rourke for $80. Jeremy Rourke, that is $80. Thank you, Jeremy Rourke, on Tesla. That is sold to you for $80. And then the last bid on Scott Weiland is a final call. I still sent out. Rebecca has it for $75. Our next auction is a Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab Mo-Fi pressing of the Beatles White Album. Beautiful. I expect this to do very well. A Mo-Fi pressing, original master recording, the Beatles, the 2LP, and both discs are nice. Paul says they're EX Plus, $125. We have not sold the Gorillaz or MF Doom. And I just want to let everybody know, Thursday night for Metal Night will be probably one of the best metal nights we've had in a while. If y'all hadn't seen the post, go check it out. The photos are shared on Facebook, the community page on our YouTube, and on Instagram. We had a longtime customer drive down and sell some of his collection, or I guess all of his collection. So a lot of these came from us originally, and it's a insane batch of metal. Total pieces, including CDs, box sets, and miscellaneous, probably 1,000 items. Albums, 800 albums, and that's a lot of OGs, a lot of out-of-print reissues. I think y'all know the drill. So next Thursday, this Thursday, you can expect insane OG metal auctions. We'll have probably be auctioning metal items like tchotchkes and CDs and CD box sets. It's going to be a great night. The rest of this week, just great stuff like this. Every night, one crate after another. One crate after another, because we've recently bought 22,000, 6,000, 3,000, 800, and then I didn't even post it yet. Paul bought another 1,200 on Sunday, and I hadn't even posted that, and that was a lot of 80s metal. We got a lot of stuff like Dawkins and Rat. I hadn't even posted that. That's all crated up. I got to spread it all out tonight and take pictures. So we've bought 5 collections, now totaling over 30,000 albums in the last 2 weeks. Wow. Not counting everything else that's already stored in this building. We got a lot to sell. A lot to sell. Alice Cooper is sold to Greg Beddinger. That's sold to Alice Cooper. I mean Greg Beddinger. Thank you, Greg. That's sold to you. Moving right along, we have Duran Duran. This is VG $12.99. 7 and the Ragged Tiger. We're in a new arrivals bin. And here's a classic. Derek and the Dominoes. Layla. That's on the Atco label. That's VG condition. $19.99 for Layla. VG $19.99. All right, Rebecca, you get Scott Weiland. Scott Weiland is sold to Rebecca for $75. Nobody's bid on the Beatles Mo-Fi. Final call on Beatles Mo-Fi for $125. $125. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Space Hog. Space Hog is a 2021 US on pink vinyl. It's sealed and it's never been opened. It's a $45 start. Rebecca Davis on Derek and the Dominoes. Layla. That's sold to her. Also, 38 special. Rocking Into the Night. That's VG condition, $12.99. 38 special. Rocking Into the Night. and the Adventures of Lone Ranger. That's EX $12.99. Also, where we had a lot of waiting lists for metal LPs and metal orders, I expect some of that to start showing up tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. We're probably going to have a lot of stray metal in the new vinyl bins, like new releases. Just FYI, because all that kind of got scattered out when I was ordering stuff last week. Here's our next single, Antibodies. Antibodies is on blue vinyl. Antibodies are here. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And Space Hog has a bid with Amanda for $45. And Robin Murphy Glenn on 38 special. Jorge Enriquez was second. You have Mr. Tesla's info on Lone Ranger. The Adventures of Lone Ranger. It's a story record from Decca. Most likely late 50s, early 60s with this logo. EX edition, probably late 50s, early 60s, yeah. Or through mid-60s, $12.99. It's probably more so mid-60s, $12.99 on Lone Ranger. Space Hog 50, Space Hog 50, Space Hog 52. Neil Young Trans. Neil Young is EX, $12.99. And Styx, Caught in the Act. Styx is a gatefold 2LP, original under sleeves, EX edition, and that's $32.99. Also, we got Scott Markheim on Lone Ranger, Space Hog 55. The 45 has a bid for 5 and 5. Tate, you were second on Lone. And wow, nobody on the Beatles MoFi. $125. So there's only 2 no bids tonight. They are both tougher to get, more desirable vintage MoFi titles, and they're both $125 each. We still got the Beatles MoFi, EX Plus, and the Duran Duran MoFi for $125. Those are our 2 no bids, and now we only have 1 no bid. Tyler's going to pick up the Beatles for $125. That was pretty wild for that not to get a bid. Now Space Hog is at $60. Teresa bid first on the 45, so Joe Delgado, you're out. And then Neil Young is so to DJ Not So Good. James Goggin was second. Let me fill up, let me officially say that crate's been filled up. So let's swap these out. Amazing, beautiful, fantastic. That's our 3rd full crate of the night, which is really good. We didn't have a flip video to start the show, and we didn't have any new vinyl. We've already filled up 3 crates. That's just out of new arrivals. That's always good. David V., you were next on the Beatles. So we're just down to 1 unsold auction. I'm going to put it right over here. And now we've got going up for bid right now. Our next auction is, I'm going to try another MoFi. We're going to go ahead and knock out Pat Benatar. We're not literally going to knock her out. We're just going to put her up for auction. This is Pat Benatar in the heat of the night. And it's a 1981 MoFi near mint, and it's just a $35 start. That one is just a $35 start for Pat. Uh-oh. Chad's got stretch. Chad's going down. Oh. Chad is ready for a snack. Holy moly. Okay, I'm better. Pat Benatar is a $35 start. Space Hog is a 2021. It's on pink vinyl. 2021 on pink vinyl. 2021 pink vinyl on that one. Okay, now Space Hog, Pat Benatar. Okay, so Pat Benatar 35, now Teresa 7. We're good to go. New arrivals here. Boston. This is EX $32.99, and that is on the original label, More Than a Feeling. Boston's debut, EX $32.99. We have George Harrison, Living in the Material World. George Harrison is VG condition, $14.99. Chad needs a banana. I do. I bought bananas, pears, apples, and peaches today at Publix, and I'm very much looking forward to going and getting some here in about an hour and a half when I go up front to take a 3-minute break. Heart is EX $17.99. Heart has the original on her sleeve, EX $17.99. Unfortunately, I don't get many breaks. I take about 1 5-minute break every night. Head East getting lucky, EX $17.99. EX $17.99. I'm breaking my own labor laws as the boss. 10 years after, Stoned Hinge, EX edition $17.99. And Jay Giles Band, Love Stinks, VG Plus $14.99. Next thing is Space Hog 61. Pat Benatar got another $35 bid. Rich Krulak bid first. Wayne Davis, you were second. Space Hog 65 and Space Hog 68. Potassium and magnesium. My mom tells me the same thing. She's like, you need more potassium and magnesium. I says, that sounds like something that's going to like make me explode. Isaac Hayes in the beginning. EX, it felt like if you mix those together, you would blow up. $22.99. Pretty Things, Savage Eye. Pretty Things is EX edition, $17.99. And Chuck Berry's Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $24.99. Chuck Berry's Greatest Hits. The next rush is about to go up. Sorry, I should have put that up a long time ago. We're about to do it. As a Rush fan, I'm kind of stalling. As y'all know. Isaac Hayes is so to Donna Turner. Some great records left in here, unclaimed in this John crate, just saying. And now Savoy Brown. I just listened to this the other day. It's very much a blues rock album. Savoy Brown, Blue Matter, VG Plus, $14.99. Doctors Ebo on the J. Giles, and then the Antibodies. This is sold to Teresa for $7. Thank you, Teresa. That's sold to you. And then the last bid that came in on Space Hog was $68 of Paul Beal, 2021 pink vinyl. Now, Wayne has outbid Rich on Pat Benatar at 36. Is my ding-a-ling on Chuck Berry? I don't think so. I think this is a little bit too early for that one. Yeah, VG Plus $24.99, just slightly too early for that. And then Chuck Berry, VG Plus $24.99. And then JH, you were third on Isaac Hayes. Space Hawk 70, Pat Benatar 37. And we have Styx, The Grand Illusion. This is VG Plus $14.99. Come Sail Away. Come Sail Away with Me. The Styx is VG Plus $14.99. And we have Loverboy, Get Lucky. Everybody's working for the weekend. VG $9.99. And the Alan Parsons Project, iRobot, VG $9.99. Nicholas on Styx. Come Sail Away, Nicholas. Bladder. I've only ever took a few bathroom breaks ever since I've been doing this. And no, I don't wear diapers. I'm wearing well, I'm not going to reveal what I'm wearing. It's a mystery. It's always a mystery what I'm wearing. It's always a mystery. We have Miami Vice, VG $9.99. This has the original on her sleeve with it. And Robin Glenn on Loverboy. Nicholas Hostler on Alan Parsons. Pat Benatar 38. Chuck Berry was VG Plus $24.99. David V second on Styx. Now, since he's out on Space Hog, Fred, you have that for $70. So that's moving to a final call. Let's put up that Rush. Oh boy, I don't know what it is myself. Nice. It is a 200 gram. Almost said 2,000 gram. A 200 gram, 2015, $175 start. That's the 200 gram QRP pressing. Very desirable. It does have a light seam crackle right up here. Don't worry, it won't get any worse because we've put it out of the sleeve. It's very nice. And that is going to go up for a $175 start. Rush test for Echo. That is now up for bid. And once again, that is the 2015 200 gram QRP pressing. Very desirable. All right, nobody else on Space Hog. Space Hog is sold. And Space Hog is sold to Fred Cardinal for $70. They're still battling out over the Mo5 Pat Benatar. Let's go ahead and find some more singles. And the next single I have is Fleetwood Mac, Rhiannon, and Sugar Daddy. The classic Stevie Nicks song. And this is VG Plus, excuse me. This is Rhiannon, Will You Ever Win? Rhiannon, Rhiannon, Fleetwood Mac. This is going to go up for a $7 start. Rhiannon, $5 start. You decide. 5 or 7, your pick. 5 or 7, you pick. Okay? Next thing we have is I'm Jesse Coulter. VG Plus, $9.99. Jesse Coulter. Big Brother and the Holding Company, Cheap Thrills. Another Piece of My Heart, Now Baby. That's Janis Joplin. I'm not going to try to sing like Janis Joplin. Only she could sing like Janis Joplin. $24.99. The Alan Parsons Project, VG Plus, $14.99. Nice. The Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed, just $14.99. Seems underpriced. It is on the first label. It is VG, though. It is VG, $14.99. Now, Pat Benatar's at 40, Rhiannon's at 7, and Rush is a $175 start. We sold Snakes and Arrows earlier. No bid on this yet. $175 going once, going twice, no bid. Rhiannon's at 7. Rhiannon's at 7. Tate Prime on Cheap Thrills. Nicholas on Alan Parsons Project. The Cynthia on the Rolling Stones. What another great check condition bin from John. And now our next auction is going to go up right now. I don't know who this band is, but I did find a few stray New Orleans records. I think that's what some of these are from. This is the Battle Dykes Dominia 7-inch. The Battle Dykes. And that's going to go up for a $7 start. It is on clearish white vinyl. The Battle Dykes is a $5 start. That's up for bid. Whoop, I don't want to throw away this sleeve. This sleeve actually has a hop sticker to it, so let's keep it in that original. The sleeve is kind of worn, the plastic sleeve that is, the protective sleeve, but it has kept the sleeve, the actual sleeve in really good, but it does have a hop sticker there. All right, now, we left off with the Stones, with Cynthia. Pat Fratt, you're second. Big Brother's already sold. Pat Benatar, 41. Joe Delgado next on the Stones. The 45 is opened at 10. Robert next on Stones. Jeremy Rourke on Heart. This crate's definitely worthy of another quick read-through. And here we are. Is Rush on Atlantic or Analog? This should be Analog Productions. Let's see here. There's the download card. Atlantic. Well, it's on Atlantic, but it should be pressed by or from Analog Productions if it's 200 gram. Marketed by Rhino, Anthem. I'm pretty sure they're the only people who had the contract for this in 2015. They should be Analog Productions pressed at QRP if they're 200 gram. It says Atlantic Anthem. I actually don't see the Analog Productions. I don't know if Analog Productions actually had the label. I think they were just pressed at QRP. I don't think Analog Productions actually did these. They were just pressed at QRP. I could be wrong. I'm wrong quite often guessing on this stuff, but the best of my knowledge, they never was on the AP label, just Atlantic, and they had them contracted to be pressed at QRP. That's why they always came in those resealable QRP baggies. No one has bid. I'm looking for 175. Now, let's figure out what's going on. Rhiannon, I think, is done. Robin bid 7 on that. It's sold. Robin, you get Rhiannon for $7. And then the Pat Benatar was between a couple people. The most recent bid, Wayne went out. Rich Krulak, you get that for $41. Explain what QRP is. There's two things I'll say quite often. One is Analog Productions, and one is QRP. Analog Productions is a label. And the same person who owns that, Chad Kasem, he also owns the record plant, QRP. This is some of the best in the business right here. Analog Productions is the label. They specialize in high-quality analog pressings. QRP is the record plant that's owned by the same umbrella. And QRP is one of the best record pressing plants in the country. QRP, very scrutiny on that. They're very high quality. But his label, Chad's label, is Analog Productions. So typically, he only deals with stuff if he can get the 100% analog masters. So this Lynyrd Skynyrd album is cut from the original master tapes, mastered by Analog Productions crew, and it's pressed in Salina, Kansas, at the same place at QRP. So anything you see with this sticker and that logo and this logo is top notch. Now, they contract out, like QRP pressed Jimi Hendrix records for the longest. And they had a contract for a long time. They were pressing the Rush records. And those are some of the most desirable Rush reissues. They're pressed at QRP. And I'm pretty sure that's where this is pressed. It should be. They're all pressed. That whole era was only pressed at QRP. 175. Joe said he bid 10 on Rhiannon. Yeah, it was a lot of confusion when this went up. So the Battle Docs is at 17. Joe says, never mind, go ahead and sell it to Robin. All right, we'll keep that at Robin. Now, over here. Let's see right here. And then Battle Docs is at 20. Did I miss any other claims? Do you have Lamb of God Sacrament? Not at the moment. Well, I don't really know, but if I do, I don't know where it is. If I do have it, it'll probably be sold on Thursday. All right, we need another record. And Gary Wellman says he'll take Jesse Coulter. All right. I don't think, though, these are by Analog Productions. I think it was on Atlantic and they were pressed at... What I'm saying is I don't think Analog Productions ever did the mastering for that. And Laura's delivered a crate right on cue. Laura's delivered a crate right on cue. So we're about to go through a Laura crate. I'll have to double check all that. I can't remember. We have Black Rebel Motorcycle Club. This is now up for bid. Black Rebel Motorcycle Club, BRMC, exclusive limited edition, silver colored vinyl, HD side with 4 bonus tracks. And this is on silver vinyl. It's numbered and it's a low number. It is number 54. Black Rebel Motorcycle Club is a $55 start. The Battle Docs is at 21 with Fred Cardinale. George, you're out. And Rush Test for Echo is a buy now for $175. $175 on that. 175. 175 on Rush Test for Echo. No bid. And the cheapest for sale is $175. The median's about $200, and these have sold for as much as $328. So that's the cheapest they're for sale right now. That's the cheapest that's for sale right now. Rush, and that is Test for Echo. So we've pretty much, at that price, matched the cheapest one that's for sale. $175 on Test for Echo. I desperately need a drink of water. So let me do this right now. Whew, right on time. Lower crate right on time. Okay, here we go. Black Rebel Motorcycle Club, $55. Battle Docs, $26. Fred, you're out. J. Giles Band Freeze Frame, EX $17.99. CCR VG Plus $19.99. Dave Edmonds EX $17.99. Rare Bird is VG $12.99. Duran Duran is VG $12.99. Styx was EX $32.99. Caught in the act. Our next auction is going up right now, and that is a half-speed master of Bruce Springsteen, Darkness on the Edge of Town. Unfortunately, it has some heat damage. Paul says it needs to go up for a $5 start. So typically, what heat damage means, let me take a look at it. It means it may play, but it could sound a little wonky. It could have like a light hiss in the back or something. But it is clean. It looks really nice. It's going to go up for a $5 start. Next thing we have is Fred's out on the Battle Docs at 26. Final Call on Black Rebel for one bid for 55. And then Gary Wellman got Rare Bird. That's so to Gary Wellman. Boston's on the OG label, $32.99. George Harrison, Living in a Material World, VG $14.99. Head East is EX $17.99. 10 Years After is EX $17.99. Pretty Thing Savage Eye, also EX $17.99. Savoy Brown, VG Plus $14.99. Miami Vice soundtrack, I Can Feel It Coming, In the Air Tonight. Chuck Berry's Greatest Hits, VG Plus, and that is on an earlier chess label too. Check that one out, VG Plus. This has been reissued many times. This album's probably on 30 different label variations. VG Plus, $24.99. Okay, There's that, and Battle Docs is a final call for 26. Amazing selection of vinyl tonight. Amazing selection. And we've gone through 4 crates now, and everything left is basically in a crate and a third. And I'm going to go ahead and condense them, and now everything's in 1 crate. So yeah, I've put everything we've went through tonight is just in 1 crate. That's 2 Laura crates, a Paul crate, and 2 John crates. Everything is just in 1 now. Just in 1 bin. And guess what? I'm grabbing the Laura crate, and here we go. And since it's 10 o'clock, let me give a quick update on what we're doing. First, we're about to go through a Laura crate right now with a very cool Rockin' Pikachu hop sticker. Awesome. So this is Monday night. We have a total count of 5 crates of new arrivals to go through. That includes this Laura crate, and there's still 4 more John crates. And I haven't went through anything but check condition stuff from John. I have not gone through anything but check condition. And his other crates over here are looking pretty nice, which are the non-check condition. So we're definitely going to be going those while we go through the rest of these auctions tonight. With that being said, Gary Wellman wanted a record. Which one did he wanted? Gary wanted Savoy Brown. Let's pull that for Gary Wellman. Thank you, Gary, as always. And so tonight, for the rest of the night, up until maybe 11:30, we're going to be going through new arrivals and auctioning off stuff. At some point, I'll probably take a quick pause and do a couple discount bins of older stuff that's been shown before. And then we're going to get flying right back into our CD madness. Right back into our CD madness on that. Okay? And here is Savoy Brown. Savoy Brown, and Savoy Brown is so to Gary Wellman. Yeah, Todd, you need to look up Acoustic Sounds. That's the third thing. That is their label. That is no, Acoustic Sounds is the name of their company. Yeah. He owns so much stuff. It's like Acoustic Sounds, Analog Productions, QRP, and then he has like his own studio too. He has a studio too. So, all right, the Duran Duran in the last bin was an OG VG $12.99, I believe. Yeah, and then we've got a MoFi pressing. So here is an OG VG for $12.99, and then a MoFi pressing for $125, and it's VG Plus. So let me know on that. So let's do the 5 first crate records in the lower crate. I lost Fred Carnell on this, so it's sold to George Samberes for $26. Black Rebel Motorcycle Club is sold to Nick Bargeron for $55. Nobody bid on the Heat Damage Bruce Springsteen. He's only $5. He's only $5. Heat Damage Bruce Springsteen, $5. Travis Wade does want the Duran Duran for VG $12.99. Let's go ahead and show the first 5 records in here, and I'm going to put up new auctions. We have Madonna's Erotica, 1992 album, a 2019 sealed Madonna, $49.99. We have Cream, Fresh Cream. Cream is sealed for $24.99. Talking Heads, the name of the band is Talking Heads, sealed on red vinyl, $39.99. Out of Our Heads, the Rolling Stones, an Amazon exclusive on dark teal vinyl. Wow, Amazon exclusive, $44.99. And we got Yaz, You and Me Both. This is $19.99. That's Woods, not Wade. Woods, Wade, what have I done? Everybody's yelling at me. Travis Woods. Sorry, Travis Woods. Travis Woods, not Wade. Oh no, another TW. Travis Woods, not Wade. Woods. Woods. Okay, and then Greg Herman first on the Madonna. So Greg Herman, not only are you getting Madonna, you're also getting the highly desirable, now iconic, and extremely valuable lower crate hop sticker of Pikachu. Pikachu's a little rock star there, and kind of like some Kiss paint. It's got the lightning bolt eye. Pikachu is a rock star. That's so to Greg Herman. Alonzo was second. And then George Samberes would like to send the Battle Dock 45 to Teresa Brookshire. Teresa, you have another single on the way, or I should say another record on the way from George Sambaraz. He says, you know what? Send her another one. Wow, what a nice gesture. Cream is sold to Susie Breedlove. Fred Carnell on Talking Heads. JH wants the Bruce Springsteen with heat damage for $5. That's me on the Duran Duran times 2. Okay? You just wanted one though, right? You don't want both. Or did you want this one too? Do you want the MoFi? And then we still got Yaz and the Rolling Stones. One more record. Tori Amos, Ocean to Ocean, sealed for $19.99. All right, our next LP is Concrete Blonde, Steel in Hollywood. Wow. We hadn't talked about this one. Look, some of these have sold for as much as $482. Concrete Blonde is a 2017 U.S. pressing, a sealed copy. The only time it's ever been on vinyl. It's going to go up for a $135 start. $135 start. $135 start. Concrete Blonde is now up for bid. Next is first Jeff Hallsworth says, how much is Yaz? And then Garrett wants Yaz. Jeff, you're first. No condition notes, $19.99. Right after you, Garrett claimed it. So if you pass, it's Garrett's. If not, it's yours. Just on the OG. Travis Woods, I got you taken care of. Fred Carnell got Tori Amos. Amanda Davis was second. And Concrete Blonde already at $140. He passes, so Garrett, you get Yaz. Spandau Ballet True, and it has the smash radio hit. Thank you for the sticker, Laura. True is on here. Spandau Ballet, what a nice copy. Jacket and vinyl, and it has the original inner sleeve. Also, who asked me about a Styx inner sleeve? Somebody asked me about a Styx inner sleeve. Who asked me about that? And I think the Styx and the Ben's already sold. Unless you're talking about Styx Alive. Sorry, some of that just rotates back to my mind ever so often. But yeah, they do have both original inner sleeves. That is right. All right, I'm reading what Tanner sent me here. Sorry, he's giving me his morning schedule so we can coordinate. Amazing Journey, the story of the Who. The Who is a 2 LP compilation. It's like a best of Who. $29.99. Concrete Blondes at $140 with Fred Carnell. Going once, going twice. Next is Gary Moore. Gary Moore is an original 1989 US with the original inner sleeve. It is a strong VG Plus copy. Always desirable. Gary Moore, After the War, a $15 start. And yes, Styx does have both original inner sleeves. Nice. It does have a saw mark up here, but everything else is EX or better. That's so to John Smetzer, unless he says otherwise. Michael Butler on the Who, and once again, we're into a great start here with some Laura records. Still got the Stones and Spandau Ballet. This looks like Bjork. It is, and it's Biophilia. It is $34.99 in shrink wrap with a note from Laura. Laura loves Bjork. $34.99. And Show Me How You Want to Be. Slot Thrust or Slow Thrust. And this is on clear vinyl, $19.99. And the Monkees' greatest hit, sealed, Daydream Believer, $19.99. Gary Moore has one bid. Fred's the only bidder on Concrete Blonde. Seems like a great price at $140 based on those stats that I've seen. Final call on that. Here's our next single. Somebody had it marked $25. It's called Thank For Yourself. It's going to go up for a $5 start. Thank For Yourself, 8th Root Army. I don't know exactly what's going on there, but it's only a $5 start. Next is MG Sanchez on Monkees. Is Gary Moore an original? Yes, it's an original 1989 US with the original inner sleeve. 100%. Screaming Females, Rose Mountain. Screaming Females is sealed on rose-colored vinyl. That is $19.99 on Screaming Females. Let Love Rule, Lenny Kravitz. These are pretty pricey when they're brand new. This is a 2 LP, sealed for $29.99. Thank For Yourself is a $5 start. And Amy Winehouse, Frank. Amy Winehouse is $29.99. Fred, you were the lone bidder on Concrete Blonde. That is so due for $140. Nice. Thank you on that. Now let's put up something else. The next one I have is the Montgomery Brothers and 5 others. Another Wes Montgomery related record. This is an original 1958 US Deep Groove Mono. The vinyl is a strong VG Plus EX. The cover does have some damage, and just like the other Wes Montgomery, this is pretty scarce for a $35 start. So the top cover does have some seam splitting. Looks like water damage on the bottom, but the vinyl has been cleaned and graded VG Plus EX. Scarce, $35 start on that. Now Gary Moore is at 16, now 17. Melissa Bailey on Lenny Kravitz and Cynthia Herdron on Amy Winehouse. There's another Screaming Females album. We sold the one earlier in the last Laura crate. Also Fever Ray, the critically acclaimed debut solo album from Karen DeGier of The Knife. I don't know if I said her last name right, but it's electronic ambient album. It's sealed for $24.99. Garrett has Thank For Yourself for $5, going once, going twice. The Montgomery Brothers at $35. And Gary Moore is called After the War. And Gary Moore is an original 89 US with the original inner sleeve. It's a strong VG Plus. That means it's pretty close to being EX or better. Just saying. Next thing we have is Amanda Davis on Fever. That's Fever Ray, Fred Cardinal second. Also in here we have the Dillinger Escape Plan with Mike Patton. Irons, what does that say? Irony is a Dead Scene. Irony is a Dead Scene. The best mathcore band, Mike Patton on guest vocals. Orange with black and white splatter. $24.99. $24.99. That's the note from Laura. The best mathcore band. $24.99. So Gary Moore, 18, now 24. Wes Montgomery, still just that one bid with Donna for $35. That's going once, now going twice. Brandy Carlisle, by the way, I forgive you. Brandy is sealed. That is $29.99. Brandy Carlisle. And we have Phantoms on vinyl individually for the first time. The album that started it all. Mike Patton, Buzz Osborne, Dave Lombardo, Trevor Dunn. Sealed, $29.99. A supergroup. Mike Patton from Faith No More, plus 1,000 other bands. King Buzzo from Melvins. Dave Lombardo from Slayer. And Trevor Dunn from Mr. Bungle. That is sealed for $29.99. $29.99. Now, up at the top, so Thank For Yourself. Garrett opened it at 5. Jim B bid 6. Craig bid 7. Gary Moore was at 18, 19, then 21. And then Jerry Ferguson was first on Dillinger Escape Plan. That's so to Jerry Ferguson. Edmund Estrada, you were second. Then Garrett bid 10 on Thank For Yourself. Jim B bid 8. Gary Moore, 22. Gary Moore, 25. Wes Montgomery, there's Jared. Jared, I was hoping he was watching. Jared asked for one of these like 3 hours ago, maybe 4 hours ago. And I was like, man, I forgot about the other one. And he is bidding. So, Donna, you've been outbid. Jared's in on that auction now at 36. I do still have Screaming Females. It's called Rose Mountain. It's sealed on rose-colored vinyl, Pam, for $19.99. The Phantoms is sold to Fred Cardinal. Then Jerry Ferguson. Montgomery, 38. Donna right back in. Thank For Yourselves at 10. That tied Garrett. And now Craig's at 11. And now Gary Moore's at 26. Next thing I have is The Doors, Soft Parade, and that is sealed for $29.99. The Doors, Soft Parade, that is sealed for $29.99. Where's my other miscellaneous stuff at tonight? Is this it in the box? I had some other, is this it here? I think this is a Paul McCartney deal. Let me see if this is what I was going to do next. Yeah, this is called Paul McCartney, Memory Almost Full. It is a DVD set, Paul McCartney, Memory Almost Full. I hope not. We don't need his memory going full. It's a 2-disc, I think, DVD set, and it's signed. I'm just joking. It's not signed. It looks like it's signed. Paul McCartney's a $10 start. Paul McCartney at $10 start. I was standing in front of today, or Sunday. Sunday, I was standing in front of a signed Paul McCartney Hofner bass. A real signature. I was standing right in front of a Paul McCartney signed Hofner bass that was for sale. I was looking right at it. I leaned really close into it to inspect it. It was real. He really signed it, at least the pick guard. Paul McCartney's a $10 start. Next thing was Mr. Bungle. Randy was after the Phantoms record. Gary Moore, 30. Garrett's out on the single. Pam does want Screaming Females. Jared Ink's in on Wes Montgomery at 40. He said, "Oh, Donna." And we have Paul McCartney has a bid for 10. Gary Moore, 31. Montgomery, 42. Also, we have Gold Frapp, Felt Mountain. Gold Frapp was sealed, $24.99. $24.99, Gold Frapp. And then Toadies, Play Rock Music. And that's a 2012 U.S. original. Toadies, $39.99. Now, Wes Montgomery's at 42. So, Donna, you've been, or I should say, Jared, you've been outbid. Gary Moore's at 35. And who has the single? The single, Think for Yourself. The last bid on this was Craig Thomas at 11. And it's really just up to Jim B because Garrett's went out. Gary Moore, 35. How much do they want from the McCartney base? $15,000. $15,000. Gold Frapp is sold to Cynthia Herdren, and the Toadies is sold to Gregory Roberts. We get a lot of requests for Toadies album. It was marked for $15,000. Arcade Fire. This is sealed for $24.99. The Suburbs, $24.99. The Suburbs, Jim B's out. And we have Bully, Lucky for You. Bully is sealed for $24.99. No Problem, Randy Klein. And Return to Greendale, Neil Young and Crazy Horse, $24.99. Okay, so Think for Yourself is just got a bid for $13. Just got a bid for $13. Wes Montgomery, since he's went out, that's a final call to Donna now for 42. Gary Moore was at 31.35. It looks like the Paul McCartney DVD is about to sell for 10. Gregory got Toadies. Jim B's out, but now you got to deal with Chris Craig. And then next is I'm happily put that Rush in my collection for $155. That is the cheapest one on Discogs right now is $175. But I will say this for $155. Now, if anybody wants to get one, this one is sold for less than the cheapest one listed. That's sold to Empty Map for $155. Amanda Davis on AF for Arcade Fire, $15. You didn't grab it. Let's just say it's on my radar, okay? George Michael. Gary Moore's at 40. Neil Young is sold to Jerry Ferguson. Craig's out on Think. George Michael out. Fred Carnell wants the info on The Doors. The Doors is sealed for $29.99. The Doors, The Soft Parade, that is sealed for $29.99. The thing it is, it's actually signed on the pick guard. Okay? The pick guard. So, you're really buying a signed pick guard. If it was signed on the actual base, it would be much more. It's a lot easier to get a pick guard to Paul McCartney to sign than a Hofner base. So, seems low. It's not actually a base that Paul McCartney played. No. Probably 70,000. That was probably something Keith Richards actually played. This is just a brand new left-handed Paul McCartney bass with a signed pick guard, which is on the bass guitar. If Paul McCartney had actually played or even photographed with this, it would have been, 5 times, 10 times more. It's not actually something he played, no. That would be, if it was a Hofner bass he played or recorded with or played live with, it would be $100,000, $150,000. It'd be something insane. It's just a brand new Hofner violin bass with a signed McCartney pick guard. So, big difference. If it was signed on the bass and he actually played it, touched it, handled it, oh, yeah, I would have immediately bought it, but because it would be a steal. It would be the best purchase I ever made in my life. The Doors. Now, this was asked about by Fred Carnell. It's sealed. It's a 50th anniversary remaster, $29.99. Fred, if you want that, let me know. If not, MG Sanchez wants it. Okay, now, the Paul McCartney is sold to Nicholas Hollister for $10. A lot cheaper than a signed base, right, Nicholas? That's sold to you for $10. Fred Cardinale does want the doors. And now this is sold to Chris Bryant for $13. And now the Wes Montgomery. Donna, somebody wanted to know the details on it. Wes Montgomery is an original 1958 US deep groove mono. The vinyl is a strong VG Plus EX. Cover does have damage, but it is a scarce record. It's called the Montgomery Brothers and 5 Others. The Montgomery Brothers and 5 Others. Neil Reigler, the high bid on that is with Donna Turner at $42. Now, Gary Moore is a final call. G. Moore, Gary Moore, George Jones is at $40. George Jones is at $40. Still, that's very fairly priced on that item. Just saying. Just for the for that statement. Still a fair price on that item. Ringo, speaking of Paul McCartney, Ringo, Postcards from Paradise. It was sealed for $29.99. This album new, wow, was $44. That was the original list price. Ringo is $22.99. We also have Annie Lennox, Diva. Annie Lennox is sealed for $19.99. Annie Lennox is sealed for $19.99. And we have the Pixies. The Pixies is called Bossa Nova. It is sealed for $19.99. And we have Zola Jesus Okoui, Okoui, and that is sealed for $19.99. Yes, the Vladimir, they bought one of the best signed guitars I've ever had here. Green Day, that's a big one. Oh my gosh, that was a good one. That was a good one. And we sold what else? Avenged Sevenfold. We've sold Bruce Springsteen signed guitar. So Gary Moore is done. And GM and Rich went out. So George Jones, that's sold to you for $40. That's sold to you for $40. Okay, next thing we have here is Wes Montgomery at $45. Jeff Halsworth was first on the Annie Lennox. Chris Ridlings was second. Now Wes Montgomery, $45. So Neil Reigler came in. Donna, you tied him. Chris Bachek on AL. That was for Annie Lennox, your third. Jerry Ferguson first on the Pixies. Then Sean Fairweather. Robert next on Annie Lennox. Then Patrick Smith next on Annie Lennox. And then Krista next on Pixies. Basket Case. Oh, it has a name now. Okay, it has a name now. Basket Case. I won't forget that. Basket Case, yes. One of the better signed, or one of the better pieces of rock memorabilia probably that's ever come through here. Belly. Belly is an original 1995 US on white vinyl. Now, I'm assuming it's called Belly King, and it's self-titled. Or is it Belly and the name of the album's King? I'm not familiar with this group, but this is an original 1995 US on white vinyl and insert, and that's a $65 start. Now Wes Montgomery's at $50, now $52. Right in the middle of a great Laura crate here, Winter in the Blood. An original film soundtrack by Heartless Bastards. That is sealed on white vinyl for $24.99. Also, we have The Cars, Heartbeat City, a 2LP expanded edition. Who's Gonna Drive You Home? Tonight, $29.99. Wes Montgomery's at $55. We have a new bidder and a new customer, I believe. Corey's in at $55. Now $56. The band is Belly. The album's King. Okay, so it is Belly. It's on white vinyl. $65 start on that. And Puberty. And this is Mitski. And this is sealed on white vinyl for $24.99. It is Puberty 2, sealed on white vinyl, $24.99. But there is I'll give this place a shout out because I met the guy who I think helps run it, and they're a pretty cool store. I went to Green Hills Mall, and there's a store in there called Palm Beach Autographs, and that's where the base is. So, and I actually talked to the guy. I mean, there's an autograph store in Nashville, so I obviously had to go in there and build a relationship. I've been trying to go in there for months. I usually only have like one day a week off, and that's Sunday. And I told my mom after we got done eating at Opry Mills Mall, I said, we got to get over there to that autograph store. I got to hopefully meet a manager or whoever runs that. But there's a store out of Florida called Palm Beach Autographs, and they have a store in Nashville. So I told them, I said, I'll mention y'all on the sale. I bought a couple things, mostly for my personal collection, but I don't know. I bought some stuff I might resell at some point. I don't know. I bought a couple cool things, but they had a signed Larry Bird jersey in there. which we just auctioned here for $460. They had 2 in there, and they were $900. And I was telling everybody that night when we were selling ours, I was like, man, this is at a great price. Man, this is at a great price. I just seen 2 at the mall, and they were $900 and $900. And I was like, man, I knew when we were selling ours for $460. I was like, this is at a great price. This is at a great price. Okay. Next thing we have is Wes Montgomery 55-56. Cynthia Herdron on the cars. That's so to Cynthia Herdron. Chris Riddlings was second. Belly has a bid for 65. Wes is at 57. Montgomery's at 60. Montgomery is 65. And we have the Cotta Lillians. And this is on Smoke and Clear Vinyl, Smashing Pumpkins. Is that who this is? William Patrick and Corrigan, I guess so. This is on Smoke and Clear Vinyl, $24.99. Also, we have Talking Head 77 sealed, $34.99. So where did we get to on the Montgomery brothers? Wes Montgomery is at $57 with Neil Reigler. $57 with Neil Reigler. And Neil has the high bid. Everybody else is out. Now, if you're done bidding, make sure you say you're done. This is a final call for $57. $57. And yes, Billy Corgan, the lead singer of the Smashing Pumpkins, appears on this album. So now Montgomery's at 68. Now Belly's at 68. Wow, so both auctions are at $68 right now. Both are at 68. Where did I eat? Of course, Paula Dean's Restaurant. No other. Chad, I'm looking for a sealed red 2LP62 and an open Beatles blue. Are you talking about on blue vinyl or just red vinyl, blue vinyl, or just a regular pressing? Edmund Estrada on this here, this Smashing Pumpkins related record. That's sold to Edmund Estrada. Robert at second. Donna says my bid is at 60. Okay. Maybe I misread that. Oh, it does say 60. Okay. Donna's at 60. Now it's at 66. And now Belly's at 70. And then we have the Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed. That is a sealed copy for $29.99. And the Yeah Yeah Yeahs, this is sealed for $19.99. The Yeah Yeah Yeahs, that one is sealed. I guess it's called Master, $19.99. So now Belly's at 70. Wes is at 66 with George Samberez. 66 with George Samberez. And yeah, Donna had it for 60. My eyes, sorry, every once in a while I'm looking at my phone. These numbers can get quite blurry. Donna 60 and Belly's at 68. And, oh yeah, you did bid 68. I'm not crazy. But you had it at 60. You had it at 60. Wes had it, or Neil had it at 56. Then you bid 60, and then you bid against yourself at 68. I'm not crazy. I thought I seen a 68, but you dude had it at 68. Okay. And then George bid 66. And then Fred Carnell got the Ya Ya Ya's. And Montgomery's at 68. Okay, so now it's at 68. Something was telling me, my brain, we was going to get to 68 anyways. It's about time for Chad to get a V8. All right, now Belly. Belly's got quite the bidding going on as well. Javi Soto has Belly at $70. $70 on Belly. Now, the Wes Montgomery is now at 68. And Belly is at 70. Okay? Sorry, I didn't mean to confuse anybody to cause more bidding. I promise. Next is the Who, odds and sods. We'll always get it corrected if I need to. Red and yellow, sealed for $34.99. The Who's, odds and sods. That's on red and yellow. That's a Record Store Day UK, $34.99. Okay, we got another single over here we need to put up. And this one is Apara, I don't know how to say it, Electric Eye. It was marked $35. Apara Tajik. Am I saying that even remotely close? Antlers is the A-side song, Electric Eye. It's numbered 955. That's a $5 start. Okay, so now Montgomery's at 68, and now Belly's the final call to Javi for 70. The next record in here is Aurora, All My Demons Greeting Me as a Friend. Aurora is sealed for $24.99. Beck Mutations. Beck is sealed for $39.99. A has a bid for $5. Incense and Peppermints, the Strawberry Alarm Clock. That's actually on pink vinyl, and it's numbered $29.99. And Madonna, Like a Virgin. Madonna is sealed for $19.99 on clear vinyl. Madonna is sealed $19.99 on clear vinyl. So Aurora has a bid, or Aurora, excuse me, that's in the bin. Appa has a bid for $5. Fred Carnell on B for Beck. Stephen Riley on Aurora. And Kelly Vladerchek on Strawberry Alarm Clock. All right, so Belly is sold then for $70. And that is sold to Javi Soto for $70. Amanda Davis on Madonna. Oh boy. If there was a buzzer beater, Christopher Dean just hit it. Chad, can you go over the Montgomery brothers? I missed it. An original 1958 U.S. Deep Groove Mono. Vinyl was a strong VG Plus EX. Cover has damage. Scarce record. We've had a heck of a bidding war for about the last 20 minutes. Donna has it for $68. It's a final call. Jeremy Dalton next on Madonna. Toby McGowan next on Madonna. Final call on that single for a $5 start. And the only bid is $5 with Fred Carnell. Craig says that is a $35 record. That's what somebody had it priced. Whoever had it before me either bought it for $35 or they had it priced for $35. And Jim B must not be watching. And our next auction is going to go up right now. This is the Who. Who Are You? And this is an original 1978 U.S. picture disc. And this is sealed for a $25 start. This is the Who. Who Are You? A $25 start. Now, the last thing we had was, Chad, you stung me twice. Only if Christopher Dean doesn't bid. But if he bids, I guess I've stung you twice. But it's not me. As George Costanza says, it's not you, it's me. It's not you, it's me. And then now there's a bid for $7. And then I was up to 66 on Belly. Belly was at 70. Belly was at 70 with Javi Soto when you went out, Fred. Belly was at 70. I sold it to 70 because you said be out. And he got it for $70. He got it for $70. And then the next thing, Chatham Blue for the regular Beatles, red and album seal and blue album open. Okay, I can find you one of those. A has a new bid for $8. And I think we're good to go. And that's only if Christopher Dean says I'm not going to bid on Montgomery Brothers. The high bid right now is with Donna Turner at $68. And then the Who is an original 1978 sealed picture disc for a $25 start. There's no bid yet. What a great lore crate. I feel like that was a marathon reading through that one. I am desperate need of some more caffeine and a snack, but I'm going to read through these one more time. He says he's out. Thank you for letting me know. You had all... You could have bid. You got your comment in on time. That's the rule. You can extend something by asking what it is. Sometimes it comes in at the worst possible time, and I have people very mad at me, but that's the only way I can do it fairly. That is Soda Donna for $68. And then the next thing I have was the Who at $25, and now the A records at $9, and that is with Jim B. And Fred, you're out. Oh, man, that was a great neck adjustment. Okay, the next thing I have, let's read through these one more time. What another great crate. Amazing. Let's sell everything in here. First is the Rolling Stones Out of Our Heads, a mono dark teal colored vinyl, Amazon exclusive for $44.99. Spandau Ballet True, that's $19.99 with their hit song. And we have Bjork for $34.99. Bjork is $34.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This one, I don't know a lot about it, and it looks very interesting, so let's run it. It's called Yellow Magic, and the name of the album is Rehearsed. It's in some weird font, R-E-H. I'm not for sure, but it's an original 1979, OG from 1979 on yellow vinyl. And Paul says it plays great, and it's a great album. It's EX Plus, a $25 start. $25 start. Okay, that's up for bid. Finishing up this bin. This is Slot Thrust. Show me how you want it be. Show me how you want it to be on clear vinyl. That's $19.99. And then Brandy Carlisle. By the way, I forgive you. Brandy is sealed for $29.99. Brandy Carlisle. Also, Bully, lucky for you. Bully is sealed on blue vinyl for $24.99. That is Bully. And Ringo, Postcards from Paradise. Ringo Starr is sealed for $29.99. And we have Sacred Bones Records, Zola Jesus, Akori, OK, boy, I messed it up. I can't even read it or spell it. OK, it's OKOVI, Okovi, maybe, Okovi, Zola Jesus. And that is sealed for $19.99. Winter in the Blood, original film track by Heartless Bastards. That is sealed for $24.99. Mitski is sealed for $24.99. Talking Heads is sealed for $34.99. The Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed. Todd Saw said he claimed this hours ago and I didn't pull it for him. Todd says he claimed this hours ago and I didn't pull it for him. He gets the Rolling Stones. That's so to him. And we have The Who, Hods and Sods. That is sealed for $34.99. And that's on red and yellow vinyl, $34.99. Okay, next thing we have is Zola Jesus, So to Cynthia Herdron. That is So to Cynthia Herdron. And then Yellow has a bid for $25. Jim B has a single for $11. Fred Cardinal, you're out. The Who just got one bid for Samuel Kopich. That's sold to him for $25. And Laura she cannot believe nobody's bought Spandau Ballet. Robert Barnett cannot believe no one's bought Brandy Carlisle. There's a lot of, I can't believe these didn't sell in this bin. Let's go ahead and put up another LP auction. And that is Sun Ra and his Orchestra. Reflections in Blue. Sun Ra is an original 1987 OG Italian import. $20 start. $20 start. But Todd was right. He did claim the Stones right after I showed it. And I didn't pull it. It wasn't hours ago. I was just exaggerating. He's right. I didn't. Man, so I'm running an ad basically for the metal sale, the metal collection. We have gotten, since I've been live, I think 3 comments and 5 messages, people trying to buy that Acid Bath record. This Acid Bath, there's been multiple messages come through. Everybody trying to buy this Acid Bath. And here's the preview from the metal collection, by the way. If you hadn't seen it yet, I knew that one and then Nasty Savage. So there's a lot of new people seeing these pictures. They're trying to buy the Pet Cemetery. They're trying to buy the Venom. They're trying to buy the Warlock. All this is like, how much is this? Can we buy these now? I want to buy Creator. Go ahead and bill me for Acid Bath. What would be your best price on Anthrax? How much for the Rat Box set? All this stuff is going to be sold Thursday. Wow, look at all this. Oh my gosh. Wow. And I'm not saying we're going to get to all that on Thursday, but yeah, Acid Bath is, how much is it? Can I buy Acid Bath right now? Can I get Acid Bath? Price me Acid Bath. How can I buy Acid Bath? Is Acid Bath on your website? I would like to purchase the Acid Bath. When can I buy on Acid Bath? Please go ahead and bill me for the Acid Bath. How much is the Acid Bath going to be started for? What pressing's the Acid Bath? Can I purchase the Acid Bath right now? Is Acid Bath available on your website? That's going to be all-out war. What's that going to bring? $3,000, $4,000, $5,000? It should. Sun Ra, Yellow Magic. Let's move on and figure out where we left off. We have Cynthia Herdron on Brandy Carlisle. That's sold to Cynthia Herdron. James Bragg gets Spandau. There we go. So Brandy Carlisle sold and Spandau Ballet. Sun Ra has a bid for $20. Next thing is Stones. Todd saw the Rolling Stones you got. It was sealed for just $29.99. $29.99 on that. $29.99. And then Yellow Magic got a bid for $27 with James Bragg. No condition notes on Sun Ra. And we have this. I never did hear back from Fred Cardell. He might have set out, but Jim B's had it for a while. Let me make sure. There's Jim B's bid for 11, which was 6 minutes ago. 6 minutes ago. Fred, I'm scrolling. And Fred never did bid. This is sold for $6. And that was the A record. and that was a steal. Now, Sun Ra is also up for bid. Sun Ra and his orchestra, and this is Reflections in Blue. And Sun Ra, the last bid on Sun Ra was Robert for 20. Robert for 20. Robert bid 20 on this, and he's the only bidder on this for $20. James Bragg bid 27 on Yellow Magic. Everybody else is out. All right. There it is, Acid Bath. Yeah, that's going to be big. Maybe they'll put it in print. Listen, I would much rather something be in print where I could sell 100 copies and constantly sell them than sell one possibly reissue, even if it does bring $500. I'd rather sell multiple copies, new and sealed, but obviously people like the originals. It's different if it's an original. If that's just a reissue that's out of print, that's a different story, because hopefully they'll put it back into print. But I'd much rather do that. But this 45 was 11. 11. 11. 11. Jim B got that for 11. 11. 11. Yeah, we don't need to undercharge Jim B. Holy moly. He's rubbing his hands together. He's grinning like the Grinch. Sun Ra, 26, and Yellow Magic. James Bragg, it's looking very good for you. I'm about to sell it to you. There's no other bids. It's about to be James's for $27. Who was he bidding against? Because whoever it is, I don't think they've set out. It was Fred? I guess it was Fred. Okay. Fred did say out. He put A out. Okay. I'm assuming, no, that was for the single. I'm not for sure then. But it's about to be James's for $27. All right. Amazing. Let's grab more stuff. James says, I will pick it up on Thursday. Uh-oh. We have our first punch has already been thrown. Laura, let's make a note to make sure that's out, because I don't want to disappoint everybody. Let's make sure Thursday we find that Acid Bath record. All right. Odds and Sods was a new sealed record store day edition. Chad's got a stretch. Holy moly. Oh, leather none. Okay. So James Bragg, you do get Yellow Magic for $27. The last bid on Sun Ra was Fred Cardinal at $27. And let's go ahead and put up Talking Heads. Make sure you go check out those hot pictures and like that post with all the metal stuff. It's going to be a big night. All this week is going to be. I mean, it's going to be pretty. I think y'all have seen that already tonight. It's 10:30 and we still got high quality auctions going up. Like this original 1984 US OGVG with the original sleeve Talking Heads, Stop Making Music. Stop Making Sense. Excuse me. Stop Making Music. We don't want them to stop making music. Talking Heads, Stop Making Sense. $20 start on Talking Heads. That's now up for bid. Awesome. I like that. There's a good one on there. I always forget the name of it, but there it is. Okay. Here we are, and let's put up another single. Chad needs a V8, which is up front in the fridge. Shout out Mike Massey. But first, let's put up some more singles. And we got, I think, 3 here we can put together. This actually isn't from this same collection, but I'm going to sell these all here. Ground Round, All Scars, and Face Down. Those 3 singles for a $10 start. Okay? We got new arrivals coming right now. This is stuff that's never been shown before. Chad's going to step up front very quickly. So let me do this. And I'll be right back, okay? Don't go anywhere. Please don't go anywhere. Don't tell Mike Massey, but don't tell Mike Massey, but I'm drinking a Monster. I stopped at the gas station. I was craving one. They're buy one, get two free. I was like, what kind of scam is that? Buy one, get two free. That don't make any sense. Why not just price them cheaper? I've never understood that. And I do business. I can feel my blood pumping now. Holy moly. All right. Now, I'm sorry I had to walk away. Thanks, everybody, for watching. I had a piece of bread with peanut butter. Thank you, Craig Thomas. I had a big handful of crab chips. Old Bay seasoning. Amazing. And I'm halfway done with my Monster. And I feel so much better. I felt like I had a hole in my stomach. Okay. So, we're good. On my streak of no sugar, I had one cheat day. I had one milkshake on Sunday. I hadn't had anything sweet, including Monsters. Those have no sugar in them. So, they're pretty good. Diabetes, no diabetes there. No sugar in those. We have Talking Heads, Stop Making Sense. Okay. Talking Heads. So I put up this original 84 US in VG condition. And the last bid on Talking Heads, was absolutely nothing. So this is still a $20 start. Okay? A $20 start on Talking Heads. Stop Making Sense. Talking Heads. Stop Making Sense. No one has bid. Then we put up 3 singles here for a $10 start. And the last bid on these that came in was Teresa, the first bidder. Teresa has those for 10. And then Sun Ra. The last bid was out. Fred asked 27. Fred bid 27. No one bid when I was gone. This is sold to Fred for $27. Thank you, Fred Carnell. That's sold to you for $27. Okay. Now, Teresa, I'm about to put up a lot more singles, and everybody else that's interested in those, we're about to start doing singles lots. We're about to start going through some new arrivals here. We're about to do John, whatever new arrivals are in here, then probably some discount bins, etc., etc. Okay? We just filled up another crate. Let's fill up many more tonight. At a certain point, we will turn off the vinyl switch and turn on probably the CD switch and do hundreds of CDs if we can. Let's get started. These are all EX Plus or better titles. Quinella by the Atlanta Rhythm Section. No condition notes. Original inner sleeve. $9.99. The history of Coletco. I can do that. It'd be a long video. I have to get a bunch of pictures together. I thought about doing that. I need have to dig up some old pictures and probably have somebody help me edit it. I could edit a video, but I just don't have time. Bay City Rollers Greatest Hits is $9.99. Talking Heads has bids for $20 and now $20. Johnny Cash, the Singing Storyteller. That's also $9.99. Robin Williams, Reality What a Concept, $14.99. And Berkshire to Shenandoah. Train Sounds, awesome, $14.99. Teresa, you get these 3 singles for $10. And we have Talking Heads 20, Talking Heads 20, Talking Heads 21. Cynthia Herdron on Bay City Rollers. That's sold to Cynthia Herdron. Patrick C. Smith and Atlanta Rhythm. I have to wait till Thursday for the CDs box set. That's absolutely right. And then Kelly Vladarchek on Johnny Cash. So we still got Berkshire Trains, Robin Trower, Swedish Schnapps, Charlie Parker. Charlie Parker in Shrink Wrap, 1999, Verve Records. We have Ellington, Jazz Party in Stereo. Duke Ellington is $9.99. Susie Breedlove gets the Train record. That's sold to Susie Breedlove. And Bill Doggett, all his hits in Shrink, $14.99. Now Talking Heads is at $22. Now our next auction is this is Tears for Fears, the tipping point. This is a 2022 U.S. Barnes & Noble exclusive on red vinyl, and that's a $35 start. Next is Romelu on Ellington. Sean was second. And we have the Kennedy years. Wow. A 1964 mono box set. There he is. The President. $34.99. What exactly is this? I don't know if I don't want to say hundreds, but I've got, wow, he signed it too. I'm just joking. $34.99, the Kennedy years. I don't really know, but it seems pretty cool to me. I might keep it if no one buys it. The Mystic Moods Orchestra in quad, $14.99 for the Mystic Moods Orchestra. Kelly's going to get the Kennedy, sold to Kelly. And then Tears for Fears is at $35. And Marie Osmond, Paper Roses, $9.99. Are we done on Talking Heads? Jeremy has it for $22. Jim Davis, it is up to you. Our next singles are these three right here. They are going to go up for a $10 start. We got The Wall, Ghetto, 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 and Another Day. Boys Life versus The Outlets. And then Eating Back to Life, Please Forgive Us. Love Songs for the Departed. Those three are going to go up for a $10 start. Good luck bidding. Next thing is Robin on Marie Osmond. There's some Osmonds for you, Robin. And then Mark Farner Band, No Frills, Gold Stamp Promo, $14.99. Duke Ellington, The Golden Duke, a 2LP compilation on Prestige, a white label promo too, $19.99, and Funky Kings. Funky Kings is $14.99. Talking Heads, OGVG is sold to Jeremy Dalton for $22. These three singles have bids for $10 and $10. The Tears for Fears is with Cynthia at $35. And Romelu put Dunk, and then Sean put DE, and then Donna put Duke. I'm assuming you wanted Duke Ellington, Romelu. You were first. When It's Time to Fall in Love Again, Wanda Jackson, $9.99. Gary Wellman on the Mark Farner, and that's sold to Gary Wellman. Tom Jones, Say You'll Stay Until Tomorrow, $9.99. And Ricky Lee Jones is $9.99. Final call on Tears for Fears. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Andrew Hill, Lift Every Voice. Andrew Hill is on Blue Note, first label, an original 1970 U.S. Blue Note, VG Plus, a $45 start. Wanda Jackson, and this is sold to Michael Butler. I'm liking what I'm seeing in these bins tonight, in every bin. We have Romelu on Ricky Lee Jones. The single, Sure Thing. Eating Back to Life, Love Songs for the Departed. Boys Life versus The Outlets. And The Wall, Ghetto, 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 and Another New Day. There's a new bid on Tears for Fears for $36. Cynthia, you've been outbid, but Cynthia's back in on the bundle. Gary, you just missed out on Wanda Jackson. Elton John, Single Man, one that's finally not completely worn out and doesn't have a saw mark. These always have saw marks and always are worn out for some reason. $19.99. Bob Geldof, Deep in the Heart of Nowhere. Bob is $14.99. And Merle Haggard, Back to the Bar Rooms. Merle Haggard's $14.99. Everything in here has been cleaned, inspected, and all the vinyl is EX Plus or better. Like Emmylou Harris, she's $14.99. Andrew Hill's at $45. Tears for Fears is at $40. The singles are at $20, now $25. Johnny Cash Golden Hits Volume 1 on Sun, $9.99, like Folsom Prison and Hey Porter and Cry, Cry, Cry. That's $9.99 for Cash. And then you got Chet Atkins. That's $9.99. And we have Gene Autry back in the saddle again. He did it before Aerosmith did. Back in the saddle again. And then, what does this say? Scream in the 60s? Steam in the 60s. Wow, look at this early MoFi record. This is from Mobile Fidelity Records. Yeah, one of the first things they did was Train Sounds, and this has the original book. How cool is that? Mobile Fidelity Records, $14.99. That's pretty dang cool. And then Michael Butler on CP for was that for the Michael, was that for the Charlie Parker that's been here, or was that for the Charlie Parker that's in here, or was that something else? You did put CP, and then John Durden on Johnny Cash, unless Michael got auto-corrected. So right now, we'll give John the Johnny. Andrew Hu has a new bid for 46 and now 50. Susie next on Cash. The singles are at 28. Andrew Hill, 52. Another Johnny Cash. Extreme Mid-South, 80, wants to Merle Haggard. Thank you and welcome back. You as a new buyer Saturday night, right? Hopefully you got your invoice and everything. Now the singles are at 30. Michael does want the Swedish Schnapps. Now Andrew Hill, 55, and Andrew Hill, 55. Was that a Merle record? It was, and it's gone. Julie Wilson, My Old Flame. Julie Wilson's $19.99. And then Pink Floyd, nice. 1975 Jacksonville, $59.99. All That You Touch and All That You See, $59.99. It's a 75 Jacksonville. No inserts, just a disc, a nice disc, and a nice cover. Ticking Away, The Moments That Make Up a Dull Day. Michelle Lee, and some cool boots. L. David Sloan and other hits of the day. Michelle Lee is $14.99. And Barry White's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Imagine if my voice sounded like Barry White on here every night. $9.99. And Alan Ludden sings his favorite songs. This is Betty White's husband. That's the note from John. Betty White's husband, $14.99. What are the singles? Well, right now, the high bid on them are $30. And it goes back to Teresa. We have The Wall, Ghetto, 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 Another Day, Boys Life versus The Outlets, and Eating Back to Life, Forgive Us, love songs for the departed. Now, the other high activity auction is Tears for Fears, which is at 40 with Cynthia, and Robert Barnett went out, and that's called The Tipping Point, their newest album, Barnes & Noble Red Vinyl. Next thing was Andrew Hill, 55, Andrew Hill, 57, Andrew Hill, 60, Andrew Hill, 62. Donna got the Barry White. Michael Peveler, second on Barry White. Andrew Hill, 61. Gary Wellman, third on Barry White. Andrew Hill, 66. Teresa backing on the singles at 30. Julie London, Nice Girls Don't Stay for Breakfast. Wow. $19.99. Emmylou Harris, Cimarron, $14.99. I'm going to say it. I've never seen that Julie London before. Barry Gordeau, you may know him from Boston, the band Boston, $14.99. Paul Brothers wants that early MoFi Train record there. There's that. Tommy Call wants Password Host. Is that a claim? Scottish pop band music. City of Glasgow Police Pop Band. These are Scottish police pop players. $9.99. Romelu on JL. Julie London. Andrew Hill, 70. Teresa's out on the singles. Cynthia's back in at 35. Gary Wellman on Emmylou Harris. Patrick C. Smith is in on Barry. Jim next on JL. And Kelly on Scottish. Andrew Hill, 72. And now, Cynthia, you do get the Tears for Fears. And that is sold to you for $40. It's absolutely pouring rain here in Lebanon. Wow. Andrew Hill, 72. Jerry next on Scottish. The Moderns, a gold stamp promo, $19.99. The Moderns, wow, these some cool stuff. I mean, a lot of stuff we see every night, like the Moody Blues, but always sells. Long Distance Voyager, this has the hit song, The Voice. The Golden Rule song, if you heard it, you know which one that is. Does it have lyrics? That's one of their big radio hits, the Moody Blues. If you ever see this album, another reason, Moody Blues, a multi-million seller band, but also these, Won't You Take Me Back to School? I Need to Learn. The Golden Rule. That was a big radio hit from them. That's why you always see copies of this album. $14.99. And now the singles are at 40. And now Andrew Hill's at 80. Now it's at 45. And Wanda Jackson sings country songs. Wow, look at that one. And boy, look at that hairdo. That's like that woman on Seinfeld. $14.99. Wow. That's amazing, actually, that she's able to do that. $14.99. We've all probably had some sort of grandmother of some sort, probably that had hair in some kind of magnitude like that, in some form or shape. And then here's Graham Parsons, Grievous Angel. Graham Parsons is an original 1974 U.S. Santa Maria EX Plus. A $35 start on Graham Parsons. Always been a desirable album. The last couple bids was Andrew Hill at 72. Andrew Hill 80. George bid 40 on the singles. Neil went out on Andrew Hill. Cynthia bid 45 on the singles. George Burleson on the Pink Floyd. Nice copy there. Now you can absolutely crank that up when Gilmore is shredding that guitar solo in Time. It blows my mind every time. When I hear Time, it blows my mind every time. When Gilmore starts ripping into that solo, wow, it sounds like he's plugged into 10,000 amps. Incredible. Now, MT Matt on the Moody Blues. That is sold. Michael Butler on Wanda Jackson. That's sold. Now the 45s are at 50. Now they're at 55. And do we have CDs tonight? I plan on getting the CDs tonight, but we do have some more arrivals and auctions to get to. Andrew Hill 81, Graham Parsons 35, 45 60, Andrew Hill 86. Yes, I'm going to try to get into some CDs. We will definitely show CDs before the show ends. We got a lot of auctions. Look at this record, Crying and Wailing. Crying and Wailing featuring Waylon Jennings. I have never seen this before. Some sort of Waylon Jennings record? Crying and Waylon featuring Waylon Jennings. It's on the Koala label. $24.99. We need to get you watch shows with Seinfeld. Can't do it. Can't do it. Nope. Just Seinfeld. The only other thing I've watched in about the last 2 weeks other than Seinfeld is that new Netflix thing on the Osama bin Laden manhunt, which was great. I was like, I'm going to watch one episode tonight, the next episode tomorrow. I had to watch all 3 episodes. Very good. We Dig Mancini, the Anita Kerr Quartet. $9.99. Michael Butler on Crying. Andrew Hill's at 92. Gary next on Waylon. Stay a While, the Kingston Trio on Decca. These are very clean too. Kingston Trio, $9.99. There's only one bid on Graham Parsons. Chris, you're about to get it. And Cynthia's out on the bundle. These 3 are sold to George Samberez for $60. And now we have Andrew Hill at 92. We have Linda Ronstadt, Different Drum, To the Beat of a Different Drum. This is a compilation of some of her best work with the Stone Ponies. The earliest of Linda, $14.99. And the New York Rock and Roll Ensemble Rollover, $14.99. MT Matt needs to put back the Moody Blues. If anybody wants the Golden Rule, Long Distance Voyager, let me know. It's a nice OG gatefold, $14.99. The mini sides of Abbey Lane, ABB, Abbey, is that how you say that? With 2 B's and an E? Who is this? $14.99. $14.99 for old Abby there. ABB, it looks like Abe, but surely her name's not Abe. And then, who is this? We got Fernando Lamas. Wow. $19.99. I don't know what some of this is, but it looks very interesting. I know this one, Janet Jackson Control. Janet is $34.99. Are we done on Andrew Hill? Scott, it's up to you. Justin Hayward, speaking of the Moody Blues, there's a solo artist, and we got Frank Zappa for $39.99. All right, Graham Parsons is sold for $35. And that is sold to Chris Knapp, just one bid. Time for some more singles. Hope y'all are ready. I'm ready. Y'all ready? I got this one, and this one, and this one, and this one. And now we're going to do this one, and we're going to do this one. Also, I got this one. All right. So here we go. We have, this is the following. We have this. We have this one. And we have this one. Okay, so 3 more singles here. We have Sleep Chamber, No One's Heart Beats Harder, Sleep Chamber on red vinyl, and Justify My Love, I think that's the A side. The Lopez, the debut single from the Lopez, and Fun Size, The Process of Selling Out. Those 3 singles are a $10 start. Now, the next thing was Jeremy Rourke on JJ, and that's for Janet Jackson. Jeremy was second. Paul Wants the Moody Blues that was put back. And then he's out on Andrew Hill. And these are sold to George Samberez for $92. And then George says he would like to send these 3 records to Cynthia Herdren. Chad, on the 45 bundle, a friend asked that they be sent to Cynthia Herdren. Wow. Another gift from George Samberez. Wow. We'll say it again. Wow. Another gift from George Samberez. Cynthia, George is going to pay for those, and we're going to send them to you. Those 3 singles are a $10 start. Earlier tonight, I started the show with some sealed records, like sealed OG copies. And guess what? We still got sealed OG copies left to auction. And here's another one. The original soundtrack to Stand By Me with Buddy Holly and the Dale Vikings and the Chordettes, and of course Benny King's big song, Stand By Me. The soundtrack to the movie. It is a sealed copy. It does have a punch hole. It's in a cutout bin at some point. A $15 start. $15 start on that. Stand By Me. This was advertised for tonight, but it's kind of like the Bruce Springsteen earlier. Paul says, unfortunately, has major heat damage. So this might have already been pulled and photographed for auction, and then when they went to inspect it, it's got major heat damage. So what happens here is these heat damage records, they may play. I've had some, and when you're playing them, your arm, the tone arm, moves like this. And that's because the grooves have widened from heat, and the arm will literally be doing this. And it will still play, but you lose a lot of quality. And sometimes it can get quite noisy because literally the arm is, the needle's rocking between the grooves and hitting the edges. So typically they'll play, or sometimes they will not play at all. Paul didn't really make a note, but we don't get this Nina Simone too often. It's a $5 start. All right, and then these 3 are a $10 start. I'm just going to read what's left, and let's get right into another one, okay? If you need a price, let me know. Robin Williams, Bill Doggett, the Mystic Moods Orchestra, Funky Kings, Tom Jones, Elton John, Bob Geldof, Emmylou Harris, Chet Atkins, Gene Autry, Julie Wilson, Michelle Lee, Alan Ludden, The Moderns, Nita Kerr Singers, Linda Ronstadt, Stone Ponies, the Kingston Trio, the New York Rock and Roll Ensemble, Abbey Lane, Fernando Lamas, Justin Hayward, and Frank Zappa. Those are all still available. Jorge Enriquez on NS, and NS was for, I bet he's about to bid on Nina Simone. That is a $5 start on Nina Simone. 5. So make sure if you want to bid on that, you let me know. All right, let's try to find the next best John crate. I really hadn't got to look at any of the other ones. I'm going to take a quick flip through all of them. And this one's looking pretty dang good here. Some of the same artists in the last crate that sold, and these are different albums, of course. Get some oxygen into my system. My back is sore from pulling on all these racks last night. Oh my gosh. Some of these racks I tried pulling and pushing, and they're full of stuff. Instead of taking everything off, I'm like, oh yeah, I can push all this around. And then I go to pull a 500-pound shelf, and my back goes up. Hold on a minute, Chad. You're not quite qualified to do that. Last time I checked, your name's Chad Williams and not Lou Ferrigno. And I found out a couple of times last night I am not Lou Ferrigno. Y'all familiar with him? Lou Ferrigno? The Andrew Hill. Yes, you got the Andrew Hill, George Samberez, for $92. Yes. Okay. You got it for $92. What is the Emmylou Harris title? The Emmylou Harris title, Gary Wellman, is Blue Kentucky Girl. Blue Kentucky Girl, no condition, it's $14.99. Nina has a bid for $5. And next thing we have is Gene Autry still available. Yes. And these 3 singles are a buy now for $10. The Nina Simone is heat damage, so buyer beware condition. Buyer beware. Stand By Me does not have a bid. A sealed copy for $15. Final call. Those 3 singles are a buy now. Jim B scoops them up. And then George Samberez would like to send the Andrew Hill to Donna Turner. Another great gesture. George is handing out gifts. This guy is handing out gifts left and right tonight. Donna, the Andrew Hill is on its way to you. Emmylou Harris is sold to Gary Wellman. New arrivals. I picked out the best crate. There are a total. This is crazy. Just some stuff John Price tonight. 3 more crates counting this one. From leftover Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday crates, I have 6 crates of John stuff that's never been shown from Monday through Saturday last week that I never did get to. So including this crate, there are 9 John crates that have never been gone through before. 9 John crates that have never been gone through before. We probably not going to get through all of them tonight. Hopefully by the end of the week, we'll have hit them all. We'll see what happens. All right, let's pull 3 singles out of the hardcore basket over here before I get to my other stack. And here's the next 3. Life Lock, Savages EP, Life Lock, and Life Trap. They're all different bands. Life Lock, and Life Trap. Those 3 are a $10 start. Here we are. I have Christine McVie, self-titled, $29.99. You may know her from her career with Fleetwood Mac. This is the OG solo album with the original on her sleeve. Fleetwood Mac, Heroes Are Hard to Find. Speaking of Fleetwood Mac, $24.99. Another one. It has a standard inner sleeve, Reprise Records, $24.99 on that. And Miles Davis, I'm Mandala. Miles Davis is $26.99. Also, we have Flo and Eddie, Moving Targets, $14.99, Flo and Eddie. And Joe Turner, Roll 'em. Joe Turner is a 1973 white label promo. Joe Turner's a white label promo. So I left off up here at the top. We sold Emmylou Harris. Stand By Me got bids for $15, and then Coletco billed me for George Samberez's album. So what's going on now? Stand By Me, $16. Now we got people wanting to buy the stuff that George Samberez is buying to give to people. Stand By Me's at $18. And let me figure that out in 1 second. Stand By Me's at $20. Extreme Mid-South wants the Gene Autry from the previous bin. Back in the saddle again. That is sold. Gene Autry is sold to Extreme Mid-South, $80. And then we have Miles Davis sold to Rami Lucy. Donna was second. And then how much is Joe Turner? $29.99. So the first thing I got to do is, I think, he says, do not bill Teresa in any way. Okay, I'll let y'all fight that out, and then you just got to let me or Ed know what to do, okay? Y'all fight over who's paying for whose gifts, and then you can let me or Ed know later. Nina Simone is heat damaged, and there was only 1 bid for $5, and it sold to Jorge Enriquez. That sold to him for $5. Now, Stand By Me is sealed. It's never been opened. It is OG, and it does have a punch hole. It's probably in a cutout bin. We're in a great crate here to get started with new arrivals. Nobody bid on these 3 singles. It's a $10 buy now. All right, the last advertised record is this very bizarre picture disc. It's called Secrets of the Kingdom, a musical by Jeff Wood and E.J. Irish. And it's a picture disc, has some kind of wizard-looking dude on it. It's an original from 1983. It's VG, and it's a $15 start. Nina just got a bid for $30. I just sold it for $5. Next, we have the Atkins and Travis Show. This is $9.99. And then we have the Isle of Man, 1965. Where's Chris Knapp? Chris Knapp, $19.99. What's the Joe Turner? Joe Turner Roll 'em is a 1973 white label promo for $29.99. $29.99. And then we have John Lennon, Imagine, with the John Lennon postcard, $29.99. Imagine No Coletco. Wow, that would be bad, wouldn't it? $29.99 for John Lennon. These 3 singles are sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Kelly Vlodarchek for $10. And then next thing, we have Susie on the picture disc and Paul's out on Stand By Me. So Darren has that for $25, a final call. Our next auction over here is going to be I don't know how to do these. Let's go ahead and put I don't know what these are. So we have Snappy Little Numbers, Gentleman Rogues. Gentleman Rogues. It looks like it's on colored vinyl. It's on, and then Gentleman Rogues and Patti Smith. Very random, but I don't know, Gentleman Rogues. It looks like it's on gray and black and yellow and blue. And a random Patti Smith, People Have All the Power. And that's going to go up for a $10 start. So those 3 singles for a $10 start. And then George Samberes says, do not bill Teresa for that Andrew Hill. He's paying for it, and it's going to Donna Turner. The picture disc has a bid for Susie for $15. Yes, Imagine is on there. Yes, that is John Lennon. There's also some other great songs. The first time I listened through this, I found a lot of other great songs on here. Crippled Inside is good. Jealous Guy. I Don't Want to Be a Soldier. Several great songs on this classic Lennon. Give Me Some Truth. How Do You Sleep? I Could Live Without Oh Yoko, but it's on there. Okay, moving on. Fleetwood Mac, the deluxe 2-record set, The Vintage Years, a Gatefold 2 LP, $49.99. Robert Gordon, Too Fast to Live, Too Young to Die. Robert Gordon is $19.99. Canned Heat, the best of Canned Heat, the Canned Heat Cookbook. Going Up the Country, Baby Don't You Wanna Go. John Lennon is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. We have Mercedes-Benz. Wow, what is this? Riverside Flies to the Races. The incredible sounds of the 2 greatest Grand Prix cars ever built. Mercedes-Benz, the W125 and W163. Wow, what a cool looking record here for any car enthusiast or Mercedes-Benz. Riverside, $19.99. Susie, you get the Secrets of the Kingdom for $15. These 3 singles are at $10. And then the Stand By Me is sold to Darren Johnson. Thank you, Darren. That is sold to you for $25. All right, Mercedes-Benz is sold to Michael Ruttman. Those 3 singles have a bid for $10. And now our next auction is going to be Little Richard. It's back. There's a whole lot of shaking going on. And this is a Japanese pressing of Little Richard. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. And we're putting up old Little Richard, Japanese Obi, for just a $15 start. The only unsold auction tonight is this right here. It's a MoFi. I've never had this one either. To my knowledge, I have had most of the MoFi records ever made, except one that I still haven't got from my personal collection. I still have never had a MoFi U2 Unforgettable Fire, which is on my checklist. I'm still looking for that one. Hopefully one day it'll come through a collection, but that just shows you how rare it is. We've never had that one. I've never had this one either. 7 and the Ragged Tiger. Of course, MoFi is pretty collectible. Some people try to buy the entire catalog, even the train records like we sold it earlier. This is VG Plus. It's a nicer VG Plus, $125. That's the only unsold record. Everything else tonight has sold. Everything. George Burleson on Canned Heat. That's sold to George Burleson. Check this out. Al Green Gets Next to You. It is a 2004 pressing. Still don't even see reissues much. $24.99. Buffalo Springfield is $34.99. Last time around. Looks like a really nice copy. It's got the Unipack design, which is always a good sign. A crisp, beautiful inner sleeve. We're talking about Neil Young, Stephen Stills. Wow, that's a beautiful copy. An OG Richmond press. Just a stunner of a copy there. And Buffalo Springfield is $34.99. $34.99 there. Now, we have these 3 singles are sold to Darren Johnson for $10. Randy, you're very late on Stand By Me. Final call on Little Richard for $15. Where can we ask about records we are looking for? You can ask for anything. If it's new and sealed, I can probably tell you if I have it or if I can get it. If it's something vintage or, quote, pre-owned, I could have it. I just don't know where it is, or I don't know when it might be up for sale. But I probably can help you out. Here's another quick auction. One of the last records, actually I think it is the last unpaid Hatchet Ed crate from last week. But check this out. You've probably seen the Rolling Stones Dirty Work before. The Rolling Stones originally came in red shrink wrap with this really cool big hop sticker with Harlem Shuffle, One Hit to the Body. The Rolling Stones is in red shrink wrap, OG, mastered by Bob Ludwig and the original inner sleeve. That is a $10 start. $10 start on that. Okay, next is Gary Wellman on the Al Green. Beautiful Buffalo Springfield there. And then over here, we have next, what was the price on Canned Heat? Who got Canned Heat? George Canned Heat was sold to you. It was $29.99. $29.99. Atomic Rooster, just let me know if you want it. 71 Pittman, I've already got your name on it. Atomic Rooster, $34.99. $34.99 on Atomic Rooster. Extreme Mid-South wants the Fleetwood Mac. Now, do you want the Heroes or do you want the vintage bluesy Fleetwood Mac double pack? Let me know on that one, okay? And then Michael Butler on BS, and that's for Buffalo Springfield. The Stones is now at 11. Breaking Benjamin. I think most of Breaking Benjamin's catalog is not in print, Amanda. I can check on that tonight for you. Let's make a note, please. I'm almost positive, though, very little's in print from Breaking Benjamin. So if I can't order them new and they don't show up in a collection, then they might be pretty tough for us to get. Because if we can't order them new, it's just a matter of when they show up in records we buy from other people. Wow, Sun Seal straight priced. The Sun Seals Blues Band on Alligator Records, nice, $34.99. Also, we have Buka White, Parchment Farm, another blues record randomly in the bin. That is $49.99, a beautiful copy of that. And we have the blue Yusef Lateef. John putting out some crazy stuff here right here in a row. A 68 Presswell original, Yusef Lateef, $54.99. And that's beautiful. All those I just looked at are absolutely beautiful. Yeah, I think Breaking Benjamins are out of print. So if we have them, there could be some in these most recent collections. They will probably be up for auction and advertised. But yeah, I think I had a cousin about 6 months ago, and he was looking for some for his son, and we looked them up, and nothing was in print. Some of these huge bands, their catalogs are not in print. The most recent example is Godsmack. You couldn't even get them. They had never even been made on vinyl, and they're slowly putting their stuff out for print. And it's just a licensing issue. They could not have the masters. You just never know. What the heck is this? A 1970 Prague album. This threw me for a loop. Fantasy. Wow, look at this. I'd like to listen to this. I love Prague from this era that I've never seen before. It's a very bizarre packaging. It's like a top loader, but with a gatefold. $49.99. It's Fantasy, self-titled, on the Liberty label. Extremely nice. $49.99 on that. Okay, now let's see where we're at. Some great stuff in here. The last thing was, okay, the Stones, which was an OG in that shrink wrap and the sticker, got a bid for $11. And then Extreme was going to let me know which of the two Fleetwood Macs. Stones 11, 10, 15, 16. 12, 20. Wow, no claims on Atomic Rooster. Stones 21. Michael Butler does get the Buka White. Thank you. And then Rolling Stones 17. Rolling Stones 23. Rolling Stones 25. Now George Scher gets the Sun Seal. Now Rolling Stones 26. Now 18. Now 30. And then Rolling Stones out. And he says Rolling Stones and Fan. So Fred Cardinal got Fantasy. Now, Extreme Mid-South, let me know which of the two Fleetwood Macs you wanted, Heroes or the Deluxe 2 record set. Nobody bid on the Japanese Little Richard, just a $15 buy it now on that one. And the Village People Cruising, it was the state of the... Let's put up 3 more singles here. Next 3 singles are... Ooh, these might be some good ones. I usually judge these on what they were originally priced. This one was $15. Sharks Keep Moving, Kentucky Pistol. Here's Less Than Jake. It was marked $20. Less Than Jake. Looks like a die cut, like Looney Tunes tribute cover there. And then Lift. Harsh Light of the Truth. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Now Neil Rigler on the beautiful Yusef Lateef. Fred Cardinale on the LR. And whatever that is, Fred, you might have just missed out on it. And then Extreme wanted the double pack. Okay. Now, what was LR? Let me flip back through the crate. But the Stones is the final call to Guy Shard for $30. Those 3 singles for a $10 start. We have bids for 10 and 11. And then LR was... I didn't see that in here. Is Chris Knapp watching? Chris, do you need the Isle of Man 65? Are you still watching? Don Williams Portrait. Don Williams is $9.99. Linda Ronstadt, there's an LR, but I hadn't shown that yet. $9.99. Elton John, The Fox, $9.99. And Smokey Robinson. Oh, Little Richard. Duh, Chad. Right here, Little Richard. That's sold to Fred Cardinale for $15. These singles have bids for 10, 11, 10, 15, 10. Sorry about that. That went over my head. And I got more sealed records over here, including some really good titles like... Oh, boy, I don't know which one to do next. Let's see what's up with this Police. This is a sealed copy of Ghost in the Machine. Is it OG? It's a club. It looks like possibly it could have been resealed. That doesn't look like the right shrink wrap. It's a club copy. It's okay, though. I mean, it's sealed. The Police, Ghost in the Machine, a $15 start. $15 start. Invasion of Privacy. I have new and sealed right here. And then we might have an OG this upcoming week. But here's a new sealed copy for $33.99. It's on black and gray, white, striped colored vinyl. Okay, now, next thing we have is... What's going on? Let's see here. What is going on? Oh, we got... No, we can't allow that. Let me remove somebody. But first of all, let me show you Marshall Tucker Band, Searching for a Rainbow. Searching for a Rainbow, $14.99. David Gass on Linda Ronstadt. David, if you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome to Coletco. How disrespectful could somebody be getting on another show trying to sell their own records? That's very disrespectful. That is a ground for a blocking. That guy will be removed as soon as I can open my laptop. And the Allman Brothers is $19.99. How disrespectful. Trying to run a business here. We have Cat Stevens Back to Earth, $14.99. And Styx, this is $19.99. And this is Pieces of 8, $19.99. Just very disrespectful, you know. I'm sure he wouldn't like that if I did that on his page or his store. You know, I mean, how disrespectful could you be to somebody? Okay, let's go back over here. And we have Jim Ciascio and Marshall Tucker Band. That is sold to Jim Ciascio and George Burleson on the Allman Brothers. That is sold to him. And we have Nicholas Hollister on Styx. Now, I put up a Seal Police, which looks like a reseal, but it is sealed with, it is sealed. What am I trying to say? So it's a reseal, and I'm glad you commented again because I couldn't see your last comment. Boom. Trying to sell somebody else's work. Well, what's the difference? There's no difference. Next thing is a $10 start. Those were a $10 start, and they had a high bid now with $35. And over here is the Rolling Stones, which is sold to Guy Shard for $30. Guy Shard, this is sold to Guy Shard for $30. Thank you, Guy. That is sold to you for $30. That's done. And I think I pulled the Fleetwood Mac for you. Yes, I've already pulled that for you, Extreme Mid-South Studio. Okay, and then we're done there. And over here, we have Rod Stewart, A Never Dull Moment, $24.99. So these 3 singles are a final call to Cynthia Herdren for $35. That's a final call for that. And the police is a final call. There's no bid. Sorry, I got distracted there. The police doesn't have a bid. It's a $10, $15. What did I say? We'll take a $10 start at this point. A $10 start on that. We have Robert Gordon. Are you going to be the one? Robert Gordon is $19.99. And Lionel Richie, Can't Slow Down, $9.99. You can tell the guy you're trying to sell records for this. He can start a Facebook page. He can start live streaming. He can invest thousands of dollars in ads over the next 5 years, obtain customers that cost thousands of dollars in advertising, hours and hours of live streaming every night, and then he can sell his own records to the own people he finds on Facebook streams. But anytime somebody's trying to sell records or sell records for someone else, that's an immediate block, because we have spent years and hours and very much a lot of money trying to advertise and get people here to watch our sales. So when somebody else is here just kind of feeding off of it, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever to have anybody on here doing that, right? Doesn't make any sense at all. So we remove them. This is something that's took a lot of time and money for us to build up. So anybody trying to take customers to somewhere else, we just immediately remove them. Next thing is this sealed record. This is Napa. This is a concert behind prison walls, and this is sealed, and this is Johnny Cash, Linda Ronstadt, and Roy Clark. This has also never been opened. It also has a old retail sticker here stuck to it, but that's going to go up for a $10 start. Now, these 3 singles are sold for $35, and these are sold to Cynthia Herdren for $35. That's sold. Now, the police is at $15 and now $20. Okay, also, we have exclusive for members of the record industry. This is a compilation of Stevie Wonder and the Temptations. So it's kind of like a pre-release sampler from Motown, the Temptations and Stevie Wonder, $24.99. So it's like a sampler. It's exactly what it says it is. Exclusive for members of the record industry, $24.99. Napa is an auto. Yeah, they sponsored a concert behind prison bars. They sure did. The Owl and the Pussycat soundtrack. This is $19.99, and music on here is by Blood, Sweat, and Tears. But yes, Johnny Cash is a $10 start, and the police has a bid for $15. I think that's the only bid with Extreme Mid-South Studio. Three Dog Night Harmony is $14.99, and Ernest Tubb. And Ernest Tubb is $9.99. Okay, next 3 singles we have here is this one, and this one. And these are up for bid for a $10 star. I think they're more by Young Governor. There's one Young Governor, another Young Governor, and whatever this is here, Invertebrate, maybe. Culture Rot, $10 start on that. Chris Bachek on Motown Promo. That is sold to Chris Bachek, Motown Promo. Also, Rick Springfield, Living in Oz. That is $14.99. Spanky and Her Gang's Greatest Hits. That's $19.99 for Spanky and Her Gang's Greatest Hits. And the Judds, Why Not Me? The Judds is $24.99. And the Outlaws, which is Waylon Jennings, Willie Nelson, Jesse Coulter, Tom Paul Glasser, $24.99. And Hermit's Hermits on tour, featuring Henry VIII. Wow, that's a cool hop sticker. I don't know if I've seen that one before. Hermit's Hermits, there they are, with hop sticker, $9.99. And John Denver, Some Days Are Diamonds, that is $9.99. Tony Orlando and Dawn, that's in Shrink and Hop, that is $9.99. We have Hooters, One Way Home. Hooters is $14.99. So the police, I think I said 3 different starting bids, but it only had 1 bid. So we're going to sell that to Extreme Mid-South for $15. Thank you. That would have been one I would be better off opening it up. I think it scared some people off when I said resale, but we did open a resale the other night, and it was perfectly fine. I think some of these are old cutout bin records that got ripped open, and they probably got resealed later. And we did open one the other night just to kind of show you what I was talking about there. Kelly Vloddercheck on the Hermit's Hermits. That is sold. And we have, how much is the Duran Duran? The MoFi Duran Duran over here is $125. And by the way, some of these had sold for as much as $322. The median on this record is 150. Now, this is a VG Plus copy, but it looks like sealed copies sell for over 130. Or, excuse me, it sells for over 300, I meant to say, on that. All right. Now, over here, the sealed, this is Johnny Cash, Linda Ronstadt, and Roy Clark. It's a sealed record behind prison bars, and that's at $10, okay? And that's with Kelly Wlodarczyk. These singles did not get a bid. Sometimes they don't. We move them right along. That's a $10 buy it now for those three. Moving on in this new arrivals crate. Rufus, Party Till You're Broke. Rufus is $9.99. And then Don Williams, Volume 3. Don Williams is $9.99. Charlie Daniels Band Night Rider is $24.99. And Elvis, there it is. Where's Regina? $9.99. Johnny Rivers Blue Suede Shoes. And the Romantics in Heat. This has the hit song Talking in Your Sleep. $19.99. Johnny Rivers was $9.99. Our next auction, I have more sealed stuff over here, including Spin Doctors. I'm trying to figure out what this is. I think it's a single. Thank you, Laura. Sealed LPs you could auction. This is a 3-track from Pocket Full of Kryptonite. Little Miss Can't Be Wrong. What Time Is It Live? And Freeway of Plains Live. $10 start on Spin Doctors. There it is. Okay, Prison Walls 11, and now it's at 20 with Kelly Wlodarczyk. That's up for bid. Let's grab 3 more singles. I already had 3 more here on deck. As you can tell, the monster has really kicked in along with everything else caffeinated I took during that quick break. So I'm talking really fast. I'm blocking people, etc., etc. And I'm going to drink some more Monster to get me even more riled up. Sorry you had to hear that. I forgot to hit the mute button. It's not actually working tonight. We got all these different, we have like, I have to hit the mute button 3 different platforms, or twice now. He's got another button over there. Either way, we have Abnegation, Extinguish the Sickness, Abject Pax, Ace Reporter, and Tropic of Pisces. Record Store Day. Okay, so Spin Doctors 10. Scott wants the 345s for 10. Spin Doctors 15, then 10. And then Extreme Studios wants Ernest Tubb. All right, and thanks everybody for tuning in. These are new arrivals. Extreme Mid-South gets Ernest Tubb. And then Oso Hooters is $14.99. All right. And then Extreme Studio also wants the Judds. I keep saying Extreme Studios. I want to thank your Solarplex Studios for some reason, but he's not. It's Extreme Mid-South on the Judds. The Young Governors are already sold. All right, and now the Johnny Cash is, I'm assuming Kelly gets that for 20, and then there's the next 3 singles for 10. And Spin Doctors is at 20. I told you I still got several great sealed surprises here. And thanks everybody for tuning in. Welcome, all first-time buyers. I'm glad you've made it here to CollectCo. As you heard me say just a moment ago, if you're new, you're probably here because of some sort of ad. And so we like to keep you here, and hopefully you can join the CollectCo family. Everybody you see watching, most of the people who have commented right now on the screen are people who have been watching. Jerry's relatively new. Extreme Mid-South is a brand new customer. Jim B's been watching for a little while. Oso Adventure's been watching for a couple years now. David V's relatively new. So is John Durden. Susie's been watching for like 5 years. Josh Brown's relatively new. Chris Frazier's been watching for a long time. And we have some people that's like 1 week old, far as how long they've been following and buying. We got some people that's been watching us do this now for 4, 5, and even 6 years. A lot of people's been here since 2020, and we do this every single night. And because there's quite a bit of Sean hates Led Zeppelin. There's quite a bit of ads running, and just a lot of stuff being shared for us by other people. So I have noticed an uptick for viewers and new customers lately. We just bought some insane new collections, and if I seemed like I got defensive earlier, I obviously do. I care about everybody here. We work very hard getting everybody here and keep everybody happy. So if we have anybody else trying to solicit another business, I usually don't even say anything, but just so that person knows. And I hadn't really got to say that out loud. Obviously, that's not something we can allow here. So next thing we have is Concrete Blonde and Mountain. Those are all gone. All advertised auctions are gone. Extreme Mid-South on Charlie Daniels. He's a little bit behind, but he's good to go. Pat's been here for a couple years, so I like to keep everybody happy and here. And Craig, I probably wouldn't even notice. Sometimes there's conversations going on in the chats, and I don't even know what's going on until everybody starts saying, Chad blocked this person or Chad blocked this person, and then as long as there's a good reason to. But the rules are pretty simple. We buy records and we ship you records anywhere in the world. If you're in the United States, it's $8 unlimited shipping. It's $8 unlimited shipping. And if you're international, we ship at cost. We have people in the UK that are probably watching right now. We have a lot of people in Canada and Puerto Rico. We have Cheryl, who watches almost nightly down in Mexico. We have a lot of international customers. So welcome, and welcome to Coletco. All right, my most important job is to sell y'all records and keep everybody happy. We have a great staff here. It's small business. It's family based. Started by really my mom and dad. We've got about 15 people here now, so we stay very busy, as y'all can see. The last three things we have here was Abnegation, Abnegation, extinguish the sickness. We have Ace Reporter and Tropic of Pisces. That's a split record store day, and Abject Packs. And those three, the high bid on them, I think there's not a bid. Yeah, Darren Johnson bid $10. And then over here, we got a sealed Spin Doctors, an original 3-track kind of EP deal. And the last bid on Spin Doctors was Chris Frazier at $22. Chris Frazier at $22. That's the high bid on that. There's the high bid on that. Okay. And, whoop, there's that. And there's that. All right. I started doing this with my dad, I always bought and sold stuff in high school and, going back to really elementary school. I got in trouble a couple times taking kids' lunch money. Now, I wasn't pushing them up against the locker and threatening them. I was selling them beef jerky, Twizzlers, baseball cards, and luckily, the principal knew my dad. They grew up together, and I got questioned one time. Parents are calling, wanting to know why lunch money's coming up missing. And then they found out Chad was selling stuff on the playground. And fast forward 20 years later, and we're right here at Coletco. And I'm still taking people's lunch money. We have Spin Doctors at $23, and we have Price and Songs on Cat Stevens. I just condensed 2 John crates, and the Cat Stevens. Is there a Cat Stevens in here? Yeah, Back to Earth. Back to Earth is Just Another Night, Daytime, Bad Breaks, Randy the Artist, Last Love Song, Nascimento, Further, New York Times, and Never. But in return, you get some high quality vinyl. You get some very high quality vinyl. And hopefully a little bit of entertainment. That's a big factor. Big factor here. Okay. Darren Johnson gets these 3 singles for $10. Chris Frazier gets the Spin Doctors for $22. I think we should go through, I kind of want to still go through another new arrivals bin, but I think it's time we hit a discount crate. We can keep those new arrivals for tomorrow. And let's go through a half-off crate. I think it's time to go through a half-off crate. Mark Chesler, somebody did buy Herman's Hermits. Yes, somebody did buy Herman's Hermits. They did. I've always just liked selling stuff. They, when I started going up to that flea market up in Crossville, the quote older people there didn't really like me too much because I was started out selling them. They all wanted me to leave. That's where I really made my bones. That's when I got a taste of how people really are. That's when I had stuff stolen from me. People tried to do switcheroos. That's when I really started learning. I wasn't dealing with, you know, friends anymore on the playground. That's when I really started learning, okay, you got to really watch people out there in the world. You gotta be careful. So, okay, here's our next three singles. Inquisition, We Got a Bomb. Wow, be careful of that title. And Paid to Ruin Fun. What is this here? This is Acid Reflux. I get that sometimes after Pizza Hut. And Defining the Color Conviction. And that's going to go for a $10 start, all right? Let's do a random half-off bin. There should be some great titles in here. The next thing we have is, do you still have Dismember demos? I should, yeah. Let's see what's going on over here. Oh, I forgot about these auctions. I got more tagged LPs. They just weren't advertised. Like, where are they? Oh man, we got a bunch. We got Talking Heads, and we got all kinds of stuff in here. Miles Davis, Dismember. Maybe, Sean, I might have to dig for it later and let you know. I might be close right here though. Dismember demos. I'm very close if it's in this crate here. Jailbreak, Thin Lizzy, Soundgarden, Nirvana, Screaming Trees, Thorns, Nile. I'm close. Cramps. I'm in everything from last week. Daft Punk, Cinderella, Kansas, More Cramps, Slovakia, Red Fang. I'm not seeing it though. Depeche Mode, Nirvana, Thin Lizzy. We have Flotsam and Jetsam. We have Mudhoney. We have Tila. I'm not seeing it. Actually, I don't know though. I hadn't went through everything. That was a quick speed run. Here's more stuff. Wasp, Nirvana, Audioslave. There's your Acid Bath. Uh-oh, it might be in here. Blind Melon, In Flames, Kiss, Tesla, Morbid Angel, Rick James, In Flames. Aha! There it is. Okay. There it is. All right, so let's see where I left off. That's so to Sean Fairweather. Half off, no more, no less, plus new auctions coming up, okay? Darren has those for 10. Going once, going twice. I'm pretty good at finding new sealed stuff because I know where most of it is, and they'll come back here and be like, hey, Chad, have you seen this? And I'm like, oh, I got some Ramones VHS. Those might be pretty good. And let's see what's up with this Miles Davis. Ooh, wow. So first, here's the Ramones. This is called Around the World. Produced by Marky Ramone, available for the first time. I have no idea. What about a $7 start on the Ramones? And then here's Miles Davis. This is a 1974 USOG. It's a Terre Haute promo. Overall, VG++ or EX. The cheapest copy is a VG copy, and this one could go as much as EX. It's a white label promo, a $55 start. Miles Davis, get up with it. A double LP promo of Miles Davis. Look at those glasses. I wish I had those. $55 start. What just happened? One of my lights went out. Oh, it's not plugged in good. That's why. There we go. Okay. Half off, no more, no less. Hank Williams Jr. live at Cobo Hall. These should be pretty recent. This is $12.50. So here's how the half off bin works. Half off, no more, no less. The price I'm saying is the price. Even if you try to pay me more, I'm going to say no. Not happening. $12.50. Miles Davis, $55.55. Jefferson Starship Spitfire. Jefferson Starship, $7.50. We have Jimmy Buffett, One Particular Harbor, $10. $10 on Jimmy Buffett. Crosby and Nash, Whistling Down the Wire. That's in shrink wrap for $10. And Fresh Air 4, that's $7.50. I think Teresa was trying to bid on the singles. It didn't come through, and now it's in. And now Darren Johnson, you're out on the singles at 12. Christopher, you tied Donna. She bid first. And the Ramones VHS is a $7 start. Michael Peveler strikes first on Hank Williams Jr. That's sold to Michael Peveler for $12.50. We will be live tonight until 1:30 a.m. In the meantime, we're doing half off, and we're going to be doing some CDs probably for the last hour, maybe even hour and a half. Whenever we probably finish up this bin, we'll find out very soon, okay? Depends on how long we're working on this bin. Next is Louisiana's LaRue. That is $7.50. We got the new Commander Cody band, Rock and Roll Again. That's $10. Now Miles Davis is at 60, 60, 62. And now we have the 45s at 15. Wow, Boogie with Canned Heat. This is now $20. That's an original studio album. $20 on that. These are no more, no less. Stephen Stills is $10. That's his self-titled album. I've always said, always mentioned that great lineup of guest appearances on there, including Hendrix and Eric Clapton. George Burleson on the very nice Crosby Nash there in shrink wrap. If anybody wants the Ramones, it's a $7 buy it now. $7 buy it now on that. George Burleson also getting the Starship. Jefferson Starship also sold to George Burleson. Now Miles Davis is at 68. And then here's another. We've had Crosby and Nash, then we had Stills, and here they are all together. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, and this one has the great song Southern Cross on it. That is 10. Next bid was Miles Davis 68, the singles 18. George Burleson picking up another Canned Heat album. He got one just a moment ago as well. Michael Ruttman gets that Ramones VHS for $7. Mike Ospaw on LER, and that was, is that for Louisiana's LaRue? Mike, LER, I'm assuming that was for LaRue, maybe. If not, let me know. I got you down for it. Michael next on Canned Heat. And then Donna has the Miles Davis at 72. Next is Party Rock, 52 certified #1 hits. Party Rock is a 4 LP set, $17.50. So that's a compilation over 4 LPs. Wow. John Fogerty, center field. Put Me in, Coach. $10 on John Fogerty. And Iron Butterfly, Inagata Davida. Iron Butterfly is $10. We got John Haidt, Warming Up to the Ice Age. That is $10. And Leo Kottke, My Feet Are Smiling, $7.50. Now Darren has the singles for 19. Now Donna has Miles Davis for 80. And now I've got another sealed record coming at you, and it's Kim Wilde, If I Can't Have You. And Kim Wilde is a 12-inch single. It's sealed. It's never been opened. It's going to go up for a $7 star. It's a sealed 12-inch single. Next is the Miles Davis has now hit 90. We have We Are the World. There it is. Now, this is the one that has all sorts of different music on it, not just a single, like Huey Lewis, Chicago, Pointer Sisters, Kenny Rogers. $10 on that. Next is titles on Party Rock. Give me a second. I'll give you a quick sampler. Toby McGowan on Iron Butterfly. Was There an Elvis? Not in this bin. Not in this bin. And then David Goss next on Iron Butterfly. David second on that one. And the best of the Guess Who's $10. Now, David, earlier, you as a first-time buyer, David, you as a first-time buyer earlier on Iron Butterfly, or excuse me, on another purchase, make sure you have messaged our page. You don't have to do it now because I'm sure you don't want to miss anything, but either at the end of the sale or whenever you want to take a pause, make sure we get your information. I need your email address and mailing address, okay? And you were second on the Iron Butterfly. Now Miles Davis, a white label promos at 95. Is it Zance Can't Dance or Vans Can't Dance? It is Vans Can't Dance. Vans Can't Dance. VANKANTDANZ. Vans Can't Dance. It's Vans. And that's $19.99. Now $10. Now Kim Wilde 7. Hiram third on Iron Butterfly. George Burleson on Leo Kottke. Now Miles Davis 105. And now Miles Davis 110. Now Kim Wilde 8. Now Miles Davis 115. What about the singles? The last bid on the singles was Darren Johnson at 19. Teresa, you did get outbid. Teresa, Darren did come back in on those at $19. Next is Kim Wilde 10. Next in the half-off bin is Lone Justice. I'm saying next a lot. Next. Lone Justice. Maria McKee, $7.50. Nice. Also, we have the Byrds, the original singles. The Byrds is $10. Hey, Mr. Tambourine Man. Another Jimmy Buffett, Coconut Telegraph, that's $10. Teresa backing on that bundle at 21. Darren Johnson, You're Out. And we have Steve Miller Band Anthology. Steve Miller Band is $17.50. Vladarchik hanging it up early tonight. That's unusual. What time is it out there? It's only like 6 o'clock in the evening, isn't it? The Beach Boys Endless Summer. is $12.50. Bob Panozniak on Jimmy Buffett. I'm assuming you wanted coconut. We still got one particular harbor still available as well. Just saying. Kelly saying good night to Rob. Aren't y'all in the same house together? Donovan's greatest hits. They call me Mela Yellow. Sunshine Superman, $6.50. Jim B just did a generator check. Yep. We are 100% on our generator. 100% on our generator. And we have Dion sings Little Girl. Dion is $15. That's not an easier one, or I should say that one doesn't come through as often, especially in high grade. 15 on that. He's literally right next to me. Yeah, that's funny. Now, y'all don't do it, but we do have a couple husbands and wives that bid against each other. If I could ever get Kelly and Robert competitive in bidding against each other, I think they consider their collection together. I have met some husbands and wives that will start bidding against each other, and I really enjoy that. Enter Mike. No, hold on a second. Mad. Oh man, I shouldn't admit that I can't forget their names. Michael Ling. Michael Ling. Enter Michael Ling. Him and his wife bid against each other. The singles are at 21, and then Kim Wilde got a bid for 11. The singles at 22. The Miles Davis, this is a heated auction. It's a white label promo. It's called Get Up With It. It's an original white label promo, VG++ EX gatefold. It even has a demonstration not for sale sticker on the front, or I should say stamp. It has a demonstration. It is a white label promo, and the last bid on Miles Davis that came through was $118 with Donna. These three singles got a new bid for 22, and then Jim Sedal got Donovan, and then Michael Butler got Dion, and those are both. So now the singles are at 25. David V next on Donovan, and we have the singles at 26, and Manaheim Steamroller Fresh Air 5, $7.50. Oh yeah, so Donna wanted to know some of the tracks on Party Rock. This is a compilation. Okay, so at first glance, I'm seeing top 40 hits. It's truly a top 40, 52 number one hits. And this goes through, this right in here is like 62, 63, and it goes up through 66 and 67. And it's all genres, top 40, so the main charts. So you got Locomotion, Little Eva, Summer in the City, Love and Spoonful. Right here's like 66, 67. I Get Around, the Beach Boys, the Monkees, I'm a Believer. You're still around 66, 67 here. Sugar Sugar, the Archies. Peter and Gordon, the Turtles, So Happy Together. The Jackson 5, I Want You Back. Yeah, this is truly number one hits on the main charts, all genres. So the top 40 number one hits. And it looks like it starts right in the early, or I should say, I guess this is like Little Eva, Locomotion, and Neil Sedaka, The Lion Sleeps Tonight. That should be like 63, 64. Now, they don't have everything on here because there's no Beatles. Most of these comps don't include Beatles. There's never any Beatles on these comps. They didn't want to get sued. So, or they couldn't get the licensing. There's probably some other artists that's omitted, but it's the artist they could get licensed for. So yeah, that's a 4 LP box. Great compilation though. $17.50 if anybody wants it. Back to the half off. We're right in the middle of a half off bin, no more, no less. Wow, the Tubular Bells picture disc. An original Mike Oldfield picture disc, $17.50 on that. Jeff Beck Flash. Jeff Beck is $10. And the good feeling music of the Big Chill generation. Same kind of music here. Number one hits of the 60s for $10. So you're going to get the Four Tops, I Can't Help Myself, the Mamas and Papas, California Dreamin'. This is right during that Vietnam era, 66, 67. Forrest Gump, $10. I call it Forrest Gump music. Jerry Ferguson on Party Rock now. Also, Sid Blair asked about it. If Sid passes, then it's yours, Jerry Ferguson. We'll put that right over there in pending. Okay, now the next thing we have is these three singles. Let's update all these auctions because I've got other stuff I can run. But right now, these three singles, the last bid on these was Darren Johnson at 26 and Teresa went out. So those are sold to Darren Johnson for $26. Then we had a sealed Kim Wilde 12-inch single, If I Can't Have You, the Kelsey mix, the dub mix, and the extended version. And the last bid on Kim Wilde that came through was Guy Shard at 11, and that's definitely a final call. Now, the Miles Davis, the last bid that came in on this, Romelu went out, and he was the main bidder against you. So, Donna, you have that at 118, and you're about to get it. And then Susie has commented tube. That was for the Tubular Bells picture disc. That's sold to Susie for $17.50. And we have Burning Bridges, Glenn Campbell. That is $5. Glenn Campbell, $5. And Woody Herman's Greatest Hits. That is $5. Woody Herman's Greatest Hits. And Harry James today. Harry James is $5. Also, Old Timey Concert, Doc Watson, Clint Howard, and Fred Price. Old Timey Concert, $13.50. There's a new bid on Kim Wilde. Chris and Guy was bidding against each other, and now Chris is back in at $12. Okay. Now, we have the Winchester Cathedral, the new vaudeville band. That's a classic, $5. And this is a really nice copy in mono on that original Fontana label. So $5 on that. And we have Fresh Air, Manaheim Steamroller. That is $7.50. Now, Donna, you do get the Miles Davis for $118, right? Thank you. White label promo. Very, very nice. That is sold to Donna, $118. Now, Guy Shard, you've been bumped on the Kim Wilde. Chris never did say out. It was up to him, and now he's at 12. Now Guy's at 13. And now we have filled up another bin. So before we do anything else, let me swap out crates. We're doing a half-off crate, no more, no less. We got some people banging at the door for CDs. Compact disc. Well, right now, we're in long play vinyl, LPs right now, but we're getting near the end because I know y'all are ready. And I think we had such a good week. I do owe a lot of the success for last week's numbers probably to the amount of CDs we moved. I didn't get an accurate count. I can go pull it up probably by midweek and get close, but there we have it. At this point, I figure if some guy's interested in me, they want my records, the 71 C10 truck or my credit score. Have we turned into a dating site here? We have Party Rock. This is sold for $17.50, and this is sold to, it was Jerry Ferguson, right? Was it you, Jerry? Who wanted this? Yeah, Jerry Ferguson. Congratulations on that. All right. There's that. And then Kim Wilde. Guy Shard, it's up to you. He's back in at 15. Okay. Let's put up another auction. So I did tease Miles Davis. It looks like the Miles Davis bidders are definitely awake and bidding. So let's do another one. And which ones do I still have tagged? Ooh. I like this label. Ooh. Here we go. So this is a 1967 USOG. A 1967 USOG Pittman press, a solid VG copy, a $25 start. What is the first marriage or relationship I'm going to be responsible for? At some point, somebody's going to say, Chad, I found my wife at Coletco. And I'm going to be like, wow, what an achievement on my part, I guess. Or my husband, or both. And Miles Davis is a 67 USOG Pittman. It's a solid VG copy, maybe even VG Plus. It's a 25. It is a Columbia 2i OG. Now, Guy Shard gets Kim Wilde for $15. And now we're right in the middle of a half-off bin. And now I'm going to put up another sealed record. And this is another sealed OG, Night Ranger, Big Life. Sealed OG, a $15 start. Sealed OG, a $15 start. Next thing, we have Jefferson Starship, Red Octopus, $7.50. Nice. David Crosby, if I could only remember my name. I can't believe this is now $20. Very clean copy. No condition notes on that. $20 on David Crosby. Wow, the car's greatest hits. That's a bizarre price. $16.50. Just $16.50 on that. The main event, $7.50. Groucho Marx, When Radio Was King, $7.50. The Life of Riley, $7.50. And the Poems of A.A. Milan, When We Were Very Young and Now We Were Six, read by Judith Anderson. That's $5. And Sound Effects, Bugle Calls by Al Hurt, $7.50. More singles. Jim B is ready for more singles. We got 3 more here. Blazing Eye, Lonely Corpse, Look Alive, both feet on the ground, La Mancino di Machui EP. That is $10. And Chad shows up to DJ the wedding. Lots of Led Zeppelin being played at weddings. The bride will walk down to here when the levee breaks, or the immigrant song. Okay, we have Christopher Dean on DC, and that was for David Crosby. Nice. That's a nice pickup there. Night Ranger at $15. Another Crosby Nash, Wind on the Water, $10. And we have Stephen Stills, Stephen Stills 2. Stephen Stills 2, $10. Another nice one. It's an original club copy, $10 on that. Next is DJ Not So Good on the Cars. That is sold. And now final call to get a bid on the Miles Davis, which is a 67. This is a 67 USOG Columbia 2i. Sorry, I'm having a small allergy attack. The Odd Couples, Tony Randall and Jack Klugman. That is $7.50. Hank Williams Jr., Montana Cafe, $12.50 on that. Now, oh man, sorry. George, was your Crosby for David Crosby or Crosby and Nash? Either way, that's available. More of Hal Holbrook and Mark Twain Tonight. That is $7.50. And Uriah Heep, Return to Fantasy. Uriah Heep, $10. Michael Peveler and Hank Williams. That is sold to Michael Peveler. And Scritti Politti, Cupid and Psych, and that is $12.50. There's no bid on Miles Davis. I'm looking for a $25 start. These 3 singles are a buy now for $10. And Night Ranger, just 1 bid sold to Calvin Ward, right? Yeah, Calvin, thank you. That's sold to you for $15. Wow, the Alice Cooper Show in the half-off bin. That's now just $15. Alice Cooper. Bob Panozniak on Uriah Heep. Thank you, Bob. And Red Fox at home. Red Fox is $7.50. Still More Adventures of Peter Rabbit. Oh, Peter Rabbit there. $7.50. And Hank Live. And this is $12.50. Darren Johnson picks up those 3 singles for $10. Thank you. And then Randy Klein on The Odd Couple. Randy, that's so do you. Grogson on Miles Davis at $25. Going twice, going 3 times. Grog, that's going to be yours unless somebody was waiting to try to do the buy now, and now you've bid, and they're like, dang it. And now they're like, okay, well, I guess I got a bid against Grog. But if they wasn't, then it's a final call to you. Here's another sealed record, never open. Roy Orbison. This is an anthology. For the Lonely, a Roy Orbison anthology. All of his classic songs, Oh Pretty Woman, Only the Lonely, Crying, Ooby Dooby, all remastered. It's a new, Rhino put this out in 1988. It is sealed, and we're going to put it up now for a $15 start. It cost $12.99 at Tower Records back in 88. That wasn't cheap. $12.99, 1988, sealed, $15 start. Okay, so we sold Hank Williams to Michael Peveler. Hold on a second. Or did he already come? Okay, so he gets the other one too. Hold on a second. We sold Odd Couple, $25. Miles Davis, $27. Miles Davis, $25. Here come the bids. Now Hank Williams sold to Michael Peveler. Susie, you get the other one, Michael, as well. Susie got Rabbit. Greg next on Live. Now Miles Davis, $30. Scott Oman on Red Fox. Extreme Mid-South 80 wants Groucho Marx. That is sold to Extreme Mid-South. And Roy Orbison, 15. Okay, and now Miles is at 30. Garrett's also done. Final call on that. So Roy Orbison, 15. Miles Davis, 30. Here comes 3 more singles. Let's pull 3 here right in the middle of this hardcore bin. Jackal. I don't think that's the Chainsaw Jackal. And then Jackals. Is that 2 different bands? Jackal and Jackals. And then one more here. It is Kyra Jari Spooky Freaky. So those three are going to go up for 1, 2, 3, a $10 start. Next comment is George Burleson on Stephen Stills 2. That sold him for 10. George Burleson also on the Crosby and Nash. Also sold. And then what was the Roy Orbison? It's a sealed comp from Rhino, 1988, sealed with hop sticker, never opened. It says all newly remastered from the first generation master tapes, 1956-65. Roy Orbison has one bid for $15, and that was with Catherine Lutz. Now Grog gets to Miles Davis for $30. A 67 OG Pittman, that is sold to Grog for $30. Thank you. Let's put that away. And now over here, I have, I think, some more sealed records to sell on a lot. Those will be individual there. Okay, this might be one of the more interesting lots you see tonight. Here's some more sealed, more common sealed stuff, or less desirable sealed, but it's all sealed, and these lots have been doing very well. This is John Parr running the Endless Mile with hop sticker. This is an older record here. April Stevens, Imperial. This is like sealed from the early 60s. Teach Me Tiger. Bobby Short, Guess Who's in Town? Bobby Short. Grand Ole Opry Stars, Minnie Pearl and Grandpa Jones, a 2 LP set. Breaker Morant, music from the film Soldiers of the Queen. Bonnie Tyler Diamond Cut. 2 records signed by Rusty Warren. Those are from Fred's collection. And then a sealed Lester Flat. So all these sealed records are going to go up together for a $15 start. There's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then the 2 autographed, 8, 9 records, a $15 start. Those 9 records are going to be a $15 start. Now, I left off and I said the 45s is a bid for 10. Extreme Mid-South gets Alice Cooper. Roy Orbison got a new bid for 18. Extreme Mid-South, you missed Fred, Red Fox and Hank. And now Roy Orbison's at 20. And Extreme Mid-South, you did get the Alice Cooper. And the sealed lot already has a bid from Jim B for $20. So if you want sealed, put sealed and place your bid. Roy Orbison is at 22 with Romelu. And it's also sealed. And then these 3 here have one bid with Teresa for 10. We're not done with the half off. We have Shindig. Shindig is $6.50. And then 24 Great Tear Jerkers. This is a K-Tail compilation, and that is $5. And Menu Hot Platters. That's a Warner Brothers sampler, 2 LP, Deep Purple, T-Rex, the Beach Boys, the Kinks, $12.50 on that. No, 2 of these in here aren't sealed. The Rusty Warren records aren't sealed. No, these aren't sealed. These 2 Rusty Warrens are not sealed. No, those are not sealed. Roy Orbison's at 25. The Story of the Littlest Outlaw, that is $10. Jim B has these at $20 for right now. And then Walt Disney's Bambi. Wow, storybook and record, just $15 on that now. Chuck Haley on the Tear Jerkers, the K-Tail compilation. That's sold to Chuck Haley. We have John Fogerty, I the Zombie for $10. And Crosby, Stills, and Nash Allies, Shrink and Hop. That is $12.50. Nice. All righty. So let's figure out where we're at. Teresa, nobody bid against you on these, so those sold you for $10. Susie just got Bambi. The Roy Orbison's at 25. Romulu's out, and I'm about to sell all the sealed records to Jim B. If no one else bids, never mind. David Gass has it for 25. All right, so now we got a new bid. We got 1, 2, 3 more singles going up right now. And that's a flexi. I'm not going to do that one. Let's put something else in it. All right, we got Jules Holland and his Rhythm and Blues Orchestra. Dance to Ska EP. The Intima Post-Present Medium Oi. No. Post-Present Medium 01. I don't think that says Oi. And then this is very scary here. Excreted from the Flesh. Warping Sariski something. $10 start. They're now up for bid. That one on top is pretty scary looking. Looks like a guy getting taken apart. And then we have Roy Orbison 27, Seal 25. Info on Shindig. Shindig is a compilation with the Searchers, Shirley Ellis, Ruby and the Romantics, the Boss Guitars, Johnny Symbol, Linda Scott. It's artist that was on the Kapp label. K-A-P-P, that label there. $6.50. George Burleson picks up yet another CSN. Melanie, you're second on Bambi. Roy Orbison 30. The sealed bundles at 30. And those three singles are a $10 start. Those three singles are a $10 start, and Teresa's in. All right. So that was a great half off crate. As usual, here's what we do. I'm going to remind you of those titles one more time. And we've sold half of the crate, and usually on the second read-through, we can usually sell another half of the crate, which is what I would love to do. However, if not, whatever's left, I'm about to offer them as a bundle to somebody. So make sure you pay close attention. Chuck Haley chips away another one with Shindig. So here we go. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Still got 205 people here after midnight, just like the Eric Clapton song. I don't know if anybody's going to let it all hang out, but Eric Clapton did. I just took a hit of Monster. Let's read through these titles one more time. Everything in here is half off, no more, no less. Very easy. Jimmy Buffett, One Particular Harbor. Jimmy Buffett is $10. Fresh Air 4 by the Manaheim Steamroller, $7.50. The new Commander Cody Band, Rock and Roll Again, $10. Derek Clark says Menu is a nice grab Warner Brothers sampler, a great compilation. See, I told you. Derek Clark, he's on the same thought process as me here on Menu Hot Platters. So anytime I say Warner Brothers comp, these are great compilations that's from the Warner Brothers. And they should, if you ever look at when these, right here they are. So next time you look at your Black Sabbath OG, pull out the inner sleeve of your Fleetwood Mac or your Black Sabbath record and take a look at the inner sleeve. And you could order these, and they were really cheap back in the day. Lost Leaders. They sold these at a loss to promote their own label's artist. So here's a big sampler. Schlagers, The Big Ball, Burbank, Days of Wine and Vinyl, Appetizers, Hot Platters, and I love how the inner sleeve advertises the ones you could order. The Record Show, and there's dozens of them. And it says, you can't buy the Lost Leaders in store. They're only right here through the mail. So if you ever see one of these, that's why sometimes these inner sleeves were missing. People use these Warner Brothers inner sleeves to mail off for these $2 Lost Leaders. You would get a 2 LP, double LP for $2 back in the day. And it was all Warner Brothers artists. They're called Lost Leaders. You will see them quite often in our bands. They're great comps. We sell the heck out of them. One time I compiled a whole set and we auctioned them. It's really cool. Now, the first thing in here was Garrett bid $12 on these singles. Bob Panozniak on Jimmy Buffett. Next is Roy Orbison at $45. Bob Panozniak on the Menu. Roy Orbison $51.55. Now, there's one thing I forgot about here, the sealed lot. Where the heck are we on the sealed lot? I haven't seen a bid since Chris Ridling's bid $30. So it's a final call. I'm about to sell these to Chris for $30. Stephen Stills, that's his first solo album, $10. Love the One You're With is on there. $10. Now the singles at $14 with Teresa. Crosby, Stills, and Nash Daylight again with Southern Cross and Wasted on the Way, $10. John Hyatt, Warming Up to the Ice Age. John Hyatt is $10. Roy Orbison's at $55. We Are the World, that's $10. The full album, the Gatefold original. Also, the best of the Guess Who. American Woman, These Eyes. Original inner sleeve, original label. $10 on the Guess Who. Sometimes it has a poster, not this version. $10 on that. Thank you, Jorge, for participating tonight and watching and everything else. Thank you, good night. $10 on John Fogerty. Put me in coach. Lone Justice, $7. We have George wants both Steven Stills and CSN. George, you've about cleaned out all the Crosby, Stills, and Nash related records. Thank you. Those are both sold to George Burleson. And Tate Prime on We Are the World. I told y'all we already sold half of this crate. Second read-through, we're going to sell the other half. Grab them while you can. David Gass on the Guess Who. And now, all these sealed records are sold to Chris Ridlings for $30, along with the 2 Rusty Warrens that are signed. We're going to go ahead and sell these 3 singles to Teresa for $14. And now, Roy Orbison's a final call to Catherine Lutz for $61. Let's put up more stuff. Wow, no one got the Birds. Look at all those great songs on there for $10. No condition notes. 8 Miles High. Are you kidding me? I've got, I think, another tagged Miles Davis here. Uh-oh. It is Miles Davis. Which one do we have here? We have 7 Steps to Heaven. A vintage. Let's see. Does it have a barcode? This is a 70s reissue of Miles Davis, 7 Steps to Heaven. It's VG Plus or better, and we're going to start it for $20. $20 on that. There's the Birds for $10. Also, a double LP here, Steve Miller Band Anthology. Now, this is earlier Steve Miller songs here, 1750. 1750. This originally came out in 72. What you got to know about Steve Miller, most of the Steve Miller stuff you think of is Some People Call Me Maurice, I Want to Fly Like an Eagle, Rockin' Me, Jet Airliner. That's almost like a completely different Steve Miller Band era. He started putting out stuff as early as 1966, more like bluesy rock, and that's a compilation of those tracks, anthology. So if you have that Steve Miller Band's Greatest Hits with the horse on it, this is a completely, not different band, but different sounding band. It's still Steve Miller. Romulus C. It's almost like a Fleetwood Mac phenomena. It's like there was 2 different eras of Steve Miller. There's more of the rock poppy stuff like Fleetwood Mac did, and then there's the earlier blues type rock. Beach Boys' Endless Summer, that's self-explanatory. You put that on and you'll have an endless summer. $12.50, and it's almost summertime. Manaheim Steamroller, Fresh Air 5, $7.50. Roy Orbison sold as Catherine for $61. Miles Davis has a bid for $20. And you may know that I've got more sealed records going up. Let me put them up here a little bit closer to me. I have more sealed records, originals. And here's another one. This is Supertramp, Famous Last Words. This is sealed. It's raining again. It does have a saw mark. It's going to go up for a $15 star. Sealed Supertramp. Next is Jeff Beck. That is $10. Jeff Beck Flash. The good feeling music of the Big Chill generation. I read off some of those tracks earlier. Great Motown, classic rock stuff from the Big Chill. This is kind of like a club edition advertising that movie. $10, Big Chill. Glenn Campbell, Burning Bridges, $5 on Glenn Campbell. Woody Herman's Greatest Hits, that is $5. Also, we had Harry James, $5. Some 60s adult contemporary stuff there, or easy listening, whichever you want to call it. Doc Watson, Clint Howard and Fred Price, old-timey concert. Early Doc Watson there, Vanguard, $13.50. Winchester Cathedral is $5. The New Vanderbilt Band. Fresh Air is $7.50. Jefferson Starship, $7.50. The Main Event, $7.50. When Radio is King, The Life of Riley, that's $7.50. $5 on the Poems of A.A. Milan. We have Al Hurt doing Bugle Calls. Bugle? $7.50. Mark Twain Tonight, $7.50. Last Few. Scritti and Politi. That's now $12.50. Cupid in Sight. Disney here, The Littlest Outlaw, $10. And John Fogerty again, I the Zombie, $10. Okay? Boss Dad's got to start with Steve Miller. That's a great point. Grog, the only bidder on Miles Davis for $20. Final call. We're about to sell it. Chuck Haley wants Glenn Campbell, Burning Bridges. We can do that. And that was right here, and that was $5. Where are you? Right here. That's sold to Chuck Haley. All right. Is the Miles mono or stereo? It is a stereo copy. 70s press. They didn't make many monos reissues in the 70s. I don't think. I've never seen many 70s reissues that are actually mono. Usually those are just the OGs. So yes, in fact, it is stereo. All right, Supertramp, $15 start. Final call, because I usually offer this as a bundle deal, and if we sell this, it will fill up our 6 full crate tonight, which I said would be pretty incredible. being that we didn't go through 2 full crates of John's newest arrivals, and we didn't have any new vinyl tonight, and we didn't have a flip video. So if I would have probably posted a flip video, and probably if the mail would have run today, we would have sold about what we were selling every night last week. We just got hindered by I didn't post a video to get the show started, and we didn't have any new vinyl. And new vinyl sometimes can fill up, like if a pre-order comes in, we could fill up 2 or 3 full crates just doing that. So what I'm saying is tonight's been very good. We filled up 6 crates of just like new stuff tonight and discounts, all what I consider vintage. And based on my logistics, these take up like a lot less space. So if I sell 6 crates of just like pre-owned type records, that means we've sold a lot tonight. And now I'm going to offer everything left in here as a bundle deal. So I'm going to count them. I'm going to show them as I'm counting them. And then I'm going to price them. Hopefully somebody buys them all. We'll blow the air horn, and then I'm probably going to officially transition over to some CDs. And hopefully here in the next hour, we can sell what? About 300 CDs? I would love to do that. Here's what's left. Fresh Air 4. Actually, let me count them, and then you can see them here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Another Manheim Steamroller. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Nice records. 15, 16. Good titles. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. And actually 23, because Leslie wants to know what the poetry record is. The poems of A.A. Millan, when we were very young, and now we're 6, read by Judith Anderson. That's $5. We'll leave that out just for a second. So we'll say 23 records that was left in there. I'll sell everything that's left for $75. Everything left in the tub, the crate, $75. 75 for everything left there in that crate. All you got to do is say bundle or sold on the bundle, or I'll take them, or bundle sold, or sold on the bundle, or bundle or sold, and that's $75. And that excludes the poetry record. If Leslie don't want the poetry record, then I'll put it back in there. No problem. Now, Grog, you got outbid on Miles Davis. It's 22. Is it Winnie the Pooh? It looks like Winnie the Pooh, but it's not. It has them there on the cover, but it's not. It doesn't actually mention that officially. It mentions it here. It mentions it here, but I don't think it's officially, but it is, if that makes sense. I noticed that too. I didn't know if they were just like using that as some sort of knockoff or what, but I noticed that too, but I wasn't for sure because I didn't say. But I noticed it said somewhere, we'll finally meet Winnie the Pooh in the poem, Us Too. Then most important of all, finally meet Winnie the Pooh in the poem for himself, Us Too. He became a large part of the last book, the Hums of Pooh. Is this like the first poem he was mentioned in? This might be like the origin of Winnie the Pooh here, because it says it mentions him for the first time in this poem. So, yeah, this might be the origin of Pooh here. Leslie, you just might got the origin of Pooh. Jason saying A.A. Millan or Malene is the author of Winnie the Pooh. Yeah, it sounds like this poem, Now We Are 6, was the first time Winnie the Pooh was ever mentioned. That's pretty cool. That's like the origin and first appearance of Winnie the Pooh for you comic book collectors. This is the origin and first appearance of Winnie the Pooh. But I think some of those were originally written back in the 30s, weren't they? Let's see here, 27, yeah. I knew he was it says copyright 27. I knew he was a lot older than 71, or definitely 55, so a Pooh rookie card. There you have it. All right, that's sold, and now Romelu gets the rest of them. That's everything from John Fogerty to Fresh Air for $75. What a pickup. Thank you, Romelu C. And now our crate is full over here, and we just sold everything in that crate. Now we need somebody to buy the Super Tramp. It's a no bid for $75. And Super Tramp here is a buy now. Now, Grog said out on Miles Davis, so that's sold to Garrett for $22. Thank you, Garrett. Now, Garrett, if you disagree with that grading, you can blame Seth, okay? Seth cleaned and graded this one. So if you have any complaints, Garrett, you can text Seth and take it up with him. There's that. And now, anybody out there ready for some fast-paced action? I got to go get them. But first of all, there's only one no bid tonight. Duran, 7 in the Ragged Tiger. A original 1983 MoFi, VG Plus, $125. Some of them have sold for over $300, probably sealed. Finding this sealed would probably be a pretty good find. But $125 on that. And Mike, you get a great deal on Super Tramp for $10. But I don't want anything left behind. I would really love to sell the Duran to somebody. Let me take this stack of sold stuff over here. And let's do that. Now, Grog, I got bad news. The baseball books are pretty buried. Oh, I got to blow the air horn. Let's wake everybody up. If you got headphones on, I'll give you a very nice, fair warning. You might want to turn down your volume. We got to thank Romelu for the crate clean out, and we got to blow the horn. Here's the horn. Oh, one of my microphones is stuck to it. It's magnetic. All righty. So, yeah, when we moved in that big collection, all those baseball books I just unboxed got buried. Now, we'll have access back to them soon, but oh. Sorry, I'm stretching. Yeah, what did he grade that thing? I already forgot what I said. Strong VG Plus. Is that what he said? Yeah, you'll have to get after him on that one. Okay. All the CDs I'm about to show you are $6.99. I've got a system going of stuff over here that I don't think has been shown. So let me grab this box, and I did a lot of sorting last night. Technically, quote, this morning. Mostly, quote, this morning. And we're about to show the heck out of some CDs. $6.99. There goes my cat. That's funny. And now that other box of baseball books, I think they're more accessible. I think they're much more accessible, but they still reorganized all that stuff. So here we go. These are all $6.99. Let the games begin. Go off to a great start. Black Crows, Crowology. Black Crows, $6.99. Striper, Against the Law. Striper, Robert Randolph and the Family Band, Lickety Split. Doyle Bramhall and Smokestack, Welcome, with a promo sticker. Joan Osborne, Just Bring It on Home. Peter Buntnell, Ends of Earth. And Peter Wells, Everything You Like Tries to Kill You. These are all $6.99. First come, first serve. Great CDs here. Claim as fast as I can show them, okay? And we have Color Me Free, Joss Stone. Also, we have The Best of Sting, Fields of Gold. This is Blue Rodeo, 5 Days in July. Carla Bonoff, that's self-titled. Also, we have Asleep at the Wheel, tribute to the music of Bob Wills. Styx, Return to Paradise. A Styx double pack, Equinox and Crystal Ball. And Ken Tamplin and Friends, Wake the Nations. Those are all $6.99. First, we got Mike Allspaw on the first CD, Black Crows. That's sold to Mike Allspaw. Still got Striper. Can't believe it went unclaimed. Donna Turner on JS. Is that for Joss Stone? Donna, Joss Stone. That's probably right here to Donna. And then we have George Burleson on Black Crows and George Burleson on RRFD. RRFD, and that was for Robert Randolph Family Band. And then Jim B wants the Styx double pack, and then Michael Ruttman on Striper. There we go. These are all $6.99. So that stack leaves Doyle Bramhall, Joan Osborne, Peter Bruntnell, Peter Wells, Sting, Blue Rodeo, Carla Bonoff, Asleep at the Wheel Styx, and Ken Tamplin. Those are all $6.99. Now I got some over here next to me. Oh yeah, some of these here were priced pretty high, if that makes sense. Like my cousin had marked some of these to put on Discogs. I'm selling them for $6.99. Curtis Mayfield, Curtis in Chicago. This is Tipper Surrounded. Tipper Surrounded, that is a pricey one. Tipper Surrounded. So is this, Ray Thomas from the Mighty Oaks. Hopes, Wishes, and Dreams, Ray Thomas from the Moody Blues. The Best of the Thompson Twins. Toto live at Montreux. Also Toto Tamboo. Toto Out of Love, and it is $6.99. So is Peter Tosh and The Time Ice Cream Castle. All the CDs you're seeing right here are just $6.99. All are just $6.99. And those right then I just showed were basically freebies, okay? I just showed some right then that were absolute freebies. Jim B on Tipper, that's sold to Jim B. I think that's like a $100 CD, pretty sure. Last sold in mint condition for $125. What am I doing right now? I'm making sure everybody's paying attention. Like Jim B. Ray Thomas is sold to Jim B. Jim B also got The Time. We're basically giving stuff away right now. Free CDs. That is sold to Jim B. Leslie Holt on Toto Live. That is sold to Leslie. Susie next on Time. And then Peter Tosh title. It's called Light It Up. No, it's called Legalize It. Legalize It. $6.99. If you don't want it, Useless Eater, Susie does. She put gosh. I don't know if that meant for Tosh or she was saying gosh. And then Tipper's already sold Garrett Cypert. These are basically free CDs at $6.99. These are basically being given away at $6.99. Let's go through some more over here. Peter Tosh is pending. We have The Best of Ed Bruce. Handsome. Self-titled. Handsome. Also, we have Loopy B. Bogium. I don't know what that is. I just grabbed some more random ones over here. Nerd, Fly or Die. And then we have Doug Gillard, Manumet Jute, Country Classic, 60-64. Bon Jovi Crossroads, the best of Bon Jovi. Country Classic, 65-69. Mozart, Musical Masterpieces. Wow, with a nice little book here. That's pretty cool. And then, nice, Keith Whitley, Wherever You Are Tonight. So, Useless Eaters does want Peter Tosh. And then Susie commented T. And Susie's T comment was for something. And then John Durden commented M. I'm assuming that's for Mozart. And then Susie put Bon for Bon Jovi. So that stack left the following. That left The Best of Ed Bruce, Handsome, Loopy Bohemian, Nerd, Doug Gillard, and then Classic Country, 60-64 and 65-69, and Keith Whitley. Garrett Cypher second on Mozart. As long as that's what John's M was for, that means you ended up second on that one, Garrett. I apologize. Now, the next handful of CDs are going to be right here. Let me get all these out. We have CDs for $6.99. We have Volume 7 and 8, Vintage Music Collector Series. We have Sarah Borges, B-O-R-G-E-S, and the Broken Singles, Diamond in the Dark. Also, the Siegel Schorl Band, Flash Forward. And Buddy Guy, Living Proof. Sting, If I Ever Lose My Faith in You. That is a single, $6.99. Nice, The Black Crowes, By Your Side. Jan Brown, It Only Hurts When I Laugh. Mark Cohn, Listening Booth 1970. Eric Clapton Reptile, and Mike Marshall and Chris Steele, that is Into the Cauldron. Those are all $6.99. Also, Sherry Darnell and Keith Whitley. So, Susie, you were second on Peter Tosh after all those auto corrects. You were still second. Keith Whitley's right back here. That's so does Sherry Darnell. John Durden on BG for Buddy Guy. That's so to John Durden, and Robert Johnson was next. So that stack left Vintage Music Volume 7 and 8. And that also has Sarah Bourget, Siegel Schwarl, Sting, Black Crows, Jan Brown, Mark Cohn, Eric Clapton, and Mike Marshall. Those are all $6.99. Everything you see right there in that box. Now, over here, wow, right, great one right here on top. Tesla, Mechanical Resonance, Tesla. Susan Tedeschi, Just Won't Burn. Tedeschi Trucks Band, Revelator, good stuff there. Tears for Fears, Greatest Hits, Tears Rolls Down, nice. Coco Taylor, self-titled. Also, John Nemeth, Love Me Tonight. This is Yonder Mountain String Band. Blue Rodeo Casino. Peter Karp and Sue Foley. He Said, She Said. Blue Rodeo, Nowhere to Hear. Counting Crows, This Desert Life. Glenn Fry, that one's live. And the Hot Club of Cowtown, Tall Tales. Those are all $6.99. $6.99. Oh, so we have, I said oh so, I meant to say also. We got Scott Oman on BC. Scott, I bet that was for the Black Crows by your side. This one's not available on vinyl. It's pretty bootlegged because it's never really been pressed on vinyl. I don't know what the holdup on that one is. About everything else is available from the Black Crows. But that is sold to Scott Oman. And then first on Tesla was Michael Ruttman. And then we got Robert Johnson on Tedeschi Trucks Band. And then Scott Oman next on Tesla. Both countries for $12. Chuck Haley, that is one of the few times I'll do a discount is to bundle two. Those are sold to Chuck Haley for $6 and $6 instead of $6.99. Garrett next on T for Tesla. Donna Turner on Coco. That's sold to Donna Turner. And then Robin Ford on the Tears for Fears Greatest Hits. And then George wants Steven. He meant Susan Tedeschi. He wants Susan Tedeschi of Tedeschi Trucks. So that stack just leaves the Hot Club of Cowtown, Glen Fry Live, Counting Crows, Blue Rodeo, Peter Karp, Blue Rodeo, Yonder Mountain, and Joe Nemeth. N-E with the accent mark, and then Meth, M-E-T-H. However, that one's supposed to be red. All right, let's bring on some more here. Let's grab, oh my gosh, look at all these. We might need to offer these as a lot to somebody. What are these? So, Doctor Who. Look at all these. I don't know. I know that stuff is very collectible. Doctor Who. Horror of Glam Rock, Phobos, Immortal Beloved, To the Death, The Doll of Faith, The Beautiful People, The Suffering, The Resurrection of Mars, Max Warp, Demios, The Catalyst, and The Drowned World. Are these like original story disc? The audio adventures? Yeah. I guess if somebody bought all those, I would do them at $5 a piece if you want all of them. The Doctor Who's. There's those. That was a big chunk of the bottom of this box. Is the Leaky Bottom. It is. It is still available. Okay. Let's grab. Oh, there's more. There's a bunch more Doctor Who's. Yeah, there's a bunch more Doctor Who's. Bunch there. And let's grab something that's not Doctor Who. Let's get some of these right here. All right. First, we got B.B. King in London. We'll go ahead and show that one since it's exposed. We're going to give Jim B this Laga Bottom here. This is sold to Jim B for $6.99. And then we got B.B. King in London. Kathy Mattea, Lonesome Standard Time. This is Danko, Fitzgerald, and Anderson. Riding on the Blinds. B.B. King, One Kind Favor. Oh, man, that's a good one. A MoFi CD of Al Stewart, You're the Cat. It was only marked $6.99, but that should be a lot more than $6.99, shouldn't it? Al Stewart, MoFi, You're the Cat. And then Fred Locke's Never Get Up. Manic Street Preachers, This Is My Truth, Tell Me Yours. And we have John Anderson, Semino Win. John Durden says he'll take all the Doctor Who's. Okay, I think I can get more out of here. There's going to be a bunch of them. I think there's another handful. And then I'll make sure they're all together And we'll get them all to you for $5 a piece. Those are pretty cool, actually. And let me see how many more there's in here. There's probably one more handful here. Yeah, there's one more handful. And then I'll show them to you and I'll count them all. Looks like they're all different, too. So let's put all those together for him. Is that all of them? That's all that I see. And we're at the bottom of this box. So, next is Garrett Cypher got BB. BB was BB King. Now, Garrett, is that for BB in London or also this one kind favor? Those are both yours if you want them, or you can pick which one. And then next is John got all the Doctor Who. Jim B on MoFi. Nice pickup there for $6.99. And then Romelu, then Chris, then Chris again. So Jim B, Romelu C, Chris Reelings, Chris Frazier, and then Susie Breelove on John Anderson. That leaves in that stack Manic Street Preachers, Fred Locks, Danko Field, FJ, sounds like one of those like Scandinavian names, and Kathy Matea. Those are all still available. Now, we got these two BBs pending, if that's what Garrett actually wanted. And I think I got all the Doctor Who's pulled. If I find more, I'll add them to his pile. But let me go ahead and take, let's go ahead and start counting them. Let's go ahead and start counting them. Wow, there's a bunch. John, there's a bunch. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. 31. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Yeah, there's 31. There's 31. I'm going to do them all for $150. We'll keep it easy. $150. And thank you. $150 on all those, okay? $150 on Doctor Who. We're going to do them even cheaper, even less than $5. Now, Garrett wants the BB King live in London, and this BB King is still available. And Sid was next on AS. And has that already been claimed? AS, Al Stewart? I bet it has. Okay, so let's take this. Let's take this stack that was sold individually. I'm going to take that in here first. I'm going to take those in here first. And then we're going to take all the next, whoever's tagged, and the next stack is going to be this large lot of Doctor Who's to John Durden, which should be 31 for $150. And now we're ready for more individual claims. Here we go. Nice pickup. Thank you, John. Big purchase. That's why I like going through these boxes of CDs. I have no idea what I have until we start going through them. My cousin marked some of these. My cousin's a retired school teacher. He's also a collectibles dealer, and I gave him tub and tub of CDs, and he started marking them. And I kind of experimented. I probably gave him like 1,000 to mark. And he did pretty good on most of them. Some of them were too low. Some of them were too high. And so, but what I did is I went through them. I said, okay, probably just do all these for $6.99. But there's some that he marked like 100 that I've sold for $6.99. And then he had a bunch that he said, I don't know if you even can sell these. But a lot of them are really good titles, but they're really common. So like you scan Led Zeppelin 4, and it appears that it's a common cheap CD, but of course that's a really good seller. So CDs are weird, but you can have rare ones that are very pricey. All right, so John Phillips, Pay, Pack, and Follow. There's another BB King. Yeah, there's another one just like it. One Kind Favor. We had that one just a second ago. Joe Nichols, Old Things and New. James Taylor, Before This World. James Taylor. Little Village, self-titled. Little Village, that's always popular. Guster, Ganging Up on the Sun. Fresh Oil, Lee Baker and the Agitators. Costello and Alan Toussaint. Elvis Costello and Alan Toussaint. Sonny Landreth, The Road We're On. Ray Davies, you may know him from the Kinks. Ray Davies Americana, $6.99. Another BB King. This one's sealed. It's never been opened. Blues on the Bayou. James McMurdy, Just Us Kids, and Jerry Jeff Walker Ultimate Collection. Jerry Jeff Walker. His stuff's always popular. $6.99 on those. Let's go ahead and knock out another handful right here. And the next handful is Counting Crows, a Rural 6. Is this a, what is this? A compilation? The first song is Mr. Jones. Cracker, Sunrise in the Land of Milk and Honey. We've got Billy Montana, No Yesterday. Holly Williams, The Ones We Never Knew. Also, Hot House Flowers Home. Tom Cochran, Songs of a Circling Spirit. Roy Block, Angel of Mercy. And North Mississippi All-Stars, Shake Hands with Shorty. All right, now let's figure out what's all sold. The first thing was Robert Johnson on SL. And SL was Sunday Landreth. That's sold to Robert Johnson. Guster is sold to Leslie Holt. John Durden on BB. I'm assuming the sealed BB King from earlier. Right, John? Or not? I still got this one here. And there's one in the previous stack. But I'm assuming you meant that one. Donna was next. Garrett on the Jerry Jeff Walker. George Burleson on the James Taylor and the Costello. There's the Costello. And we're going to give James Burleson the James Taylor. Leslie next on BB King. Robin on the Counting Crows. And then another Blues on the Bayou. Robert Johnson on NMA, which is North Mississippi All-Stars. Leslie Holt on Cracker. And Cracker is right here for Leslie Holt. So everybody that wanted BB King, I'm assuming wanted that sealed one, which means this one here is still available if anybody wants that one. And that stack left the following: Joe Nichols, Little Village, Lee Baker and the Agitators, Ray Davies, James McMurdy, Billy Montana, Holly Williams, Hot House Flowers, Tom Cochran, Roy Block, John Phillips, and BB King. Okay? So all those are still available. Next handful coming at you right now. I have the following. I have Sting, Still Be Love in the World. Dave Alvin, Blackjack David. Looking Into You, a tribute to Jackson Brown. Looks like the case has a little bit of wear, but it's a 2 CD set. $6.99. Blue Rodeo, Nowhere to Hear. Styx, The Edge of Century. Edge of Century by Styx. Joss Stone, LP1. Levon Helm, Dirt Farmer. Bruce Coburn, Life Short, Call Now. Black Crow, Southern Harmony Musical Companion with Remedy. Chris Steele, Not All Who Wander Are Lost. And Tipton, Entwistle, and Powell. Tipton, Entwistle, and Powell. Now, Entwistle and Powell, I'm assuming, are John Entwistle and Powell, as in Cozy, the drummer. Who is Tipton? Aaron? Did Aaron Tipton do an album with John Tipton? Okay. I was going to say, when did Aaron Tipton do an album with John Entwistle? I've never seen that before, though. Never seen that before. Next is Donna on Joss Stone. That's right here. Robert Johnson on LH. And LH was Levon Helm. Leslie next on Joss Stone. Susie on Black Crows. George Burleson next on Levon Helm. Melanie Jennings first on Styx. And George Burleson, you were next on Levon Helm. So that left Sting, Dave Alvin, the Jackson Brown Tribute, Blue Rodeo, Bruce Coburn, Chris Steele, and then the Tipton, Entwistle, Powell. TEP is that abbreviation. Those are all still available for $6.99. And this box has one more handful before I start grabbing some for some other places. Wait a minute, let me go ahead and grab these over here. Yeah, these are A New Morning, The International Noise Conspiracy. Survival Sickness, The International Noise Conspiracy. Nice. The Dead Kennedys, Give Me Convenience or Give Me Death. That looks like Rammstein. No, it's Him, Dark Light. Looks like a Rammstein stage. Him is $6.99. Oh man, getting us some metal here. This is Nogflar Terrace. Nogflar Terras. Vern Gotson is sealed, unopened. Vern Gotson Super Hits. It's never been opened. Axis of Justice, Concert Series Volume 1. Chris Cornell, Serge Tankin, Flea, Jurassic 5. Maynard, James Keenan. Wow. Mekon's Punk Rock. Mekon's Journey to the End of the Night. Planetary Duality by whoever that is. I don't know what that one says. The Twin Peaks soundtrack. The Smashing Pumpkins, 33. No Souls Lost, Hostess Humani Generis. And Newt Grush, Live for Nothing. Okay, now, Robert Johnson first on Dead Kennedys. Jerry Ferguson next on Dead Kennedys. Mike Monroy next on Dead Kennedys. Hiram on this one, Nogflar, Soda Hiram. Jerry on Axis. Axis of Justice, Soda Jerry. Robin on the sealed Vern Gotson. Mike Monroy on Faceless. That was this one. Now, Mike, was you helping me? Was you helping me, or was that a claim? If it's a claim, then you got it. And then Twin Peaks is Soda Jerry Ferguson. Then Leslie. All right, so that stack left the International Noise Conspiracy, 2 different ones. Him, Mekon's 2 different ones. The Smashing Pumpkins, 33. No Souls Lost, and Newt Grush, Live for Nothing. And that was a claim for Faceless, okay? There is some damage to the top of the jewel case. All right. There's those. And here we go. Rotten Sound, Murder Works. Rotten Sound, Murder Works. No Doubt, Tragic Kingdom. Collective Soul, Hence Allegations. Jane's Addiction, Kettle Whistle. Live Demos and Outtakes, that sounds cool. And Carpenters, Classics Volume 2. Smashing Pumpkins is sold to Scott Oman. And now I'm going to jump back over here to our box. I wanted to knock out those metal CDs, and there's more where that came from. More where that came from. More metal coming. Sting, The Soul Cages. Nice. Sting. Sting, Bring on the Night, Volume 2. Kentucky Headhunters, Dixie Lullabies. Joan Osborne, Little Wild One. Buddy Guy, Skin Deep. Sinead Lohan, No Mermaid. Sinead Lohan. Amy Winehouse, Back to Black, with a Grammy Award winner sticker, probably an earlier pressing of that. Bill Kirchen, Have Love Will Travel, and Marty Stewart, Country Music. And Marty Stewart and his fabulous superlatives. Okay. So I left off with Scott Oman on SP, and then Mike Ospaw on CS, and that's for Collective Soul. And then John Durden on JA, and that was for Jane's Addiction. Robin Glenn on No Doubt, Gwen Stefani. Jerry Ferguson next on Jane's Addiction. The Use of Cedars says Type Al No SY. Okay. And then Leslie next on Jane's Addiction. Use of Cedars next on Jane's Addiction. Robert Johnson on Buddy Guy. Robert Johnson on Buddy Guy. Donna Turner on AW. Amy Winehouse. Leslie Holt on KH. And KH for Leslie Holt was the Kentucky Headhunters. And then Mike Monroy next on Amy Winehouse, and then Leslie Holt. So that stack just leaves Rotten Sound, The Carpenters, Sting, Joan Osborne, Sinead Lohan, Bill Kirchen, and Marty Stewart. Those are all available for $6.99. And there's 4 CDs left in this box. And those 4 CDs are First Aid, Stay Cold, Styx, Brave New World, Espionage, the James Taylor Quartet. Interesting. And then Talking Heads, nice, Little Creatures. Talking Heads is $6.99. All right, so I'm going to start grabbing from a different area now. That box is officially empty. You can hear me throw it across the room right now. And now, let me get back over here to these stacks. I'm going to have to be walking. The rest of these are stacked up on a metal rack where I've already pulled them out of a box. Probably back and forth, but that's okay. And let me grab some of these. Yeah, these are some great titles here. I see like Dream here. These are great. And these might even be some that I showed before at $9.99. There for a while, some of these were $9.99. And sometimes when I get into recently acquired CDs, you know, that we have to pay maybe more for, sometimes they are $9.99. But I'm going to do all these for $6.99 because I think I've shown them before. But we have FA, and FA was First Aid. That's sort of Robert Johnson, and Talking Heads. But I think y'all remember, probably seen these before. Some of these I'm about to show for $9.99. This stack and the next crest. This stack and the next stack, like MC Chris, Marshmallow Playground. MC Chris, also Atlantic Records Record Store Day, Volume 2, Music for Everyone. Power Radio Live Hits. Uriah Heep, Motorhead, John Entwistle, Dixie Dregs, John Butcher, and Blackfoot. The Genetic Opera Repo, original motion picture soundtrack, pre-surgery sampler, and 7 seconds, Scream Real Loud. Patrick Francis Wants Sticks, Brave New World. That's so to Patrick Francis. Thank you. All right. There's 7 seconds. Red Hot Chili Peppers, I'm With You. Fall Out Boy, From Under the Cork Tree. And that has the hit song on it, Sugar, We're Going Down, Down. Fall Out Boy, Infinity on High. Fall Out Boy is $6.99. Rocket Man soundtrack, Elton John. Seether, this is Finding Beauty in Negative Spaces, Seether. Also, RJD2, The Horror. Seether, Disclaimer 2. Jurassic 5, Quality Control. Down 2, that's always been tough to get on vinyl. Down 1's back out of stock. James Brown's Greatest Hits. Jay-Z, Volume 3, Life and Times of S. Carter. And Modest Mouse, Everywhere and His Nasty Parlor Tricks. These are all still just $6.99. These are all still just $6.99 here. And the first thing I have is Jim B on MC Chris. And then Robert Johnson on 7 Seconds. And then Mike Monroy on Red. Red Hot Chili Peppers. And then Leslie. Patrick Francis wants the compilation with Uriah Heep. And now Leslie on RM. And RM was for Rocket Man. And then Scott O'Man, you got dibs on Seether. You can have either Finding Beauty or Disclaimer 2, or you can have both. And then Jerry Ferguson on Down 2. That's a super group. Great stuff there. That's so did Jerry Ferguson. John Durden second. Donna on Jay-Z. Donna on Jay-Z. Robin next on Rocket Man. And then Patrick Francis on Modest Mouse. Okay, and then it's just up to Scott O'Man on Seether. So the only thing left there is James Brown's Greatest Hits. Jurassic 5 Quality Control. RJD2, that's a 2 CD. Both Fall Out Boys are still available. And then this sampler to Repo. And then the Record Store Day. That's got a lot of music on it, 18 tracks. And he does want both Seethers. And now I got to take this stack of sold CDs around the corner. And I have another quick one coming at you right now. These are all $6.99. All right. Thank you for that. We're getting right back into it. I think this might be one of the better looking stacks I've seen so far. I don't know. Susie wants JB. James Brown. And give me the Record Store Day one, Jimmy Page. Thank you. Thank you. And that is sold to him, Patrick Francis. Okay. First is Obsession, Methods of Madness. The Best of Frank Zappa, Strictly Commercial. The Afghan Wigs Gentleman. I always thought that was such a bizarre cover. It's like, it's so crazy. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, pictures at an exhibition. Dire Straits on Every Street. Dire Straits on the Night. Dire Straits Money for Nothing. Dio, Holy Diver. Chris Duarte Group. I've always messed up his name. And Dream Theater, Systematic Chaos Special Edition. Some good stuff there. Dream Theater, Chris Duarte, I think is how you say his name. Dio, Dire Straits, Dire Straits, Dire Straits, ELP, Afghan Wigs, Zappa, and Obsession. And the first claim is for Melanie Jennings on Zappa, strictly commercial. Robert Johnson on Dio. I think they're about to start getting better and better. Mike Monroy was second, and Chris Frazier on HD. And HD was for Holy Diver. So you were third on that. Patrick on Chris Duarte. Let me go get several stacks out of there from that same batch. Like I said, I thought y'all would like some of those. Duarte. Yeah, thank you. I have to get corrected on that every time. So next was Patrick does want the Chris Duarte. Oh, no, somebody already bought that. Yeah, Patrick did. Okay, and then we have Sherry on Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Jim B on Dream Theater. Patrick next on Dream Theater. And nobody on the Dire Straits. I figured those would sell. Okay, I'm going to put those right there. Some good looking stuff coming up here. Look at this. The Essential Miles Davis, a special advance CD. Essential Miles Davis. Bob Dylan, Music and Words, 98 to 63. They did the dates backwards. I think it's in reverse order. They play it in reverse order. Bob Dylan. Voivod, Target Earth. The Supremes, which is like a compilation. Cher, Original Hits. Anthology of Anvil. Yngwie Malmsteen's Rising Force. Baroness, the Red Album. Dream Theater, Awake. Dream Theater, I'm assuming self-titled. And then Loverboy Classics. Wow. Great stuff right in there. Those are all $6.99. First is Donna Turner on Miles Davis Essentials. Jerry Ferguson on the Bob Dylan. Donna Turner on the Supremes. Mike Ospaw on the Anvil. And I'm going to go ahead and throw some more at you. Here's some more for $6.99. Jethro Tull, Original Masters. The Commodores, Brick House. She's a Brick House. Anthology of Bread. Jimmy Buffett, Songs You Know by Heart. Jimmy Buffett's Greatest Hits. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Greatest Hits. Eric Clapton, The Best of Eric Clapton. Eric Clapton's Greatest Hits. Captain Beefheart, The Mirror Man Sessions. This is Small Faces, Hodgkin's Nut Gone Flake. Roxy Music, Excuse the Nudity. The Four Seasons Greatest Hits and the Fifth Dimension's Master Hits. Wow, some good stuff right in there. So the first thing we had was Mike Ospaw got the Anvil. Chuck Haley next on the Supremes. Leslie on Cher. Original Hits. Chris Frazier on Loverboy Hits. That's sold to Chris Frazier. Robin Glenn was second. Chuck next on Cher. Jim B, I'm going to give you both Dream Theaters, unless you say otherwise. Chris Frazier on the Commodores, then Susie. Melanie Jennings on the Jimmy Buffett, Songs You Know by Heart. Robert Johnson on RM, and that was for Roxy Music. Useless Eaters on Captain Beefheart, which I think is sealed. Yeah, that's never been opened. That is sealed, Captain Beefheart. Chuck Haley, You Do Get Bread. And Chuck Haley, You Do Get Blood, Sweat, and Tears. And then Robin Glenn gets the Fifth Dimension. And then Chuck Haley gets the Eric Clapton. And we got Patrick Francis next on Roxy, but Chuck Haley does get Four Seasons. And what a CD sale we're having at 1 a.m. So we still got Voivod and Ingve Malmsteen and Baroness. That might be the biggest surprise. And then Jethro Tull and Small Faces. And I've got a few more, and let me go get another stack. ABBA Gold, the very best of Aretha Franklin. This is really cool here. The very best of the Archies. And Hall & Oates great. Well, Hall & Oates greatest hits. We're like in greatest hits heaven, which I think a lot of people prefer on CDs. We're like on greatest hits cloud 9 here. So let's go get another handful. Keep that going. Let's absolutely keep that going. Look at all this. Moly. Holy moly. Holy moly. So coming up right now is Blue Oyster Cult. Let me set these right over here. All right, and we got Melanie Jennings on Jethro Tull. You got it. Robin Glenn on ABBA. Melanie Jennings on Aretha Franklin. Chris Frazier on the Archies. Vicky next on ABBA. Chuck next on Archies. That just leaves Sarah Smile. That looks like an older one. If it has that logo right there, it's typically an older CD. All right, here we go. More for $6.99. We got Blue Oyster Cult. Worship of the Telescopes, a double pack Blue Oyster Cult. Monster Magnet, Monolithic Baby. Voivod, Dimension Hatress. Richard Ashcroft, Alone with Everybody. Another Richard Ashcroft. I don't know what that is. We'll keep both of those together. Death Angel, The Art of Dying. This is Son of a BITCH, Life Cycles, EPs of HTSOB. Monster Magnet, 5 Reasons to Testify. Priestess, Hello Master. Shadows Fall, The War Within. And Monster Magnet, Dopes to Infinity. Awesome. So the first thing we have is BOC, so to Patrick Francis. Monster Magnet, there's 3. There's Monolithic Baby. There's also 5 Reasons to Testify and Dopes to Infinity. Robert, you can have all 3 if you want it. And then Mike Ospaw on DA, and that's for Death Angel. And Chris Frazier is next on Monster, but it's right now up to Robert Johnson. My mic probably cut out when I walked away over there. My mic will cut out when I walk away, so that's probably what happened. Okay. So his pick, and he says he wants all 3. That's a good time for me to pause because my CD stack is getting quite wobbly. And here's our 4th already sold stack of the night. Y'all can't even see the top of it. A lot of CDs going out the door. Again, thank you. All right, let's keep it rolling. April Wine, The Nature of the Beast. Baroness, The Blue Album. Jack White, Lazaretto. Baroness, no, this is Alceste. Kodama. NXS Greatest Hits. Peter Gabriel, 16 Golden Greats. Peter Gabriel Greatest Hits. John Coltrane, Fearless Leader Sampler. Jimmy Buffett, Before the Beach. The Essential, Bob Dylan. Xanadu. And Electric Light Orchestra, Zoom. We just sold out on vinyl last week for $275. That's a rare one on vinyl. These are all $6.99. First is Jerry Ferguson on NXS. Useless Eaters on JW. And that was for Jack White. And next was Leslie on Jack White. Donna Turner on John Coltrane. Melanie on NXS. Robert on Coltrane. Useless Eaters on Coltrane. Melanie Jennings on Jack White. These are all people that are next. Jerry Ferguson next on Dylan. Chris Frazier on Xanadu. Leslie Holt first on Peter Gabriel. Grog next on Coltrane. Leslie next on Xanadu. Sherry Darnell first on Jimmy Buffett. Patrick Francis on ELO. Chuck Haley on Dylan. And Robin next on Xanadu. So that just leaves Alceste and Baroness and April Wine. Okay? All those are sold. Now, I'm going to walk away to go get another stack. Sorry, I don't have the tub right next to me. I'm working on basically bringing stacks from a rack. All right. Miles Davis and some kind of special gift tin. 3 CD jazz legend Miles Davis. It's in a metal tin. Miles Davis. The Natural Haystack. 9-inch nails broken. Helmet, Born Annoying. Helmet. Wow, Kiss with the lenticular, beautiful. Kiss. Shadows Fall, Retribution. Testament, Signs of Chaos, The Best Testament. Bob Dylan, Love and Theft. And Deep Purple, Machine Head, Smoke, On the Water, and Fire in the Sky. Those are $6.99. First there, we got Donna on Miles Davis, then Robert Johnson, and then Mike Monroy, Jerry Ferguson on 9-inch nails, Leslie next on Miles Davis, Mike Monroy next on 9-inch nails, Chris Frazier on Kiss, then Mike Monroy, then Mike Ospaw, then Robin Glenn, then Scott Oman, then Vicki Allison, then Leslie Holt, then Susie Breedlove. And we have still left Deep Purple Machine Head, Bob Dylan, Love and Theft, Testament, Signs of Choice, The Best Testament, Shadows Fall, Retribution, Helmet, Born Annoying, and Haystack, The Natural Haystack. Next handful coming at you. These are all $6.99. You can see it already. The Doors, Morrison Hotel. We have the very best of the Doors, the classic double pack. ABBA, Forever Gold, as seen on TV with gold stamp promo. Robert Plant, classic solo album, The Principle of Moments. Robert Plant, another solo album, Shaken and Stirred. This is Baroness Yellow and Green. Dire Straits Making Movies. Dire Straits Love Over Gold. Dire Straits Live, Part 1 and Part 2. I'll sell those together. Alchemy. That's supposed to be sold together. Dire Straits Brothers in Arms and Dire Straits Communique. Great batch there. Those are all $6.99. The first thing I have is Mike Monroy on the Doors. Now, Mike, you can have Morrison Hotel. You can have the best of, the double pack, or you can have both. Jerry Ferguson next. Useless Cedars next on the Doors as well. Melanie Jennings on MH. And MH for Melanie Jennings was that something in the previous stack? MH Melanie, you might have got auto-corrected. Was your MH for RP? Let's see. MH, she might have got auto-corrected. Let's see. It's got to be Robert Plant. If so, let me know which two. All right, I'm working my way down. Chris next on Doors. John next on Robert Plant. Sherry next on Doors. Melanie did put RP. Vicki first on ABBA. No contest there. That's so Vicki Allison. Now, John just got very lucky putting Dire Straits. So, John, you got dibs on Communique, Brothers in Arms, The Alchemy 2-pack, Love Over Gold, or Making Movies. You can have your pick or all of them. Greg Layton was next. Chuck next on the Doors. Michael next on Dire Straits. Mike wants the Doors' best hits. Chuck next on ABBA. Grog on YouTube. Principle of Moments, DS12, Morrison Hotel. Okay, so MH was Morrison Hotel. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. Mike Monroy gets the best of the Doors. Now, Jerry Ferguson, let me know if you want Morrison Hotel. If not, it could be Useless Cedars. If not, it goes to Melanie Jennings. MH is Morrison Hotel. So, I mean, she doesn't get Robert Plant. John Durden was first on Robert Plant. So, John, your pick on the Robert Plants. Then it's Melanie. And then I got to get back to the bottom and see which of the Dire Straits he wanted. Okay? So, Mike got the best of the doors. And Jerry passes on Morrison Hotel. So, do you want Morrison Hotel? Use of Cedars? If not, it's for sure Melanie. John Durden wants both Robert Plants. Now, John, it's just up to you on Dire Straits, unless you've already said. So, Use of Cedars does get Morrison Hotel. Now, Dire Straits, yeah, first dibs on Dire Straits goes to John. And you've got pick on Making Movies, Love Over Gold, Alchemy, which is a 2-part CD, Brothers in Arms, and Communique. Communique, Brothers in Arms, Alchemy Part 1 and 2, which is together. I'll do those together for $6.99. Love Over Gold and Making Movies. And that means the only thing, except for maybe some of the Dire Straits, Baroness. Let me step over here and grab another handful. All right. We got about 16 minutes left. All right, let's go over here. First thing we have is Making Movies and Alchemy, okay? So Making Movies and both Alchemy CDs, which are together. Now, there could be several people next on Dire Straits, including Greg, but he wanted Alchemy. And then Michael Ruttman, you're next. So Michael, let me know if you want Communicate, Brothers in Arms, or Love Over Gold. Michael Ruttman, you're next. Let's go through some more here. Next thing we have is Against Me, Transgender Dysphoria Blues, Against Me, Less Than Jake, Borders and Boundaries, Seether, Holding On to Strings, Better Left to Fray. That just came out on vinyl for the first time. Beastie Boys, To the Five Boroughs, a little bit of damage to the corner of the sleeve. Crunk Witch, X is missing the artwork, X Los Angeles, Green Day 21st Century Breakdown, The Suicide Machines, and Linkin Park Hybrid Theory. Those are all $6.99. Michael Ruttman does want the other 3 Dire Straits. Those are sold to Michael Ruttman. He's next. Now, over here, we have Jerry Ferguson on LTJ. Less Than Jake is sold to Jerry Ferguson. Jerry Ferguson also gets Against Me. Donna first on BB, which is Beastie Boys. John Durden was second. And then Jim B on AM, Against Me. That makes you next. And is Richard Ashcroft still available? Is Richard Ashcroft still available? I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, those, I know those. Yeah, that's still available. And then Patrick Francis for John and Robert Plant. I don't think you're looking at the restream comments. The first person on Robert Plant was John Durden. Then it was Melanie Jennings. And then it was Patrick Francis. You're just looking at the YouTube chat. This is also being streamed to Instagram, TikTok, X, and Facebook. The only thing that shows up on the screen right here is YouTube and Facebook. If you're just looking at the YouTube chat, you're going to be missing like half of the comments. Here are some more. Here are some more. Right here, we have Kendrick Lamar, Good Kid, Bad City, Green Day, Nimrod, PJ Harvey, Her, Eminem, The Eminem Show, Green Day, American Idiot, Dead Kennedys, Give Me Convenience, 30 Foot Fall, Jesus, Elvis, and Richard Petty, Green Day, International Super Hits, AC/DC, Dirty Deeds, Done Dirt Cheap, 10cc, The Ultimate Collection, 3-disc, 10cc, $6.99, America's Complete Greatest Hits, $6.99, Asia, Aurora, Asia, The Best of Badfinger, and 38 Special Anthology. We're going through some CDs. These are all $6.99. First come, first serve. We are selling the heck out of some, which is exactly why I'm here. And I've picked out some really good titles for tonight that I knew y'all would like. The first thing we have is Donna Turner on Kendrick Lamar. And then Mike Monroy was second. The Useless Eaters does get the Dead Kennedys. Donna Turner on Eminem. Was there two in here? No, just one Eminem. That's so to Donna. Jerry Ferguson next. Jim B next on Dead Kennedys. Mike Monroy next on D for Dead Kennedys. And then Jerry Ferguson next on Dead Kennedys. Robin Glenn next on Eminem. Jerry Ferguson on Green Day. Now, you got your pick on several. International Super Hits, American Idiot, or Nimrod. Your pick on those, Jerry. John Durden got the 30-Foot Fall. Scott Oman next on Green Day. Robin Glenn, without a doubt, first on AC/DC. Chris Frazier first on 10cc. Next is Vicky Allison next on AC/DC. Patrick next on 10cc. And then Chuck Haley on A. Now, A could be for a lot of stuff. It could be for America, Chuck Haley. It could be for Asia. So we'll let him clarify. Melanie Jennings for sure first on Badfinger. And then Sherry Darnell first on 38 Special. Patrick next on 38 Special. Then Chuck Haley on 38 Special. And PJ Harvey is still, that's the only thing going to be left. And Asia. Chuck Haley wanted America. He was definitely first on that. Now, out of the Green Day claims, Jerry Ferguson just wants super hits. Now, the next person on Green Day was Scott Oman. So, Scott, you can have American Idiot or Nimrod, or you can pass, or you can have both. And that just leaves PJ, Harvey, and Asia. Also, the last stack, I don't know if I read those. The last stack, we still got Green Day, the Suicide Machines, Linkin Park X, Crunk Witch, and Seether. And PJ Harvey is her. Her. And he wants American Idiot. Okay, so Nimrod is the only one left unclaimed. And now I'm going to take this stack of Soul Disc in here, because it is really tall, about another 30, 35 CDs sold. And let me take these in here, and that way we can get into some more. Okay. All right, yeah, let me go get some more. Here we go. Here we go. Useless Eaters wants PJ Harvey. Got it. All right, here we go. Shinedown, The Sound of Madness. Shinedown, $6.99. Simply Red, Stars. Simply Red, Stars. My Way, Frank Sinatra. Jimmy Smith, .com Blues. Jimmy Smith, .com Blues. Michael W. Smith, First Decade, 83 to 93. The Very Best of Wilson Pickett. The Essential Santana. 24 Greatest Hits of Martha Reeves and the Vandellas. Restless Heart, Big Iron Horses. Tom Petty, Into the Great Wide Open. Pitbull, Global Warming. Stevie Nicks, Belladonna, Stop Dragging My Heart Around with Tom Petty. Olivia Newton-John, Let's Get Physical. Best of Big Bands, Red Navarro featuring Millard Bailey. Shawn Mendes, Handwriting Revisited. Poison, Native Tongue. The Police, Every Breath You Take, the singles. Mark Portman, No Truer Words. Uncle Tupelo Anthology, 89 to 93. And we have Anthrax, Black Lodge. Anthrax. David Hoy, did you want that, what was that one David Hoy asked about? David Hoy asked about, did he say sold? Because I don't think I pulled it. What did he ask about? He asked about this right here. I see it on the bottom. David, if you're still watching, I see it right here. Yeah, Richard Ashcroft. And that's going to be these two together if you want them. Okay, now what just sold there? A lot. So let me take it from the top. First thing is Leslie Holt on Shinedown for $6.99. Next is Mike Monroy on Santana. That is sold to Mike Monroy, Santana. Right here. Mike. Donna next on Santana. Melanie next on Santana. Susie next on Santana. We got Jerry Ferguson on Tom Petty. Robin Glenn next on Tom Petty. Greg Layton on Jimmy Smith, .com Blues. Leslie Holt on Pitbull. Leslie Holt on Pitbull, Globe and Warman. Susie next on Tom Petty. Robin Glenn first on Stevie Nicks and Poison. Robin gets Stevie Nicks and Poison. Scott Oman next on Poison. Greg Layton on Uncle Tupelo. David Hoy does want the Richard Ashcroft, which are these two together for David Hoy. And then Chuck Haley on Martha. Martha and the Vandellas, 24 Greatest Hits. And we have 7 minutes left. We still got Simply Red, Frank Sinatra, W. Michael Smith, or Michael W. Smith, The Very Best of Wilson Pickett, Restless Heart, Olivia Newton-John, Red Navarro, Shawn Mendes, The Police, Mark Portman, and Anthrax. Yeah, my TikTok timer says 7 hours and 54 minutes. Here comes more. I'll tub all these up tomorrow so they're closer. Yeah, we've been streaming for 7 hours and 55 minutes, so it's going to expire, and then that's where we'll end the show. All right, and then Leslie on Olivia Newton-John Physical. And guess what? CD buyers, please come back tomorrow. We'll do this again, same time. Same place, same bat channel. Wilson Pickett, so to Chuck Haley. So Olivia Newton-John, Leslie, Chuck on Wilson. Let's do some more. I grabbed a big stack here. I grabbed a couple. I didn't know what they were, like Ambion, State of a Dreamer, Expanded. Ambion is $6.99. Anuna, Invocation. Anuna, Celtic Heartbeat. Louis Armstrong, Volume 4. Louis Armstrong, African Dreams. The Best of Louis Armstrong. Sean Mullins, Soul's Core. Sean Mullins, Beneath the Velvet Sun. Steve Miller Band, Living in the USA. Harrison Covered. Mojo presents an exclusive tribute to George Harrison, Richie Havens, Jonathan Wilson. The Bottle Rockets, The Brooklyn Side, Grand Funk Railroad, Great Songs, All Things Are New, Bo J. Poo Boo, and the Gary Bordoin Trio with special guest. Some jazz CDs right in here, what appear to be jazz. First is Leslie on AMB. For the Ambion, that's sold to Leslie for $6.99. Donna on LA. So Donna, there's 3 different Louis Armstrongs there. Volume 4, Louis Armstrong, Earl Hines, African Dreams, and the Best of Louis Armstrong. Donna may want all 3. It's up to her. Melanie's next, then Sherry. Robert Johnson on BR. And that was Bottle Rockets. That's sold to Robert Johnson. Robin Glenn on Grand Funk Railroad. Grand Funk Railroad, that's sold right here to Melanie Jennings. All 3 Louis Armstrongs are sold to Donna. And that just leaves Celtic Heartbeat, Anuna, and Anuna Invocation. Sean Mullen, Steve Miller Band. Mojo presents Harrison Covered. Bo J. Poo Poo, and the Gary Boydoin Trio. All right, and let's do some more. I'm going to go ahead and set those over here. And here's another handful coming at you. And if anybody's about to get off, or in case Facebook's about to expire, the Facebook feed automatically ends at 8 o'clock. Thanks, everybody, for watching. This may be the last handful here. Patty Austin, Street of Dreams. We have Love Crazy, Atlantic Star, so get your claims in quick. It's about to expire. Philip Bailey, Continuation. Dave Bainbridge, Vale of Gossamer. The Best of Kansas. James Brown, Golden Hits. James Carter, The Real Quiet Storm. The Best of Joe Cocker. The Best of Joe Cocker, 2 different editions. The Best of NXS. James Brown Gold Collection. And Colin James, he was in the band Men at Work. Who got Grand Funk, Robin or Melanie? Grand Funk Railroad was sold to Robin Glenn. Grand Funk Railroad was sold to Robin Glenn. Then Melanie, then Chuck Haley, then Patrick Francis. Sherry Darnell got Steve Miller Band from the previous stack. This here is sold to Sherry Darnell. Thank you, Sherry Darnell. That's sold to you. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in tonight. It's been a great night. Time's ticking. It's going to go right up to the minute. It's going to go right up to the seconds. Donna Turner on PA. That's for Patty Austin. Next is Donna Turner on Atlantic Star. Robin Glenn on KS. Kansas for Robin Glenn. Chuck was next. Leslie on NXS. Leslie on NXS. Michael Ruttman was next on NXS. Susie was next on NXS. That just leaves Philip Bailey, Dave Bainbridge, James Brown Golden Hits, James Carter, The Real Quiet Storm, The Best of Joe Cocker, The Best of Joe Cocker, Gold Collection James Brown, and Colin James. Thanks, everybody, tuning in. That is the end of the show. If you want to get a claim in, let me know. Get some rest. We're going to do it again tomorrow for another 8 hours. And then we're going to do it again Wednesday for another 8 hours. And then we're going to do it Thursday again for another 8 hours. And then we're going to do it Friday again for another 8 hours. And then we're going to do it Saturday for another 8 hours. I need everybody rested and tuned in. This is going to keep getting better and better and better and better and better and better and better. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, George Burleson. Thank you, Melanie Jennings. Thank you, Robin Glenn. Thank you, Jerry Ferguson. Thank you, Chris Frazier. Thank you, Susie Breedlove. Thank you, Leslie Holt. Thank you, Chuck Haley. Thank you, Michael Ruttman. Thank you, Donna Turner. Thank you, Sherry Darnell. Thank you, Patrick Francis. Thank you, Phantom Canuck. Thank you, Chuck Haley. Thank you, Melanie Jennings. Thank you, everybody else that I may have missed right there at the last. John Durden. Thank you, John Durden. Thank you, Scott Oman, and everybody else. Robert Warner. Mike Offpaw, good morning and good night. Chad is about to definitely go grab a snack, get hydrated. I got to help Tanner clean the store up. He said he had somewhere to be in the morning. Thanks, everybody. We'll be back again doing this tomorrow. Happy trails. What a show. A lot of stuff sold. A lot of shipping to be done, right? A lot of shipping. All right, can I see the Gary Bordeaux Trio before you log off? You can. Gary Bordeaux Jazz Trio. That was right over here. Gary Boydoin. Gary Boydoin. It's got the booklet with it. David Grissom, Bucky Pizzolari, and Billy Novick. Just Among Friends. All right. What a show. What a show. I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in. I'll get an answer from Grog on that. And I'm going to finish off this water right quick. All right. Grog, if you decide you want that, or if it comes in now, let me know. If not, if it comes in later, just send me a message. I'll get it pulled for you. He says pass. Okay, no problem there. Thanks, everybody. Now I'm in the feed. Good night, and I'll be back tomorrow with all